Barbara, in one moment, would think her reaction to Arla's news at breakfast had been perfectly justified, and in the next, she would feel she'd totally blown it. She replayed the conversation in her head countless times. I should have said, and I shouldn't have said. Barbara picked up the phone and read the message. You up? Barbara typed, yes, in return. Is it too late to call? Barbara quickly tapped, no. She only had to wait 10 seconds for the phone to ring with its distinctive typing chime. Hey, Barbara said. Hey, Arla said. I know it's late and all, but... No, it's okay. I'm still up. Everything all right? Yeah, sure, things are good. Barbara hesitated before asking, how was the first day? It was... interesting. That doesn't sound good. No, I mean, it really was interesting. I hadn't even started, and I ended up going to that second elevator accident. Arla filled her in. God, Barbara said. You saw what happened? Yeah. You okay? I guess. Although I'm sure I'll have nightmares or something. When I saw it, I thought, don't be a wuss, don't freak out. Believe me, it wasn't easy. Barbara hesitated before asking, did you meet him? You mean the mayor? Yes. No. And Glover didn't introduce me either. I'm too low level. Glover? You met his son? Yeah. He oversees the department that hired me, so he showed me around because everyone else was off at a seminar. Glover's your boss? I'll have several. There's my immediate supervisor, then Glover, and then, I guess, well, ultimately we're all working for the mayor, right? Arla paused. Look, Mom, about this morning. Yeah, it's okay. No. I said some things and I'm sorry. I've been working through a lot of stuff. I'm trying to sort them out. I didn't take this job to be all in your face. I mean, maybe a little, but this is something It's okay, Barbara said again, her voice soft, reflective. It's your life. The mayor's hard to get a handle on. I saw him do something really nice today when no one was watching with this kid who'd been in the elevator where this woman got killed. But with Glover, for example, he's a shit. Well, he was telling me tonight, we grabbed a bite, about how complicated his relationship with his father is. But listen, that's not why I called. It's kind of tricky to talk about, and I probably shouldn't say anything, but Glover said, getting this close to the mayor's son, you need to be careful about that. What? Barbara thought a moment before offering a reason. If they find out who your mother is, they'll question your motives. I told you this job has nothing to do with you. I'm just saying, watch your step with him. I don't need your advice, Arla said, an edge in her voice. I'm just trying to... You know what, Arla said. You're right, I was going to tell you something, but now I realize that's not a good idea. Tell me what? Arla didn't answer. Arla? It took Barbara a moment to realize her daughter had ended the call. Shit, she said, and tossed the phone onto the floor. She flopped back on the bed, her head crushing the pillow. A minute later, she turned out her light and stared at the ceiling until dawn. 34. I'm going to say something to him, the boy says. I am. I don't care if he gets mad. His mother shakes her head angrily. No, you're not. I've known him longer than you have. There's no talking to him. He's so mean, you should... But the boy stops himself. What he wants to tell his mother is that she should stand up for herself. That she shouldn't take any more shit from this man. But he can't bring himself to do that, because he knows that everything she does for him. She does not deserve his scorn or criticism, and yet, if something isn't done, he says, and it is at this point that his voice starts to break, you could, don't be silly, she says. Nothing is going to happen to me. She smiles. I'm made of tough stuff. Don't you worry about me. But last night, the boy says, you said your heart felt like. Enough, she says sternly. Go do your homework. Wednesday, 35. I will never come to this hotel again. Elliot Cantor pressed the down button for what had to be the 10th time. No, not pressed. He stabbed the button. He was angry at the button. Elliot wanted to kick this button's ass. He wanted to put this button in a blender and slice and dice it to death. Elliot loathed this elevator. This one and the one next to it. A 30-story hotel with a dozen or more rooms per floor needed more than 2 elevators. Both of them were always busy. I don't believe this, Elliot said. His partner, Leonard Fawkes, said, It's okay, it'll get here eventually. I've got my doubts, Elliot said. Elliot and Leonard, both 31 years old and both from Toronto, were on a week-long trip to New York. They'd both been here before on business in their respective jobs. Elliot was a financial advisor and Leonard a freelance book editor, but they had never visited together. A friend had recommended to Elliot that they stay at the Claxton 49, one of 4 Manhattan hotels owned and managed by the small Claxton chain. Elliot did the booking online after reading good things on TripAdvisor. Well, his review was not going to be like the others. He'd already been writing it in his head. It was going to read something like this. This 30-story hotel may be clean and centrally located, and the staff are nice enough, but do not go here unless you love to wait for 5 fucking hours for the elevator to arrive. This had been their experience since day one. They were on the 15th floor, the building's midpoint. Had they been given a room on a lower floor, they would have used the stairs. And even now, Elliot was considering them. Descending was a lot easier than ascending. Not that the two of them weren't in good shape, but sometimes, after 7 or 8 hours of walking all over Manhattan, the last thing you wanted to face when you got back to the hotel was a grueling climb. Elliot was watching the numbered lights to see where the 2 elevators were. One was at the 5th floor and moving up. The other was on the 20th floor and moving down. And the time the elevators were spending on each number was evidence that many guests were boarding and exiting. The ascending elevator stopped at 7, then 9, then 12. Elliot was hopeful that last person to disembark would be at 15, meaning they could step right on and go down. But the descending elevator was now on the move, heading toward them. Only 2 floors away now. Why don't you press it again? Leonard said. Elliot gave him a look, knowing he was being needled. But that didn't stop him from doing exactly what Leonard asked. He hit the button. He attacked the button. The descending elevator stopped 1 floor above them. This has to be it, Leonard said, striking an optimistic note, hoping his partner would calm down. The elevator moved. They heard it whiz past in the shaft. It did not stop for them. The light flashed at 14, 12, 9. It was heading straight to the lobby. Elliot, in a sign of defeat, slowly leaned his head forward and rested it on the wall above the buttons. The elevator coming up went right past 15 and stopped at 22. Leonard watched, wondering if it would keep on going up or start coming back down. Now, it was coming down. Elliot, he said cautiously. Elliot raised his head slowly, then looked up at the numbers. The second elevator was 3, 2, 1 floor away. They did not hear the sound of something whooshing past. The elevator sounded as though it was coming to a stop. And then the doors opened. "Sweet Jesus, it's a miracle," said Elliot. That was the good news. The bad news was that the car was nearly full. Jammed into the back were an elderly couple who were clearly at the end of their stay, each one clutching the handle of a wheeled carry-on bag. Also on board were a 40-ish woman in a pink tracksuit and 2 teenage girls, also in matching tracksuits and running shoes. Elliot didn't have to be Sherlock Holmes to figure out these were the woman's daughters. At least there was still just enough room for him and Leonard to get on without having to scrunch shoulders. No one said anything as they boarded, but there seemed a collective sense of despair in the car. The others had been waiting an eternity as well for this ride to street level. Leonard went to press the L for lobby, but it was already lit. The car began to descend, and then stopped. They had gone 1 entire floor. One of the teenage girls said, "Of course." The doors parted to reveal a young couple, and Elliot wanted to scream, a stroller with a small child in it. Said Elliot. "I don't think so. We're pretty full here." "No, we can do it," the father said, pushing in the stroller first, bumping the tiny rubber wheels over the metal edge. Everyone else in the elevator had to back up. Once the father had the stroller in, he positioned it sideways so as to make space for the mother. She stepped in and waited for the doors to close. "I always wanted to feel like a sardine," Leonard whispered into his partner's ear. Someone had to say it, Elliot thought. The elevator descended 1 more floor and then stopped again. A groan slipped through the lips of everyone in the elevator, with the exception of the couple who had just entered, and their child, of course, who was oblivious to everyone else's aggravation. "Seriously, this is too much," said the elderly man to his wife. "The way this is going, we'll miss our flight," she said softly. "If there's traffic, we'll never get to LaGuardia in time." The doors parted. Everyone thought, "Jesus Christ, no!" Before them stood a man in his early 20s, about 5'10", and easily 300 pounds. He was decked out in a pair of shorts and a pair of oversized, unlaced sneakers and an "I Love New York" sleeveless shirt where love was a heart symbol. The thick laces trailed behind him like bright orange worms. "I really think you're going to have to wait for the next one," Elliot said. "Fuck that," he said. "I've been standing here 10 minutes. He started to board, forcing his body into the mass of human flesh. The small boy in the stroller looked up wide-eyed at this towering mass of person hovering over him. The large man continued to force everyone to squeeze back even farther. The older woman said, "I don't think I can breathe," although that might have had less to do with being compressed and more to do with the newest passenger's sleeveless shirt. He was, not to put too fine a point on it, aromatic. Everyone was jammed in so tightly that the man did not even try to turn around. He faced the back wall of the elevator and said to one of the teenage girls who was closest to the panel of buttons, "Can you hit lobby?" "It already is," she said. Her sister said, "Hit the close button." "The what?" She pointed to the button with the 2 triangular symbols pointing at each other. Her sister hit the button. The doors started to close, then bounced back. The newest passenger's butt was in the way. It was the girl's mother's turn to speak up. "Honestly, I think you're going to have to take the next." But rather than get off, the man pushed in even farther, his belly hovering over the head of the child in the stroller. The girl pushed the button again. The doors once again attempted to close, and this time they made it. "Shit," said one of the girls, looking down. The door had closed on a trailing orange shoelace from one of the big man's unlaced sneakers. As the car started to move downward, the slack went out of the lace. In less than a second, the shoe it was attached to was dragged suddenly to the door, which pitched the large man forward. As his meaty leg was yanked upward, the top half of his body toppled. Like a great oak falling in the forest, he went straight to the floor, narrowly missing the child, but hitting the arms of the stroller, pitching the boy upward like he was on a teeter-totter and someone had dropped a boulder at the other end. Everyone screamed. The teenage girl's screams came out more like shrieks. No sooner had the big man hit the floor than he started to lift up as his one leg headed toward the top of the door. But then the shoe was ripped from his foot. He came crashing down again. The shoe sailed up to the center of the door until the lace snapped and it dropped back down. "Benji!" the mother screamed, reaching over the man to see that her child was okay. "Fucking hell!" Elliot shouted. Somehow, impossibly, everyone had pushed back to allow room for the fallen man. The girls were literally perched on Leonard's feet. The child's father's arms were spread wide against the wall of the car. The toddler was crying. The stroller was a write-off. And then, the doors opened. They had reached the lobby. Half a dozen people waiting to board recoiled in horror at the sight of the collapsed man. The girls managed to step around him, quickly followed by their mother. Once out, they stopped and turned to offer help. The big man slowly got up off the floor. Elliot actually extended a hand to help him. "You okay?" he asked. The man nodded, then spotted his shoe, minus half a lace, on the floor of the car. Leonard grabbed it and handed it over. "Please," said the older woman, still at the back of the car. "Let us out. We have to catch a plane." She and her husband navigated their way around the others, but as soon as they exited the elevator, they were faced with a throng of people who'd been waiting for it. "Look what you did," said the small child's mother, who now had the toddler in her arms and was pointing to the mangled stroller. Sorry," he said. "You should never have gotten on," the father said. "And Christ, maybe this'll teach you to tie up your shoes. I said I was sorry. Anyway, it's the hotel's fault. The door grabbed my lace." The parents shook their heads as they hauled the busted stroller off the elevator. "You sure you're okay?" Leonard asked. The big man nodded slowly. "I might have twisted my ankle," he said, looking down at his socked foot. "But I guess I'm all right." "Okay," he said, then looked at Elliot and gave him a shrug that said, "I guess we're done here." As the two headed through the lobby, Elliot said, "I thought that guy was going to lose his leg or something." "I want my granola parfait from Le Pain Quotidien," Leonard said, "and then we're going to see if we can move to another hotel." Elliot smiled. "So now you're the one who's fed up." As they came out of the hotel, Leonard said, "That guy could have crushed us to death." "So, what? You're looking for a hotel that bans fatties? That sounds very un-PC." They took a moment to get their bearings as they stood on the sidewalk. A yellow Prius cab was working its way down the street. Leonard pointed east. "It's that way." "No," Elliot said, grabbing his arm. "I'm pretty sure Le Pen's that way." The cab was 60 feet away. "Wait," Leonard said, looking one way and then the other. "I hate to admit this, but I think you're right." The cab passed by the hotel doors. "Okay then, let's..." And that was when the bomb in the Prius exploded. 36. 3 minutes after the taxi explosion on East 49th Street, 8 people were huddled out in front of the 3 elevators in the lobby of the 20-story Gormley building on 7th Avenue between 16th and 17th Streets. A man and a woman who were closest to the closed doors were both gazing at their phones. The woman was reading the New York Times, and the man was scanning information from an app that tracked the stock market. He shook his head slowly, not liking what he was seeing. Of the 6 people behind them, most were on phones. Others sipped expensive lattes from Starbucks cups. Every few seconds, someone would glance upward to see what floor the car was currently on. It had been up on the 18th floor, but was heading their way. About 10 seconds later, the doors parted. The man and woman who'd been standing closest each took a step forward without looking up from their phones, and went down. There was no car. Odds were they might have survived. It was not as though they stepped into the shaft 20 floors up. They plunged, but only as far as the basement. There was only 1 floor below the lobby level. There was no parking garage beneath the Gormley building, so the elevator did not go any great distance below the street. The shaft, however, did extend slightly farther than the basement level into a pit that accommodated elevator servicing. It was into this pit that the 2 people fell. As they pitched forward through the open doorway, screams erupted from those directly behind them. No one else blindly followed them into the shaft. Once the cries of, "Oh my God," and "Holy shit," and "Fuck" subsided, a casually dressed man, with buds in his ears, leaned into the opening and looked down. The 2 people were rag dolls, their arms and legs a twisted mess. The floor of the shaft was dirty, and the grimy cement walls were lined with cables and tracks. The fallen man was struggling to move one of his arms. The woman could be heard moaning. "They're alive!" said the earbuds guy, glancing back at the others as he yanked on the wires that led up to his head. "Call 911! Someone with a phone in hand was already punching in the 3 numbers. The man with the earbuds leaned back into the shaft and shouted down to the 2 injured people, "Help's coming, hang in there!" A breathless, uniformed security guard arrived, pushing his way through the onlookers until he got to the opening. "What's going on? What's happened?" The earbud guy said. "Door open, no car, they went straight in." The security guard's eyes went wide. "Basement," he said. "We can get closer to them if we open the elevator doors in the—" And that was when they heard a mechanical noise. They both looked up. What they saw was the bottom of the elevator car, which had been all this time sitting at the 2nd floor. It was now slowly moving in a downward direction. "Fuck me," said the security guard, backing out of the shaft and pulling the other man with him. The car's descent was bafflingly and maddeningly slow. The base of the car had now moved below the top of the opening to the shaft. The inner doors of the elevator car were closed. While there was still a chance to see the bottom, the earbud guy noticed that the fallen man had actually managed to get to his knees. He was leaning over the woman, checking on her. As the car descended halfway past the opening, the security guard said, "Shit!" He reached over and hit the up button, hoping that would halt the elevator's progress, or at least make it come to a stop at the lobby level. That way, rescue crews would still be able to reach the injured by way of the basement elevator door. All the security guard had to do was grab the special elevator key. All elevators had a small, peephole-sized opening in the door into which the key could be inserted. Once turned, it would open the doors. It seemed like a plan. Briefly, the elevator car maintained its slow descent. It did not stop at the lobby level. It continued, slowly, on its inexorable downward path. The injured man, no longer visible, could be heard shouting, "Make it stop! Stop the fucking thing!" Frantically, the security guard, unable to think of anything else to do, kept jabbing at the button. "Come on! Stop, you son of a bitch!" The top of the elevator car now dropped below the level of the lobby floor. The screams from the man in the pit grew more intense and were joined by the woman. A bone-chilling, 2-person chorus of death. The elevator car, like some cunning animal moving in on its injured prey, maintained its slow descent until it finally came to a stop. The screaming ceased. 37. Eugene Clement was reading a print edition of the New York Times while, across the table from him in the hotel restaurant, his wife was looking at stories on a tablet. On the plate before her was her unfinished breakfast: some scraps of scrambled eggs, 1.5 slices of toast, a rasher of bacon. They'd exchanged only a few words since the night before, when Estelle had started asking him about that man he'd been talking to, then tried to move on to the subject of their sex life, which he had no interest in discussing. He'd been partly honest with her when he'd used stress as an excuse. He had been under a considerable mental strain lately. But the real truth was, he had lost interest. Not in sex, just in sex with Estelle. He'd found ways, back in their hometown and when he traveled the country without her on business, to meet his needs. Discreetly. What worried him as he sat here at breakfast had nothing to do with coming up with excuses for why Estelle didn't get his motor running the way she once did. What had him worried was her suspicion that their trip to New York had nothing to do with their anniversary. Which was, of course, correct. He'd been having to enjoy the flyover's activities from afar. It just wasn't very satisfying, watching a bombing in Seattle when you were several hundred miles away. But he wanted to have a front-row seat to see how the New York coastal elites reacted when the rubes struck back. Clement believed he had been successful up to now in keeping his wife from thinking that the flyovers would ever resort to violence. She appeared persuaded that the criticisms of the flyovers were unfounded. But then, she started asking about the man he'd spoken to briefly. Said she had seen him on more than one occasion. Clearly, Clement and Bucky had to be more careful moving forward. Eugene looked over his newspaper to find his coffee, noticed the food still on his wife's plate, and asked, "You didn't like your breakfast?" "It was fine," Estelle said, not looking away from the tablet. "I liked mine," he said. "Not that you asked." She looked up from the tablet. "What?" "Nothing," he said. Estelle said, "Maybe you need to let someone else lead the charge." Clement blinked. "I'm sorry, what?" "You say you're stressed out," she said. "So let someone else do it. Let someone else speak for the flyovers." "The work's not done," he said. "I have much to do." "And when will it be done?" she asked. "Tell me. What is it exactly that you're hoping to achieve? What is it you want?" This was not like her, challenging him on his mission. "Awareness, Estelle," he said. "I want to raise awareness." She sighed. "Like with that God-forsaken occupation?" she asked, loudly enough to be heard beyond their table. Clement glanced around quickly to see whether any of their fellow diners had noticed, then leaned over the table and glared at her. "For God's sake, keep your voice down," he whispered. "And we achieved a lot with that." Estelle shook her head sadly. "A bunch of grown men having a sit-in in a national park looking like fools. 10 days you were there. It was ridiculous. God knows how long it would have gone on if one of your brilliant partners in crime hadn't tried to sneak out to get Kentucky Fried Chicken and got himself nabbed by the FBI. Clement leaned back in his chair. "What's gotten into you lately?" "Certainly not you," she said icily. He felt his cheeks go hot. "You don't win a war with a single battle," he told her. "What we achieved with the occupation may not be evident for some time. These things are cumulative." She kept her voice to a whisper this time, but her anger was evident. "Who are you at war with, Eugene? Tell me. The other people in this restaurant? Our waiter? The people at the front desk? Are you at war with them?" Eugene breathed in slowly. Estelle had never been able to see the big picture. "A revolution takes time," he said. "A revolution," she said dismissively. "You're Paul Revere, is that it?" "Don't mock me." "And all these people who follow you, your acolytes. Half of them are out of their minds, you know. They're lunatics, blowing up coffee shops. The things you write, the things you say, they get people riled up." She paused. "I know you'd never want them to do those things, but you have to know you have an influence." Clement took a moment to compose himself. Slowly, he said, "I am here, right now, in this city, to celebrate our anniversary. I do not want to talk about my work. I do not want to talk about us. So get out your goddamn guidebook and pick some goddamn thing for us to do today, while I go take a goddamn piss." Estelle's jaw dropped. He threw his napkin onto the table and pushed back his chair. As he walked away, he took out his phone, opened an app, and scanned the latest headlines. There were 2 breaking stories. Details were sketchy, but there had been another elevator accident. 2 people were believed dead. And on West 49th Street, a taxi had exploded, killing 2 on the street and the driver. Clement slipped the phone back into his jacket and continued to the men's washroom, which was down a short hallway off the lobby. He pushed open the door and walked in slowly. The room appeared, at first, to be empty. He stood briefly in front of the mirror, ostensibly checking his appearance, running his hand over his thinning gray hair. He turned and took a step toward a row of urinals, glancing over his shoulder at the 3 stalls. 2 of the doors hung open, but the third was closed. In the gap at the bottom could be seen 2 shoes. Eugene chose the middle urinal and unzipped. While he stood there, he cleared his throat. Not once, but 3 distinctive times. From behind the closed stall, a voice Clement recognized as Bucky's said, "You up to speed?" "Yes," Clement said. "It's been quite a morning for the good folks of New York." "Yeah," Bucky said from inside the stall. "Any problems?" "No." Bucky paused, then said, "The cab was a Prius." "Nice touch," Clement said, giving his dick a shake. "I set it to go off 60 seconds after I got out. Any longer than that and another passenger might have noticed it in the back." "Where exactly did it go off?" "Out front of the Claxton Hotel." "Nice that it wasn't this one," Clement said. Sarcastically, he added, "I would hate for anything to put a damper on our anniversary weekend." He paused, then said, "Speaking of which, you need to be more careful. My wife's noticed you." "Shit. What'd you say?" "I said I didn't know what she was talking about." Clement zipped up. "At least Estelle isn't going to find us talking in here." He went back over to the row of sinks where he washed his hands slowly and methodically. The door opened, and another man walked in. Clement said, "Morning," just loud enough to send a signal to Bucky that their conversation was over. He held his hands under the dryer, but they were still damp when he returned to the hotel dining room. When he went back to the table, Estelle was not there. He scanned the room for her before sitting down. She'd gone back to their room, he figured. She was still angry with him. Fuck it, he thought. I'm going to have another cup of coffee. He spotted the waiter and waved a hand in the air. But then Estelle appeared and sat back down in her seat. She had several flyers in her hand advertising various city attractions. "Where were you?" he asked. "Just sorting out what I'm going to do today," she said. "I got tired of hunting through the guidebook. I got these by the front desk." She fanned them out on the table like playing cards, saw one she liked, and picked it up. "The Guggenheim," she said. Clement nodded. "Sure, we can do that." Estelle shook her head. That's what I'm doing. She gathered up the other flyers and tossed them to his side of the table. I'm sure you'll find something just as interesting. 38. Barbara saw a tweet about the exploding taxi on East 49th Street. She went to the link, but there wasn't much more detail there than there had been on the Twitter feed. She was in her kitchen nook, the laptop on her table, sipping on cold coffee, and had been thinking maybe she should get dressed, wishing she had an apartment as nice as Chris Valens's, when she saw the news. God, she said, reading about the taxi. Another ISIS-inspired nutcase, she figured. Once or twice a year, it seemed, New York had to endure some numbnut would-be terrorist acting alone who had put together some half-assed bomb and then tried to detonate it in Penn Station or the Port Authority or Times Square. Sometimes these assholes did real damage, and other times the things went off before they could even get them out of their apartment. The ones that often created the most mayhem didn't have to build a bomb at all. They just got behind the wheel of a truck and ran people down. These days, anytime anything bad happened, the first thought was, is it terrorism? But what happened on 49th Street might turn out not to be a bombing. Maybe a gas main under the street blew up as the taxi was driving over it. It was possible the cab blew up for reasons unrelated to a bomb. The incident had only happened in the last half hour and not much was known. Barbara briefly considered turning on the TV, then decided she'd check later. She reread the column she had posted late the previous day. There were a few more comments, none remotely helpful. She was going to try again today to get some kind of statement from any governmental body that would talk to her. Homeland, FBI, the NYPD, somebody. She'd call Animal Control if she thought anyone there had a clue. Why, she wanted to ask them, had at least 2 families connected to these elevator deaths been asked to keep their mouths shut? Barbara looked through her own contacts in her phone, making a note of those who might be helpful, then went online looking for other possible leads. She made a list of the people she wanted to reach. She had a source inside the NYPD. Not an actual cop or a detective, but a woman in the city's public information office. Barbara had her private cell phone number. She brought up the contact on her own phone and tapped it. Several seconds later, a woman said, "Hey." "Yeah, hi, it's me. Long time no chat." I was starting to feel neglected and relieved at the same time, the woman said. "Look, I'm trying to nail something down and I'm not getting anywhere yet." "On what?" "The elevator accidents on Monday and Tuesday. I'm getting the sense interest in those has gone way up the food chain, but I don't know why. Like maybe Homeland or the FBI is sniffing around? Why the hell would that be happening?" "If that's true, I haven't heard anything, but they're like industrial accidents. But some of the families of the victims have been told to keep a low profile on this, not raise a fuss, so..." "Shut up and listen." Barbara paused. "Okay." "It's not 2, it's 3. "What?" "Are you near a TV?" "No, I live on Neptune. Of course I'm near..." "Turn it on." Barbara got up out of the kitchen chair and strolled into the living area of her apartment, the cell phone still glued to her ear. She picked up the remote with her free hand, fired up the flat screen, and went to one of the 24-hour news channels. "In 3 days," said a woman with a mic in hand. While Barbara recognized the reporter, Liza Bentley, she did not recognize the building she was standing out front of. But she watched the crawl at the bottom of the screen, which read, "2 dead in 7th Avenue elevator disaster." "This is not happening," Barbara said under her breath. "You talking to me?" said her source. "What's going on?" Barbara asked. "This can't be coincidence." "Well," the woman said slowly, as if debating if she should continue. "I did hear something." Barbara muted the TV. "What did you hear?" There was nothing on paper, no emails. But a lot of calls have been made to landlords. Landlords? Building owners, property managers, that bunch. The word was to keep it on the down low. Down low? I've always wanted to say that, the woman said. Anyway, the city doesn't have enough elevator inspectors to do this on their own, so everyone's been asked to check their buildings. For what? Barbara asked. I don't know, she said. But whatever's happening, a defect or whatever, they're afraid it's going viral. Can elevators get a virus? I don't mean it like that. The woman paused. Unless, maybe I do. Thing is, there's more than 60,000 elevators in the city. It's going to take a while to get to all of them. Then why not go public? Barbara asked. Get the word out. Why haven't you put out a statement? Hey, I just work here. They want to tell the world something? I'm on it. Panic, Barbara said. What? They don't want to start a panic. If there's anything to actually panic about, Barbara laughed. People don't always need a sound reason to go into panic mode. Look, I gotta go. Let me leave you with one bit of advice, okay? Take the stairs. 39. I don't think you can wait any longer, Valerie told the mayor. You have to say something, a press conference. Richard Headley was circling his desk, pacing, running his hands slowly over his head. Christ, he muttered. What the hell am I supposed to tell people? Don't use the fucking elevators? In this city? Might as well tell them not to honk their horns. Valerie nodded sympathetically. I know. If we put our heads together, maybe we can come up with something that... And where the hell is Glover? He asked, stopping and looking at the door, as if expecting his son to walk through it at any second. I don't know, Valerie said. I'll text him. Headley waved a dismissive hand. Never mind. I don't know what help he'd be anyway. Valerie, who had been standing in the middle of the room, took a step closer. Mr. Mayor? A pause. Richard. He stopped pacing at the sound of his name, looked at her, and waited. It may not be my place to speak to this, she said. I'm sure it isn't, the mayor said. I say this with the best of intentions. Go ahead, Valerie, just say it. About Glover. What about Glover? I'm worried about his self-esteem. The mayor cocked his head slightly to one side. His look bordered on amused. Self-esteem. I know we talked about this the other day, that his real talents lie in other areas, but you're awfully hard on him. He's trying so hard to please you, but he can't seem to get anything right in your eyes, and I'm not just worried about him. It's you I'm worried about. Why? Things get out. People talk, people observe. Moving forward, we're working very hard to craft an image of you that voters will like. She cleared her throat. Like more. They see the way you treat Glover, they form an opinion. That you're, well, something of a bully where your own son is concerned. It doesn't play well. Headley grunted. Valerie stood a little straighter, steeling herself for the onslaught she thought was probably coming. Look, you're a complex individual. You can be tough, even cruel, but there is another side to you, and I've seen it. You can be compassionate. I know there are things you care about, the environment for one. But it's not enough to care about the planet, you have to care about the people on it. Headley looked bemused. Valerie continued. There are going to be more stories about you moving forward, profiles. We're looking for someone else to ghostwrite your bio now that Barbara Matheson has passed. Headley snorted derisively. One of Glover's bright ideas. Maybe it was a better one than we think. She could have done a good job if we'd agreed to give her a bit of leeway. He shook his head. As I was saying, there will be more profiles, many of which we'll have no control over, and that means people who work for and with you will be approached. There's a good chance a lot of them will speak off the record, especially if they feel they've been insulted or slighted by you. They'll talk about what they've seen. How you've treated Glover might be one of the things that comes out. And it will reflect badly on you. The fact is, there's already talk about it. There's even a Twitter account that... Headley raised a hand, silencing her. He slowly wandered behind his desk and sat in his plush, oversized chair. He lowered his head briefly, placing his palms on his forehead before looking up again. Okay, so I'll never win Father of the Year, he said. But the fact that I have him here working in this administration is to try to make up for the missteps I've made over the years. If he were anyone else, I'd have fired him by now, most likely. He's a bright kid, Richard. He's the most tech-savvy guy I know. Policy, okay, that's not his strong suit. He's too young, doesn't have the experience. Put him somewhere where he shines 24/7, like polling and data analysis. He just did a new hire down there. Liberate him from being part of the inner circle. Let him do his thing without having to make you happy every day. The mayor appeared to be considering Valerie's words. He looked away and said quietly, He humiliated me. It took me years to live that down. Valerie sighed. You're better than this. You can bet, when and if I announce for anything, they'll dig up that clip of him crying for the cameras. He was a kid, Valerie said. He was a kid who watched his mother die while you were out. She stopped herself. Headley gave her a cold stare. Fucking her nurse? Valerie nodded slowly. I might have put it another way, but yes. The mayor's face softened. My own father was a son of a bitch. I know. Treated me like shit. He shook his head. I hated him. I still hate him. And he's been dead for 16 years, the shit he made me do. But at the same time, I'm grateful, you know? I think so, Valerie said. He gave me the strength to make hard decisions. I had to execute his orders or face his wrath. It made me tough. He paused, struck by a memory. One time, he made me evict this couple. The husband had lost his job and his wife had just had a baby, had some sort of health complications, but they were 4 months behind in the rent. We were a business, not a charity. They had to go. Valerie looked as though she'd caught wind of a sewage leak. Jesus. You tell that story like you're proud of it. God help us if that finds its way into your bio. Headley blinked, as if not realizing how the tale made him look. Yeah, okay, I take your point. But it was not the point I was trying to make. I learned to do what had to be done. I grew a spine working for my dad. Except when it came to standing up to him. You could have said no when he told you to put that family onto the street. Headley gave his assistant a withering gaze. She just wasn't getting it. All I'm trying to do with Glover is make him tough too. I see, Valerie said. God. You're looking at me just the way his mother used to, the mayor said. Now it was Valerie's turn to gaze witheringly. You don't have to make the same mistakes with your own son that your father made with you. The look he gave her was a mix of contempt and admiration. You got some balls talking to me this way. If you don't want to hear the truth, Richard, hire someone else. His mouth slowly morphed into a crooked smile before his face once again turned grim. Set it up. Oppressor with the chief and that smug asshole from Homeland. Maybe not Homeland, Valerie advised. We don't want to scare everyone to death. You put Homeland on stage and we're talking terrorism, no doubt about it. Headley gave that a thought. Okay. And we better bring in what's-his-name, our elevator guy, in case there are any technical questions." "On it," she said. As she went for the door, it opened. Glover strode into the room. "There's been another one," he said breathlessly. "Another elevator tragedy." Headley looked at his son pityingly, then at Valerie. "Breaking news." She gave her boss a sharp, disapproving look that said, "You just can't help yourself, can you?" 40. Alexander Veselov, the Russian ambassador to the United States, was walking through Grand Central Terminal when he turned into Hudson News. He perused the front pages of the various newspapers and settled on a copy of the Wall Street Journal. He picked it up, his eye immediately going to a story above the fold about the death of Dr. Fenya Petrov in an elevator mishap. Shouldered into the piece was a one-column sidebar story with the headline, "Is it safe to ride a city elevator?" He took a $10 bill from his pocket and handed it to the woman behind the counter. Once he'd pocketed his change, he folded the paper once and tucked it under his arm. He did not head back out into the terminal, instead deciding to peruse the periodicals. Hudson News had hundreds of magazines to choose from, as well as a selection of books. Veselov first wandered over to the news magazines. He glanced at the covers of Time and The Economist, leafed through the pages of The New Yorker and read the captions on the cartoons and didn't laugh at a single one. He'd never understood them. He put The New Yorker back and moved to the car section. Articles about cars needed no cultural translation. Veselov reached for a copy of Automobile, lightly bumping shoulders with another man who was glancing through the pages of Motor Trend. The other man was several inches taller than Veselov and in much better physical shape. Veselov's shoulders were permanently hunched. He was round in the middle and thick in the neck, his skin sickly pale. The other man was lean and trim, tanned, and his black business suit fit him perfectly. "So," Veselov said quietly. His eyes focused on the magazine. "Yes," said the other man, his voice low. "It's done. There's nothing else for you at this time." Veselov flipped the page, saw an article about an upcoming all-electric Porsche. "If we need you, we'll be in touch. A deposit has been made in the usual account." "You didn't need to do that." "We had a deal. Petrov is no longer a threat." "Yes, but—" "Don't protest. We had an arrangement. Things turned out a little differently than expected, but we had the result we wanted. Maybe the next one, you'll give us a discount." "Seems fair," the other man said. "You have a bit of extra time. See the sights." The man chuckled. "Maybe not the Empire State Building." "No, it does not seem like a good week for those kinds of attractions." "You know where I would like to go?" "Iowa." "Iowa," said Veselov. "Nobody comes to America and goes to Iowa." "You see Field of Dreams? It is my favorite movie." Veselov shrugged. "Fine. Go to Iowa. See corn." The ambassador put the car magazine back, turned, and walked away without saying another word. The second man waited the better part of a minute before heading back out into the terminal. A third man, who'd had his back to the other two as he leafed through the pages of a Sports Illustrated, took out his cell phone. He entered a number, placed the phone up to his ear. Someone answered before the first ring had finished. "Get me Cartland," he said. 41. Jerry Burke had staked out a spot on Grove Street, leaning up against a tree growing out of the sidewalk between Bedford and Bleecker. Beautiful old brownstones, tall, leafy trees, plenty of interesting shops and cafes and restaurants. Burke had always loved Greenwich Village and wished he lived here. You could almost imagine that you were in a world separate from the rest of New York City. Maybe it was the trees that worked to muffle the horns and sirens and growling engines that were only a block away. Some mornings, like this one, he'd come here before the start of his shift to see how she was doing. Amanda. She would have had her second birthday by now. She was only a year and a half old when her mother, Sasha Woodrow, was shot to death by Blair Evans. Burke had been here enough times to know the routine. The nanny, a young woman in her 20s, would arrive at 7:30 on the dot every morning, Monday to Friday. Sasha's husband, Leslie, would leave roughly 15 minutes later. The front door would open and Leslie, dressed nattily in suit and tie, would carefully bring out a bike and gingerly roll it down the steps to the sidewalk. He would then mount it and pedal off to his Wall Street job. Burke thought it was foolish of him not to wear a helmet. Amanda had already lost one parent. Why was he willing to take the risk that she might lose two? It was all he could do every morning he was here and saw this, not to say something to him. But he held his tongue, because if he were Leslie Woodrow, his comeback would be, well, maybe if you hadn't dived out of the way, Amanda wouldn't already be down one parent. Burke surmised that Leslie got Amanda up and dressed, and that he also gave her breakfast, because most mornings that he was there, he witnessed the nanny emerging from the brownstone within 15 minutes of the father's departure. Clearly, there was not enough time for the nanny to accomplish all those things. Burke often imagined Leslie sitting at breakfast with his daughter, sharing a piece of toast with her, giving her some Cheerios to play with, hopeful that more of them would end up in her mouth than on the floor. The nanny, Burke wished he knew her name, and even though he had the skills to find out, he had resisted doing so, liked to take Amanda out for a stroll first thing every morning, unless it was raining. Today was no exception. The door to the brownstone opened, and out came the nanny with Amanda in one arm and a small folded-up stroller in the other. Once she had locked the door and made her way down to the sidewalk, the nanny set Amanda down briefly and quickly unfolded the stroller before the child could wander off. Once Amanda settled into it, the nanny buckled her in. Very smart, Burke thought. Burke believed the nanny was from France, here on a visa perhaps. Maybe a student taking courses at night while she worked for Leslie Woodrow through the day. Burke often heard her speaking French to the child as they went past. How nice for Amanda to acquire some proficiency in a second language at such an early age. Too bad about the way it had to happen, of course. Burke was discreet. He kept his distance. He turned away or crossed the street when the nanny approached with the stroller. He knew he shouldn't be spying this way, but Burke needed constant assurance. He needed to know Amanda was okay. He needed to know she was happy, that she was not traumatized, like him. If Amanda happened to be kicking her feet, or babbling cheerfully, or looking at the world with wonder and curiosity, Burke felt hopeful. Those were all good signs, weren't they? If you were consumed with the memory of your mother being shot, of her blood spilling directly onto you like warm red rain, those things would not be possible, right? Burke wanted to believe Amanda had a chance of being a normal, healthy, happy child. Sure, not having a mother put her behind the 8 ball from the get-go, but Burke had to believe that eventually she would get past that. And who knew? Perhaps one day Leslie would find someone else. A new wife, a mother for Amanda. Hell, maybe he'd marry the nanny. It had happened before. Burke watched Leslie for signs every morning, too. Those first couple of months, Leslie did not ride his bike. After the arrival of the nanny, and Burke believed the woman had been hired only after the mother's death, He would come down the steps to the street like a dead man walking. He shuffled more than walked. The man was visibly consumed with grief. The next time Burke staked out a spot in the morning, Leslie had the bike. To Burke, the bicycle represented some level of recovery, a desire to face the day with more energy, to embrace it with speed. In fact, as the weeks and months went on, he took off from his Grove Street residence with what struck Burke as enthusiasm. Good, Burke had thought. That's good. Guilt-ridden as he was over the woman's death, he was desperate for evidence that Leslie and Amanda were moving forward. Not that Sasha's death wouldn't haunt them forever. It certainly would Burke. Maybe he was kidding himself, seeing signs that were not there in a bid to ease his conscience. He wasn't looking for forgiveness. He had no reason to expect that. But if Leslie and Amanda could build a future together, maybe Burke could breathe a little easier. Literally. As the stroller approached, Burke saw Amanda was playing with something. It was a small rubber airplane, and Amanda was zooming it around, holding it up against the sky, imagining it up there. Her lips vibrated as she mimicked the sounds of the jet engine, the lips that tasted her mother's blood. Burke felt his windpipe tighten. He stood up straight, no longer using the tree to support himself. He reached into his pocket for his inhaler. Just one quick shot, that was all he needed. He uncapped it and brought it up to his mouth. "Hey," someone said. Burke brought the inhaler down and shoved it into his pocket as he turned to find the nanny looking at him. "Yes," he said. "Who are you?" she asked. She enunciated perfectly, but her French accent was impossible to miss. "I'm sorry. I've seen you before. Are you watching us?" "No. I'm just waiting here to meet a friend. I know I've seen you. Next time, I'll call the police." Burke, feeling his air passages constricting further, said, "I am the police." He quickly flashed his ID. "I'm keeping an eye on someone farther down the street. I'd appreciate it if you didn't say anything." The nanny's mouth went round in an "oh" gesture. "Sorry," she whispered, and moved along red-faced. Burke put the inhaler into his mouth and squeezed. He'd initially thought he only needed one shot, but now he took two. He fumbled as he tried to put it back into his pocket and dropped it instead. He bent over, snatched it up off the sidewalk, and dusted it off before tucking it away. He could never do this again. If the nanny spotted him a second time, he'd have too much explaining to do. The cell phone in his pocket rang. He brought it out, saw who it was, and put the phone to his ear. "Yeah," he said. "Where are you?" Lois Delgado asked. "On my way in." "Yeah, well, get a move on. We've been reassigned." "To what?" "They're pulling together some kind of task force on the elevator accidents. There's 3 now." 3? "Yeah. 2 might be coincidence, but 3's a clusterfuck. When the captain told them about our auto guy, they pulled us in." "We don't know that there's a connection." He paused. "But we don't know that there isn't. I'm hearing Homeland is involved." Burke said nothing. He looked up the street, saw the nanny and Amanda turn the corner. "You there?" "Yeah." "I think they must be expecting some kind of panic. The mayor's about to make some kind of statement." "I feel calmer already," Burke said. 42. "Thanks for coming," Mayor Richard Headley said to the gathered media in the press room at City Hall. Valerie had emailed all the usual suspects a release saying the mayor would be making an important statement at noon. She offered no further details. At least a dozen reporters and news editors emailed back asking what he'd be talking about. Valerie did not respond. That pretty much guaranteed everyone would show up. The room was jammed with reporters, print, network, radio. Many of them were chatting, asking each other if they had any idea what was going on. Valerie provided a short introduction that amounted to little more than Mayor Richard Headley, before turning over the podium to her boss. Standing well off to the side were Glover and Valens. On stage with the mayor were Police Chief Annette Washington and Martin Fleck, the elevator expert. The mayor cleared his throat after his thank you and welcome, and took a drink of water from a glass left for him on the podium. He was about to speak when someone shouted out a question. Was the taxi explosion terrorism related? The question appeared to throw off the mayor before he'd had a chance to begin reading from his prepared text. That one reporter's question was a dam burster. Others began shouting questions. How many were killed in the explosion? Was the driver a terrorist? Is this a suicide bombing? Was the bomb left in the car by a passenger? The mayor held up a hand and waited until everyone had quieted down. Any questions about the taxi incident I will leave for Chief Washington here. Right now, I'm going to address another potential concern for the citizens of New York. As you know, there have been 3 tragic incidents involving elevators in the last 3 days. The first, on Monday, claimed 4 lives, including well-known entertainment producer Sherry D'Agostino and lawyer Barton Fieldgate. A terrible loss to the city and to their families. At the time, it was believed some sort of random malfunction was the cause. But then, on Tuesday, another elevator incident took the life of a renowned Russian scientist, Vanya Petrov, who was here doing work at Rockefeller University. I have been in contact with the Russian ambassador and assured him we are doing everything we can to find out what happened. But even before I could make much headway there, we had another incident this morning in which 2 people were killed. A stirring went through the crowd. Headley said, We have reason to suspect that these 3 incidents are not coincidental and are, in fact, related. How? Shouted one reporter. I'm getting to that, the mayor said, giving the reporter a harsh shut the fuck up and let me finish look. Without getting into the details, there is a commonality to all these events that has raised our concern level. So, I have directed the city's inspection force to begin a comprehensive check of all elevators in all 5 boroughs. Needless to say, this is a time-consuming task, so we are asking for the assistance of property management departments to initiate their own inspections. The assembled media was getting increasingly restless. Another reporter shouted out, So are we talking a mechanical issue here? Some failed part that's in lots of different elevators across the city? And if so, why are the failures happening at the same time? This is the sort of thing we're looking into, Headley said, irritated. The constant interruptions were throwing him off his game. I can say that my information is that the FBI or Homeland Security are involved, which would be kind of weird if it's just a mechanical issue. A different voice. Female. Headley squinted, trying to see past the lights to spot who had asked the question. Would that be Ms. Matheson? Yes, said Barbara. Am I wrong about that? That the feds have taken an interest? The mayor paused a moment. DHS is involved, yes, he said slowly. Was it Homeland Security, then, that was going to the families of the deceased and asking them to keep a low profile? To not ask too many questions, at least at this stage? I'm not in a position to answer that, Headley said. We'd need someone from Homeland to field that. Is it because they didn't want to cause a panic before they had more details? I'd encourage you to give them a call. Oh, I've been trying, Barbara said. Wouldn't Homeland's involvement suggest what you're dealing with here is, in fact, terrorism? That these elevator malfunctions are actually sabotage? That they're deliberate acts? The buzz that was moving through the room began to grow louder. A reporter from the Daily News shouted out, If this is deliberate, who's doing it? Has anyone claimed responsibility? The mayor looked at Chief Washington. She nodded and stepped forward to the microphone. No one has claimed responsibility, she said. And just to clarify what the mayor was saying, we do not know with 100% certainty that there was deliberate tampering. but we are seriously looking at that possibility. Is this related to the flyovers? Asked a woman from Fox News. We have no reason to... Because, she continued, someone claiming to be inspired by them just claimed responsibility for the taxi bombing. It's on Twitter. Washington blinked. Everyone in the room turned to look at the woman from Fox. I'm not familiar with that tweet, Washington said, grimacing. Twitter is not my #1 news source. Is it possible the explosion and the elevator incident at the Gormley building on 7th Avenue are linked? They happened at exactly the same time. Again, that will be part of our investigation. We're in the very early stages. I'd like to turn it back over to the mayor. The mayor resumed his spot at the podium and said, Thank you, Chief. Moving on, I'd like to point out that, is it safe to take an elevator in this city? It was Barbara's question. The room went silent as everyone waited for the mayor's answer. But instead of doing that, the mayor turned to Fleck and waved him forward. I'd like to introduce Martin Fleck from the Department of Buildings. He can speak to the issue of elevator safety and deal with the more technical questions. As Fleck approached the mic, the mayor whispered, Try to keep it upbeat. Fleck gave him a sharp look as if to say, Seriously? But as he stood before the podium, he did his best to project calm. To address that last question, he said, the facts bear out that elevators are very, very safe. Accidents are extremely rare. In fact, most fatalities related to elevators involve servicemen, not the general public. There are many safety features built into any elevator system that... A woman from the Post cut him off. Yeah, but we're not talking about that kind of thing. We're talking about terrorists cutting the cables. Fleck held up a palm to the crowd. No one said anything about cutting cables, and no one up here used the word terrorist. The cables were not, as you say, cut on these elevators. Then what did happen? Fleck said, It's more like they were hacked. There was a sudden eruption of questions. With everyone shouting queries at once, Fleck looked like a bunny cornered by a wolf pack. How? Barbara managed to shout over the others. Do you hack an elevator? Is that actually possible? Well, it would be very difficult, Fleck said. It would demand a very high level of expertise, and even if you had that kind of knowledge, you would need a device that... What kind of device? It was the woman from the Post again. In simplest terms, it's like a TV remote that allows one to control all of an elevator's functions. The guy from New York 1 said, That sounds like something out of a Mission Impossible movie. You can't do that in the real world, can you? If you knew all the various security codes, yes, in fact, you can. It can be plugged right into a building's elevator system. Now, if someone were outside the building and knew how to access the overall security system, one could then tap into the elevator system. Fleck, now that he was really getting into his area of expertise, was starting to look more comfortable, but Headley appeared increasingly uneasy. Holy shit! One of the reporters exclaimed. A tall, handsome man from the local NBC affiliate finally got a question in. But a device like that would be very hard to get hold of, wouldn't it? In fact, said Fleck, no, you can buy one for about $500 on... The mayor came up alongside Fleck and edged him away from the microphone. Thanks very much, Martin. I'll take it from here. The reason I called this news conference was to inform the public that we are investigating all of these incidents very carefully and asking that if anyone sees something that is remotely suspicious to please alert... Barbara called out, Excuse me. The mayor ignored her. What we are imploring people to do is... I had a question that never got answered, Barbara said, making herself heard above the mayor. Headley, looking visibly pained, looked at Barbara and asked, What question was that? Barbara took half a second to compose herself, then said, sounding out each word clearly and succinctly, Is it, or is it not, safe to take an elevator in the city of New York? The mayor looked grim. Everyone in the room seemed to be holding their breath. I don't know. he said finally. 43. Within minutes of the mayor's "I don't know," the story was the lead item on all city, state, and national newscasts. CNN interrupted regular programming with its breaking news logo, and a grim-faced Wolf Blitzer told the world how the mayor of one of the biggest and most vertical cities in the world could not say with any assurance whatsoever that the city's thousands of elevators were safe. After 3 elevator tragedies in as many days, Blitzer said, New York is now facing the possibility of a serial saboteur. There is evidence to suggest that all 3 incidents in random buildings across the city are connected. Stunningly, it was revealed moments ago that these elevators may have been hacked, raising the horrifying specter that these conveyances that carry millions of people every day could be remotely manipulated. This startling news comes at the same time as the Flyovers, a militant domestic group believed to be responsible for terrorist acts in several coastal cities, has claimed responsibility for a taxi bombing in New York that claimed not only the life of the driver, but 2 visitors from Canada who had just stepped out of a hotel on East 49th Street. The head of the New York Police Department could not say one way or another whether the Flyovers group is actually behind the taxi bombing or if it has a hand in the elevator crisis. The New York Times website updated within minutes of Mayor Richard Headley's news conference. Its banner headline read, "Elevator plunges linked. Sabotage suspected." Below that ran a secondary headline, "Mayor Headley fails to calm a nervous city." The New York Daily News, predictably, was less subtle about the mayor's inability to reassure his constituents that it was safe to get into a city elevator. Paired with a picture of the mayor looking glumly down at his notes was the headline, "Nice going, Dick," followed by a secondary headline reading, "Head case doesn't know if hacked elevator's safe." Immediately after the news conference, with 2 thumbs working at lightning speed, Barbara wrote a column on her phone and emailed it to her editor at Manhattan Today. It was posted to the website less than a minute later under the headline, "Mayor gives city the shaft when it comes to elevator safety." By Barbara Matheson. In what has to go down in the books as one of the most disastrous press conferences in New York City history, an inept Mayor Richard Headley told the city 2 startling things. The first was that someone, or some group, is deliberately killing New Yorkers by taking over the operation of elevators with malicious intent. But, as troubling as that news is, the second tidbit is worse. Our mayor hasn't got a clue what to do about it. Appearing with the chief of police and a flunky from the city department that oversees elevator safety, the mayor offered a blunt, "I don't know," when asked whether you can get into one of these devices and expect to get out of it alive. Consider what has happened since Monday. 4 dead when an elevator in the Lansing Tower plunged. A visiting Russian scientist beheaded as she attempted to escape her car when it was stuck, with the doors open between floors. And early this morning, 2 people crushed to death in the Gormley building after they fell into the bottom of the shaft and the car came down on top of them. What may happen tomorrow, and what plan, if any, does the city have to deal with this? As if that weren't enough to worry about, a New York cab blew up this morning, killing at least 3 people, but don't ask the mayor if that has anything to do with the elevator mishaps, because he doesn't know. What we do know is that someone claiming to be part of the Flyovers activist group posted on Twitter to claim responsibility for the bombing. Maybe they'd have copped to the elevator sabotage too, but ran out of characters. So, bottom line is, we don't know whether it's safe to ride in an elevator or a taxi. Have a nice day. The hashtag #GoingDown started trending on Twitter within 10 minutes of Headley's remarks. And then, big news broke. Media outlets were alerted to a second City Hall press conference less than an hour after the first one. Mayor Headley, instantly feeling the heat about not knowing how to respond to the crisis, issued a statement that he was, after consultation with the city's police and fire chiefs, ordering that every elevator in the city be taken out of service until it could be determined that they were safe. Every single one. But rather than face the press again after his disastrous earlier appearance, Headley sent someone to speak on his behalf. His son. A nervous Glover Headley took to the podium to say that the city was calling on landlords and property managers everywhere to make their elevators inoperable until they could be inspected and deemed safe. And by safe, he meant not tampered with. Instructions on how to determine whether they had been would be posted on the city's website so as to expedite the process. Among other things, inspectors would be told to look for unauthorized modifications to the cars and to change any passwords into building and elevator security systems. Glover said the mayor appreciated the magnitude of the inconvenience this would pose to the people of New York, but he was hopeful the measure would be short-lived. Inspections were to start immediately, and it was possible many elevators would be back in operation by the end of the week, many much sooner. The non-news networks canceled regular programming to give the story blanket coverage. "This is an outrageous overreaction," said one male political commentator on CNN, part of a Hollywood Squares-like cluster of pundits. "You simply cannot shut down every elevator in the biggest city in the country. We have no idea how real this threat is, and chances are more people will get hurt not being able to use elevators than might be hurt in them. This is like shutting down every road in America because there might be a couple of weak bridges out there somewhere." A woman in the box next to him shot back, "Are you kidding me? Would you get on an elevator in New York today?" The man shot back angrily, "Yes, I would, and you know why? Because this is all a load of fake news designed to frighten people and make them submit to the will of—" Another man in the box above him cut in and said, "For the love of God, that's just about the stupidest thing I've ever heard from you, and that's saying something. Every time you're warned about a possible threat, you think it's some conspiracy to make you submit? Come on, what are you—" "Oh," the first man shot back, "and I suppose you think 9/11 wasn't an inside job. Well, I have it on good authority." On Fox, the conspiracy theories went even further, where one guest speculated that the mayor, with his left-leaning Democratic background, had manufactured the crisis as a way to make New Yorkers more fit by forcing them to take the stairs. After all, this was the same mayor who wanted all the city vehicles to be emissions-free. Could you really trust someone like that? "This is the most ridiculous thing since former Mayor Michael Bloomberg tried to legislate the size of soft drinks," the guest said. Over on NBC, a so-called expert had been brought in to the studio to tell viewers how to survive an elevator plunge. She said, "A lot of people think if you're in an elevator that's hurtling downward and you jump off the floor just before it hits the bottom of the shaft, that somehow that's going to save you. Well," and at this point she chuckled, "there's a whole lot wrong with that supposition. The first is, you're not really going to be able to time it right. You can be looking at the numbers next to the door and figure, okay, we're just about to hit the basement, jump now, but even if you could do that, which is pretty much impossible, it wouldn't save you. Your body is still traveling downward at the same rate of speed as the elevator. So, one way or another, you're going to hit bottom and you're going to hit it hard. The only real hope you have of surviving is to lie down on the floor of the elevator on your back, spreading out your arms and legs like you're a starfish. What this does is more evenly distribute your weight across the surface of the elevator floor." The host asked, "Okay, but what if you're in an elevator with 10 other people and can't do that?" The expert shrugged. "Well, in that case, you're going to become elevator pizza." On MSNBC, the elevator crisis was a financial story. "The New York Stock Exchange has closed 3 hours before the ringing of the bell," one analyst said. "The business of the city has effectively ground to a halt. Millions of dollars are being lost every second that this goes on. Mayor Richard Headley has created a panic. He needs to get back out there in front of the cameras and come up with something better than 'I don't know' and we're shutting down the elevators. This has to be the most astonishing example of incompetence I have ever seen." The only group alleged to have taken responsibility for anything that had happened in New York in the previous 3 days was the U.S.-based flyovers, and even its connection to the taxi bombing had not been independently confirmed. But that did not stop many individuals, including more than a few politicians at very senior levels, from arguing that this was more evidence that America needed to curb immigration and tighten its borders. "We cannot," said one bombastic talk radio host, "allow these illegals into our country to wage war on us. But yet, that's what we do. Just how stupid are we, ladies and gentlemen?" Nearly every TV channel, with the possible exceptions of those devoted to weather updates, cartoons, and repeats of The Big Bang Theory, was featuring nonstop talking heads, offering plenty of opinions based on almost no information whatsoever. In that sense, it was pretty much like any other day. 44. Barbara had not left the City Hall media room after the mayor's statement. She'd taken a chair in a back corner, sat down, and written her piece with her 2 amazing thumbs. The room had pretty much cleared out, but reporters started filing back in when word got out that the mayor's son was going to make a follow-up statement. So Barbara was already sitting there when Glover went to the podium to announce the mayor's decision to shut down all city elevators. "Holy shit," Barbara said under her breath. The magnitude of this story was growing exponentially by the hour. She wasn't surprised Headley had sent the boy to deliver this latest bulletin. The mayor had done enough damage to himself in his earlier appearance when, in response to Barbara's question, he could not say whether it was safe to ride a New York elevator. Glover's statement had pretty much made it clear that the answer was no. Glover declined to take questions after making the announcement, but as he tried to escape the room, he was cornered by several news crews and reporters shouting out more questions. He kept raising his hand in front of his face, as much to keep the blinding lights out of his eyes as to keep the media hounds at bay. Barbara saw nothing to be gained by joining the scrum. No reporter ever got an exclusive by following the pack. She glanced out the media room door and spotted Chris Valence's bald head. He was walking speedily, as though he wanted to distance himself from the chaos as quickly as possible. Barbara chased after him. When she was within a couple of feet, she reached out and grabbed his arm, spinning him around. His startled expression lasted only until he realized who it was that had a hold on him. "Hey," she said, "tell me, just how bad is this?" He glanced about nervously. "You're the last person I should be seen talking to." Barbara turned her head to the closest door, a sign screwed to it that read "Ladies." She hooked her arm deeper into his and dragged him toward it. "You gotta be kidding," he said. By the time he got his arm free, they were already inside, in an area with some cushioned chairs ahead of where the room opened up and the stalls could be found. Barbara pushed Chris into a chair and dropped into one next to it. "Spill," she said. "I've got nothing to say," he told her as he turned his head to the door, clearly worried that another woman might walk in at any moment. "How big is this? Who's behind it?" she asked. "They don't have any idea," he said. "What about these flyover nuts?" Valance shrugged. "They're looking at them, but no one really knows anything." "What's connecting the elevator events? Is there some commonality?" Valance pressed his lips tightly together as though conducting an inner debate. "Okay, I shouldn't be telling you this, but..." "Come on," she said anxiously.
Cameras, he said.
Cameras?
Someone installed tiny cameras to monitor what was happening in the elevators that killed people. Barbara's eyes went wide.
Jesus. Why would someone do that?
Another shrug. Maybe to see that someone was inside before making them go haywire. No sense dropping an elevator if there's no one inside to fuck with, he sighed. You really made Headley look like a fool in there.
He doesn't make it that hard. What else can you tell me?
Nothing. I shouldn't even have told you that much, but it's going to come out. Landlords are being told what to look for. They see one of those cameras mounted on top of an elevator, they know it's an elevator that might be targeted.
This is insane, Barbara said. Why would anyone do this?
You can be sure there's a reason, Valance said, and I'm betting that eventually it'll come out. Barbara said,
You have my number?
Oh, I think everyone's got your number.
Fuck off, my phone number.
I've got it, and your email.
How'd you get that?
Valance gave her a duh look. It's at the end of your column.
Oh, right.
She rolled her eyes at her stupidity.
If there's anything else you can tell me, off the record, get in touch.
Don't hold your breath. His face softened as he asked, How's the elbow?
Aches like a motherfucker,
Barbara said with a hint of a smile.
But it's fine.
The door started to swing open. A woman took one step in and stopped when she saw Chris. Before he could say anything, Barbara pointed to the hall and said, Find another one. The woman disappeared. Chris said, You really are a piece of work.
You're not so bad yourself. And I still say you were following me.
Chris poked the inside of his cheek with his tongue. Lucky for you, or you wouldn't be here now, being a pain in the ass. She eyed him slyly.
He's got you checking up on me, looking for some way to discredit me.
I'm not saying that's true, Chris said. But even if it was, I think he's got bigger things to worry about now.
So I better stop looking at my phone when I cross the street then? My guardian angel is otherwise engaged.
Something like that, he said.
Too bad,
Barbara said. The sound of a text came from inside his jacket. He dug out the phone, looked at the message, grimaced.
What?
They need me, he said, then rolled his eyes. The mayhem has begun. 45. Ahmad Connor, 14 years old, and his friend Jeremy Blakelock, who had turned 15 the week before, were pulling the same stunt they'd pulled several times before. They had both left their Hell's Kitchen apartment building after breakfast, supposedly on their way to a full day of school where they were both in the 9th grade. Their parents, Ahmad lived with both of his, but Jeremy lived with his mother during the week and then went to live with his father in Brooklyn most weekends, always left for work later. Ahmad's dad was employed in the massive shoe department at Macy's, while his mother was a secretary for a condo development firm in the Upper West Side. Jeremy's mother was the head dayside chef for a restaurant just off Union Square. Ahmad and Jeremy actually showed up for homeroom when attendance would be taken, but they vanished on their way to first period. That way, it would take longer for school officials to figure out they were absent, at which point there was a chance they would call their parents and ask where they were. But they also knew from past experience that often the school didn't make that call. After all, they were teenagers. They weren't some kindergarten toddlers who'd failed to show up. So what if they didn't get to class? Odds were they hadn't been kidnapped. With an entire city at their disposal, one might have thought they'd explore it, ride the subways, go to Midtown Comics and steal some graphic novels, then hit the multiplex and take in the latest adventure featuring the stars of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. But they did none of these things. They headed home. They were going to surf. From watching various YouTube videos, the two had learned that once you were inside an elevator, if you kept the doors open, looped a wire over a small bracket tucked in the upper corner where the doors retracted, and pulled down on it, the outer doors would remain open even after the elevator had moved on. So they'd send the elevator one floor down, jump out, and once the elevator had stopped one floor below, step through the opening and stand atop the car. To cover their tracks, they would make sure the door closed behind them. Later, when the elevator stopped for long enough, they would pry open the doors one floor above the car and leap out. Up and down the shaft they'd go. They had no control over the elevator at this point. That would be determined by whoever got on it, and it was the unpredictability that made it so much fun. The elevator would be summoned to a floor, but which one? Someone would board, but where would they want to go? Whispering back and forth so as not to alert anyone they were there, they would take bets on where they might end up. They'd recorded some of their earlier adventures on their phones and posted them anonymously to YouTube. The site was filled with this kind of stuff. They only wished they lived in an even taller building so they could go on longer, wilder rides. It sure beat school. Except that afternoon, something odd happened. It seemed that no one needed the elevator. They had been sitting on the roof of the car at the top of the shaft, crouched below the ceiling and above the exit to the 25th floor without a door beside them to crack open. 10 minutes had gone by, and they had not moved, and they could hear neither of the other elevators moving either. That had never happened before. "What the fuck?" Jeremy said to Ahmad. Ahmad said, "Maybe there was a fire drill and everyone's outside." "There was no fire alarm, dipshit," Jeremy said. After 20 minutes, they started to get worried. Jeremy suggested they open the escape hatch on the top of the car. If they could get into it and hit the elevator buttons, they could probably get out. But the hatch did not lift off. It was bolted on, and they had not exactly brought along a toolkit. They did not want to get caught on top of the car. They'd be in trouble, not just with the building management, but their parents. All the other times they'd elevator surfed, they'd gotten away with it. But at the half-hour mark, they started shouting. "Help!" they cried together. "Help us! We're in here! Somebody get us out!" No one heard them. Connie Boyle's phone buzzed. It was screen side down on her desk at an investment firm in one of the uppermost floors of One World Trade Center, the tallest building in the Western Hemisphere, 6th tallest in the world. Although technically 104 stories tall, there were only 94 actual stories. And when Connie chose to look out the window, which was not often, she felt overwhelmed by the view. And not in a good way. It had taken Connie, 43, a long time to get used to the idea of working up here in the clouds. First of all, she was uncomfortable with heights. It wasn't a totally crippling fear, but it was bad enough that she had insisted, when her firm moved here, on a workstation well inside the building away from the windows. She could go entire weeks without ever looking outside. Her friends would say to her, "Wow, how cool to work up there. Do you ever get tired of that view?" "What view?" she often replied. Connie's anxiety about working here was not due solely to her uneasiness with heights. One World Trade Center had been erected on the site of the old World Trade Center. Connie could never get over the fear that the new building was a target. Whenever she heard a passing jet, she felt a wave of anxiety. She felt relief at the end of every day when she put her feet back down on Fulton Street. Her phone buzzed, and she saw that it was her husband. When he asked her in a panicked tone, before she'd even had a chance to say hello, whether she was okay, her heart began to race, and she almost instantly began to feel faint and dizzy. "Why?" she asked. "The elevators," he said. "Have they shut down your elevators?" She had no idea what he was talking about. But before she could ask him what he knew that she did not, a woman's voice came over the building's public address system. "May I have your attention, please?" she said. Connie's dizziness intensified. Her heart was a jackhammer. "Oh my God," she said. "Oh my God." "It's going to be okay," her husband said. "I just wanted to be sure you were—" Connie was half listening to her husband, half listening to the voice emanating from the speakers. "They're shutting down the elevators," she whispered. We can't use the elevators. Oh God, we're stuck up here. We're sitting ducks." She dropped the phone onto her desk as she stood up out of her chair. She looked over the partitions to the north window. "We're trapped," she said. Her voice grew louder and shakier. "We have to get out of here. We have to get out." Several co-workers leapt from their chairs and gathered around Connie, attempting to console her. But the woman was in the throes of a full-scale panic attack. Connie, it's okay," said one woman. "It's just a precaution. Yeah, we've got a long walk down the stairs to get home, but..." But Connie didn't hear her. She had passed out and collapsed on the floor. Retired librarian Zachary Carrick went to Zabar's Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Zachary bought only as much as he could carry. Like many New Yorkers, he did not drive. Unlike most New Yorkers, he did not like to take taxis and hated the subway. If Zachary was going to go someplace, it had to be within walking distance, which meant that Zachary pretty much never left the Upper West Side. His world these days had become limited to roughly a 9-square-block area. Zabar's was only around the corner at Broadway and 80th. He liked to walk, but he didn't like to walk far. So Zachary would buy what he needed for 2 days. On Fridays, he would buy a little extra to get him through to Monday. It wasn't just that Zachary Carrick only purchased what he could carry. He figured, at the age of 87, he didn't want to buy too much food if there was a chance he might not get the chance to consume it. This worried him most on Fridays. Suppose, he often thought to himself, I popped my clog Friday night, and I've gone and bought enough provisions to get me through the entire weekend. What a waste of money that would be. Zachary had been on his own since his wife Glenda passed away nearly 20 years ago. But he had never left their 18th floor apartment on West 81st. Why move? The place wasn't huge to begin with. Why mess with a perfectly good routine? Although he'd spent a career surrounded by newspapers and periodicals filled with current events, Zachary didn't give a rat's ass about what went on anymore. He didn't get any papers and almost never turned on his TV unless it was to watch what he called the lobby channel, where he could see who was coming in and out of the building. Out of the hundreds of channels available to him, this was, without question, the best reality show on TV. Zachary was not prepared for what awaited him upon his return to the building today. There were out-of-order signs taped to all 3 elevators. A dozen other residents were milling about in the lobby, grousing about the inconvenience. Most of them were, as Zachary himself might say, getting on. A few of them were even as old as he was. One of them was Mrs. Attic, who was in a wheelchair. She looked the most distressed of any of them. "What the hell is going on?" he asked, setting down his 2 Zabar's bags. Even though they weren't that heavy, his arms felt like they were going to pop out of their sockets. The other residents quickly brought him up to speed. "It was Headley gave the order," one man said. "Shut 'em all down, all over the city." "That son of a bitch," Zachary said. "How the hell am I supposed to get upstairs? I can't walk up to 18. I'll be dead before I get to 10. Mrs. Attic said, "What about Griffin?" "Who?" "My cat. The super said there's no way to know how long this is going to go on. Could be hours or it could be days. Who's going to feed Griffin?" Zachary hated cats, and didn't much care what happened to Mrs. Addicks. He just wanted to get back up to his apartment where he could watch what was happening here on his TV while he made himself some coffee. "My daughter came and took me to lunch," Mrs. Addicks said in her high-pitched voice, "but she dropped me off without knowing what had happened. She would have gone up and fed Griffin. She works out 4 days a week. She could have run up those stairs like it was nothing. Griffin's going to be worried sick." Zachary was more worried about his yogurt. He needed to get it into the refrigerator. He was about to go hunting for the super when the main doors flew open, and in came 2 male paramedics, one short, one tall, with a wheeled gurney. They looked frustrated but not shocked when they saw the out-of-order signs. "Did you reach the super?" the short one said into the small radio attached to a strap just below his chin. "We need a working elevator." His radio crackled. "On his way," a voice said through static. "Yes," said Zachary under his breath. They'd have to get the elevators operational if there was a medical emergency somewhere in the upper reaches of the building. Seconds later, the superintendent, a heavy-set, olive-skinned man, came into the lobby from a nearby stairwell door. "You gotta get one of these going," the paramedic said. Yeah, the super said. "I just got the middle one back on. It's Mr. Gilbert and 15C on 15. A stir of excitement from the residents. What a break that Mr. Gilbert was having another one of his heart attacks. The super hit the up button, and the center elevator doors opened. But Mrs. Addick had already positioned herself close to them, and when they parted, she wheeled herself in like someone trying out for the Paralympic Games. "Lady!" the tall paramedic shouted. "Get out of the way! My cat!" she cried. She hadn't yet turned around, so the shorter paramedic was able to grab the handles on the back of her chair. But as he attempted to pull the wheelchair back out, Mrs. Addick grabbed the railing on the elevator wall. That only slowed the paramedic for half a second, who yanked harder. Everyone heard a snap. Mrs. Addick screamed, "My wrist! Oh, God, my wrist!" At which point, Zachary wondered if they would treat her first right here in the lobby, which would allow him to use the elevator to get to his apartment and put his yogurt into the fridge. It did not work out that way. They got Mrs. Addick out of the elevator, tipped the gurney up on one end, hit 15 on the pad, and up they went. They were too late. Mr. Gilbert was dead, and had been for the better part of half an hour. As was Zachary Carrick, who had decided, what the hell, he would make the climb. He was rounding the stairwell by the door to the 5th floor when his heart exploded. The good news was a 6th-floor tenant, Grant Rydell, 23, an unemployed Broadway actor who was heading down to the lobby to check the mail. He was hoping his mother back home in Saginaw had sent him a check to cover that month's rent, discovered Zachary in the stairwell, and before calling 911 on his cell phone, helped himself to his Zabar's purchases. Turned out that he and Zachary both loved strawberry yogurt. "Terrorist!" Etan Khatri turned around when he heard someone shout the word, not because he thought anyone was shouting at him, but because when anyone shouts terrorist, you want to look around and see what's happening. Was somebody waving around a machine gun? Had some nut wandered into the lobby of this office tower on East 57th Street with dynamite strapped to his waist? But when Etan turned around, he saw a man pointing straight at him. Of course, this kind of thing had happened before over the years. His parents were from India, and he was born and raised in the United States. Nevertheless, if your skin happened to be a little bit darker and your hair was jet black, there was always some asshole who thought you were an Islamic extremist. You could tell them you were Hindu, but they'd just look at you and say something like, "Same difference." Etan, 28, was in the building for a job interview at a gallery that specialized in rare posters. Eton had an art degree from Boston College, but he'd spent the last 3 years working behind the counter at the McDonald's on 3rd, just north of 50th. When he saw the online posting for an assistant sales position at the gallery, he applied immediately. So here he was. And given that the gallery was on the 5th floor, getting there by stairs was not going to be a hardship. He'd already checked in with security and was told he would find the stairwell door just beyond the bank of elevators. It was as he was walking past the elevators, each decorated with a strip of yellow tape reminiscent of the kind used at crime scenes, that he heard the man yell. He was a big man, 300 pounds, easy, wearing khakis and a checked shirt and a ball cap with no logo on the front. "Did you sabotage these?" the man asked, pointing a thumb at the elevators as he closed the distance between them. "What?" Eton said, at which he raised his palms in a defensive gesture, but not quite quickly enough. The man drove a fist into Eton's mouth. The world went black. It started in the spring lounge when, sitting across from him at their table, Faith Berkeley slipped off one shoe and ran her foot up the inside of Andre Banville's leg. Supposedly, this meeting had been to discuss purchasing one of Andre's French landscapes. The bar was just around the corner from his gallery, but also just happened to be very close to Faith's new 20th floor luxury condo on Broome Street. "Maybe," Faith said, "if you saw our place and our color palette and how the light filters through the blinds, you'd have a better idea of our needs." She put a little spin on the last word. "Excellent idea," Andre said. "Will Anthony be there to offer some suggestions?" "As it turns out," Faith said, "my husband won't be home until later. We'll have to manage. Why don't you finish that drink and we'll do just that?" They were on each other the second after the elevator door closed, and Faith had tapped the button for her floor. Andre pushed her up against the back wall, put his mouth hungrily on hers, slipped his tongue between her teeth. He untucked her blouse and ran his hands over the lacy bra she'd bought the day before from Agent Provocateur, while she reached down to stroke him through his jeans. "Jesus," she gasped. "You could cut glass with this thing." A button popped off her blouse as Andre explored beneath it with his hands. "When we get to your room," he whispered, "I'm going to pull down your panties, and I'm—" The elevator stopped. They were at the 12th floor. "Shit," Faith whispered, pushing Andre away and frantically tucking in her blouse. "It's not supposed to stop. It's supposed to go directly to our floor." But the doors did not open, and the elevator did not move. "What's going on?" Faith asked. She pushed the button for her floor again. Nothing. Then, a static crackle. A male voice emanated from a speaker next to the buttons. "Is there someone in there?" Faith said, "Elmont?" Andre looked at her, eyebrows raised. She whispered, "Doorman." "Miss Berkeley? Yes, Elmont. We're bringing all the elevators back down to the 1st floor and taking them out of service." "Why on earth are—" "Some kind of emergency, ma'am, happening all over the city. They say—" "Faith?" Another man's voice. Her husband. "Anthony?" she said. "I'm here with Elmont, honey. Raced home from the office soon as I heard what was going on. Wanted to be sure you were—" "I'm fine," she said, glancing at Andre. "It's okay. Go back to—" "Not a chance," Anthony said. "I'll be right here when the doors open." At the Empire State Building, hundreds of people who had bought their tickets and lined up to be taken to the 102nd floor observation deck were told that they wouldn't be heading to the top of the city's most famous building after all. There was grumbling and confusion as tourists formed new lines to get their ticket money refunded. It was a different story on the observation deck, where dozens of visitors were informed their trip back to street level was going to be somewhat more arduous than their ride to the top. Soon, the stairwells were filled with people, and not only those who'd been to the top, but also the thousands of people who worked in the building and were heading home. A similar scene was playing out over at the top of the Rock, the viewing area atop Rockefeller Center. Managers of almost all city tourist sites, even those that did not soar into the sky, decided to close their doors. Museums shut down. The various floors displaying art at the Guggenheim, which could have been accessed by walking up the gradually sloped floor that circled the atrium, announced that everyone was to leave the building. The consensus was that if the city's elevators were a possible terrorist target, so might notable landmarks. The fear was that whoever was messing with New York was just getting started. The millions who traveled countless stories upward every day were cutting out early. Anxiety around being trapped at work had prompted many to get out while they knew they could. But what awaited them when they got home, if they happened to live in a towering apartment building, was the same situation in reverse. Thousands decided to delay their return and went out to dinner, hoping that within a few hours the city would announce that the crisis was over and the elevators were once again safe to use. Tourists arriving at JFK and LaGuardia, unaware of the mayor's decree, were stunned when they got to their hotels and learned they could not get to their rooms if they weren't prepared to take the stairs. Not good news if you'd brought half a dozen suitcases with you. Hotels reported scores of cancellations from those who had not yet left for New York but had seen the news. In short, it was one big shit show. 46. The mayor, in his City Hall office, jumped from channel to channel, seeing reports from all corners of the city. In the room with him were Valerie, Valens, and Glover. "What a goddamn clusterfuck," Headley said, shaking his head with despair. "It is that," Valerie said. "You heard anything?" he asked her. "I just got off the phone with Homeland and the chief. There's nothing new." "We have to get a fucking handle on this," he said. "They've got to find whoever did this, and they have to do it right fucking now. I'm being crucified out there. We need to come up with a new statement, something that offers some reassurance." Valerie said, "Inspections are being made. I'm hearing that a few elevators are already back in service, but I think we're looking at a couple of days before things are back to normal." Jesus Christ. The cell phone on the mayor's desk started buzzing. Valens was closest and grabbed it. "Mayor Headley's office," he said. "Put the son of a bitch on," a man said. "Who's calling?" "Rodney Coughlin," Valens said. "Hang on." Headley looked at him. "You're probably going to want to take this. It's Coughlin." Headley took a moment to prepare himself, then took the phone. "Rodney," he said. "What the fuck are you thinking?" Coughlin said. "Listen, I know. Maybe you've forgotten what's happening on Thursday? Does Thursday ring a bell, Dick, huh?" I know. "How do you think my guests will like walking up 97 flights of stairs for the official opening of Top of the Park? Better have some pretty fucking amazing appetizers to make that kind of trek." "It's a temporary measure," Headley said. "Who found a way around the rules to give $500,000 to your campaign?" Coughlin asked. "It slipped my mind." "Rodney? I know. Look, have your people do a complete sweep of the elevators. I'm guessing they've already been told what to look for, I'm sure. You know who's going to be here for the opening of the tallest residential building in the entire fucking country?" "Rodney, I'll tell you who. Everybody." Valens waved a hand, trying to get the mayor's attention. Headley put his hand over the phone and whispered, "What?" "Send me," he whispered. "What?" "Tell him you're dispatching one of your aides to personally make sure everything will be okay." Headley squinted. "What do you know about elevators?" Ballins shook his head, signaling that wasn't his point. He whispered, "I'll get someone. I'll oversee it." Headley nodded, then went back to the phone. "Rodney, listen to me." The mayor made his pitch. The second he ended the call, his face went red and his body shook. "That fucking son of a bitch," he said, and then pitched the phone in his hand directly at the TV screen, which had been showing a YouTube video of several people stumbling all over each other in a high-rise stairwell. The screen shattered. Valerie stifled a scream. "Goddamn fucking hell," Headley said. "Who does Coughlin think he is talking to me like that?" Glover, who had said nothing through any of this, walked over to the mayor's office window and gazed out at the city. And smiled. 47. More than 24 NYPD detectives crowded into the small, rectangular conference room. Some had taken chairs, others were leaning against the wall along the perimeter of the room. Nearly everyone had a takeout coffee in hand. Jerry Burke and Lois Delgado stood off to one side, arms crossed. At one end of the room, with an oversized computer monitor on the wall behind, were Chief Washington, a woman from the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and Homeland's Brian Cartland. The detectives summoned to this meeting had originally been told they'd be focusing on the 3 elevator tragedies, but the scope of the investigation had been broadened. They were now also looking at the taxi bombing on East 49th Street. While there was not yet anything specific to indicate a connection between the elevator events and the bombing, the fact that the 2 incidents happened within minutes of each other could not be ignored. It was possible, the chief speculated, that the goal of the person or persons responsible had been to sow chaos by triggering simultaneous crises. Attempts were being made to acquire whatever surveillance video existed from the 3 buildings where the elevators had been sabotaged. 2 detectives across the room from Burke and Delgado said these efforts were being undercut because none of the buildings had cameras set up in the elevator control rooms, where they believed the perpetrator would have had to make some initial connections between the main system and the portable controller. And as for saved video or images from other cameras, they had no idea when the elevators might have been tampered with. Should they start looking at video from last week or 6 months ago? But for sure, someone had to have gotten into those shafts at some point to mount cameras that would provide a view to what was happening inside the cars. Computer experts, the detectives said, had been brought in to determine whether it was possible to tell where the images being transmitted by the cameras had gone. They hoped to have more on that within 24 hours. Street surveillance video is being gathered to help with the taxi explosion investigation. The car's route that morning up to the moment of the blast was being traced, and once that was nailed down, cameras along that path would be found and video examined. A preliminary examination of the destroyed vehicle suggested the explosion had originated in its center, suggesting further that the bomb had been left on the floor of the back seat by a passenger. "They seem like very different crimes," observed a detective at the back of the room. "True," said Washington, "and they may very well have been executed by different individuals or groups with no connection to each other. But I want those following the taxi bombing and those on the elevator incidents comparing notes in case there are links." "Yeah," said Delgado. "A bomb left in a car is pretty low-tech compared to the elevator stuff. One requires a tremendous amount of planning, the other not so much. Who we looking at?" Washington went to a laptop set up at the front of the room. The screen on the wall lit up with photos of a bombed coffee shop. Cartland said, "The list of groups that might want to set off a bomb in New York is long. We've had a few ISIS and ISIS-inspired events in recent years, but also on our radar are people identifying with the Flyovers movement. They're believed to be behind this bombing in Portland, Oregon. These flyover types are taking credit for similar events in coastal cities in recent weeks and have, indeed, claimed responsibility on Twitter for the taxi explosion, although we've not been able to confirm the claim's legitimacy. Agent Darrell from the FBI can speak to this. A short, black woman with closely cropped black hair moved forward.
Hi, Diane Darrell. This taxi bombing does have some of the earmarks of other acts that adherents of the flyovers have said they perpetrated. What's interesting is that the man who leads the activist group, who has, at least publicly, disavowed all acts of violence, is currently in New York, supposedly on a pleasure trip with his wife. Do we have that shot of Clement?
A new picture came up on the screen of Eugene Clement and a woman crossing a New York street.
This was just after he did a TV interview. We've been keeping an eye on him.
Delgado leaned in close to her partner and whispered,
Could that be our guy?
When Burke gave her a puzzled look, she added,
Standing by the car, talking to Otto in the picture.
Burke gave a non-committal shrug. Darrell was still talking.
Is it just a coincidence that he's here in New York when that taxi thing goes down and the flyovers say it was their doing? I don't know about the rest of you, but I've never been a big believer in coincidences.
Diane Darrell cracked open a bottled water and took a sip.
A straightforward bombing is easy enough to understand. You're a group with a message, and the easiest way to get it across is blow something up, or get behind the wheel of a truck and mow some people down, all in the name of Allah, or perhaps, in this case, to express contempt for left-wing ideology. It may not make sense in our minds to make a statement by murdering innocents, but we've come to understand the profile.
She paused.
The elevator thing is trickier. What's the message? What's the statement someone's trying to make? So far, no one's claimed responsibility. We're looking for a motive here, and so far it's elusive.
She looked at Cartland.
Unless you'd like to share your theory?
Cartland made a tiny shake of the head.
Okay, then, Darrell said. She looked to the chief. What about this homicide your people have been working?
Washington nodded and scanned the room.
Where are Burke and Delgado?
Delgado raised a hand as Burke said, Here.
Washington said, Fill us in?
Delgado told them about finding the body of Otto Petrenko on the High Line more than 48 hours earlier.
An elevator technician.
A murmuring went through the room.
Fingertips cut off, face beaten beyond recognition, to slow us down on an ID in case he was in the system, which he was for a minor event a few years ago. Where are you on this? The chief asked.
Burke weighed in this time.
Working it. His boss says he didn't service any of the buildings where elevators were sabotaged, but he might have been doing something on the side. But a couple of curious things. Petrenko had been in touch with relatives, those living outside the city, to warn them to be on guard. Told his sister, living in Vegas, that she should think about getting a gun.
Why the paranoia? Cartland asked.
Dunno, Burke said. Couple of other things. He'd expressed views that sounded sympathetic to the flyovers, according to his wife. But I don't have anything to suggest it went beyond that. We've done a check of his computer. No communications that stuck out. But there was someone he'd met with a couple of times, Delgado said. Came to his place of employment. Nobody Petrenko works with has any idea who this guy was. We're trying to get a lead on him.
Cartland, who looked as though he'd been scowling ever since Delgado started talking, said, Petrenko?
The homicide detectives nodded. Is that a Russian name? Cartland asked. Burke said, His wife said he was born there and his parents escaped to Finland shortly after he was born, then moved to America when he was 4. Been in the U.S. ever since.
So far as we know, Cartland said.
Burke nodded. Yeah.
So if he ever made any trips back to Russia in his later years, you don't know that?
Delgado said, No, we don't. We can look into that. Can you tell us why that might be relevant?
Cartland hesitated. Agent Darrell a moment ago alluded to a theory I have, which I was not particularly eager to share because it's a bit out there.
A pause.
But I think we're in a situation where every possibility needs to be explored, no matter how far-fetched it might seem.
The room waited.
The sole fatality in yesterday's incident was Dr. Fanya Petrov, a renowned Russian scientist temporarily attached to Rockefeller University. Her area of expertise had something to do with non-genetic hereditary characteristics. And not for a second do I understand any part of it, but Dr. Petrov also had considerable background in another area of study, one that made her very valuable, potentially, to the United States. That was pathogens. Bacterial pathogens. She knew a lot about the Russian government's research into bioterrorism. She did not want to go back to Russia. She wanted to stay here. He paused. And we believe the Russians knew that.
Jesus, said Burke. Are you saying...
Cartland held up a hand. He wasn't finished. Not long after Dr. Petrov literally lost her head, the Russian ambassador was on the phone to the mayor very quickly. He wanted answers. What I'd like to know is how the ambassador found out about this accident so quickly. I think they knew she didn't want to go back to Russia. They'd been watching her. At this point, Cartland scratched his forehead, then crossed his arms in front of his chest. I think the ambassador's call of outrage to the mayor was a performance. He had to have been pleased by this turn of events. Things couldn't have worked out better for him than if he'd planned it that way. He paused. Then again, maybe he did. He glanced down at the laptop, searched briefly for something, then clicked. On the screen, there appeared a photo of a man walking along a New York sidewalk. It was a side shot taken across the street without the subject's knowledge. He was tall and trim, with dark hair, dressed in a black suit. This, Cartland said, is Dmitry Litvin, a freelancer for SVR, the Russian Foreign Intelligence Service.
Just what sort of freelance work does he do?
Asked someone in the room. Pretty much what anyone needs. Want someone to disappear? Litvin can make it happen. But his skills go beyond assassination. He's also believed to be a brilliant computer expert.
By expert, do you mean hacker?
Delgado asked. Possibly, Cartland said. Litvin met this morning with the ambassador in Grand Central. Dr. Petrov was described, essentially, as a neutralized threat, and Litvin made a joke about not going up the Empire State Building.
He's not the only one,
quipped someone. Cartland acknowledged the comment with a nod. True. Their conversation was interesting but not conclusive. But we have to consider the possibility that the scientist's death was a hit.
Burke said, So you create a series of accidents, a kind of smokescreen. The only one you want to kill is the doctor. But if you only kill her, you raise too many red, no pun intended, flags. It looks like a Putin hit, plain and simple. But you let a few others perish in the process, we don't know where to focus our attention.
Cartland nodded. Like I said, it's kind of out there. But someone has gone to a lot of trouble to sabotage these elevators. And the Russians have people with the expertise to get it done. Now you tell me you've got a Russian-born elevator technician who was murdered 2 days ago, that lengths were taken to make it difficult to ID the body, that members of his extended family had the fear of God put into them. He uncrossed his arms. My theory's starting to sound slightly less fanciful. 48. Following the mayor's disastrous media event, Barbara could have wandered the city, and she would not have had to wander far, compiling stories about the chaos that had been launched by shutting down all the elevators in New York. But that was the story every other media outlet in the city was chasing, and the truth was, they could do a much better job of it. Hundreds of people working their way down concrete stairwells, person-in-the-street interviews, frustrated tourists who'd come all the way from Flin Flon, Manitoba, wanting to go to the top of the Empire State Building and being turned away. These were tales made for TV. Lots of visuals, angry people, collapsing people. Network news crews were fanning out across the city. Barbara figured, let them have it. Let them do what they're good at. After her brief meeting with Chris Valens, she hurried back to her apartment, hoping she could get there before her landlord shut down the elevators. If they were working, she was going to take one of them, figuring the odds it would take her to her death were slim. But she was too late. The elevators were plastered with 2 signs written in Sharpie that read, "Closed by order of Mayor Richard Shithead." Barbara had always harbored a fondness for her landlord. Once she'd reached her room and had taken a moment to catch her breath, Barbara put on a pot of coffee, sat down at the kitchen table, and fired up her laptop. Barbara didn't need to know how many elevators New York had. Barbara didn't need to know how many millions of people were inconvenienced. Barbara didn't need to know how many people would drop dead of heart attacks by the end of the day from taking the stairs up to their 35th floor apartments, although that would be an interesting statistic. Barbara thought it was entirely possible more people would die not using elevators than would die in them. No, what Barbara needed to know was why and who. Why would someone who wanted to kill people decide to do it by sabotaging elevators? Why not just pick up a gun and shoot them? Why not run them down with a car? Why not start a fire in an apartment hallway in the middle of the night? If you wanted to kill a few people, any of these methods would be easier. Why not, well, blow up a taxi? A bomb in a cab was very effective at taking out a few innocent people. It was pretty random, but if you were looking to make some kind of demented statement, it would do the trick. Was the elevator saboteur trying to make a statement with the elevator deaths? Were the victims random? Were the buildings random? Barbara thought about that. Even if you could take over an elevator's controls, could tell who was in it at any given time by looking at them with a camera, thank you very much for that tip, Chris Valens, it didn't strike Barbara as a very efficient way to kill a specific person. How long would you have to wait for your potential victim to board the elevator? What if the person took the stairs? What if the person went out of town? And if there were several elevators in this particular building, how long might you have to wait to take the one you had rigged to fail? Let's say this person you wanted to kill finally got on the right elevator at the right time. Was there any guarantee that when the elevator went haywire, the person you wanted dead would actually die? Paula Chatsworth had survived, at least for a while. And from what Barbara knew of the second incident, that Russian scientist would still be around if she hadn't decided to crawl out of that stalled elevator when it was stuck between floors. No one could have predicted she'd do that. And the event this morning, where 2 people fell into the bottom of the shaft. Barbara pictured people crowded around an elevator first thing in the morning, waiting for the elevator to arrive. The people who might be standing closest to the doors, waiting for them to open, would be totally left to chance. Completely random. And if someone had pushed them into the shaft, they would have been seen. All of which led Barbara to conclude that the victims really were random. But what about the locations? Why was the Lansing Tower on 3rd Avenue targeted on Monday? What was it about the Sycamores residences, just south of Rockefeller University, that made it the saboteur's choice for Tuesday? And today, it had been the Gormley building on 7th. Was there a common thread tying these locations together? The coffee machine beeped. Her fresh pot was ready. "What was I thinking?" Barbara said, getting up and walking right past the coffee machine to the refrigerator. She took out a bottle of Chardonnay, unscrewed the top, and found a glass to fill. She sat back down and began an internet search on the buildings, starting with the Lansing Tower, site of the first incident. There were, not surprisingly, hundreds of stories that mentioned the building. It housed a company devoted to movie and TV production, Cromwell Entertainment, the one Sherry D'Agostino had worked for, as well as top legal firms, even an office for the Department of Homeland Security. That last tidbit of information was interesting, Barbara thought. She filed it away for possible future reference. There was also a profile of New York real estate developer Morris Lansing, who had named the building after himself. Hey, if Trump could do it. Lansing, 69, had been one of the city's more illustrious characters for the better part of 30 years. And in those 30 years, he had probably made himself a few hundred friends and a few thousand enemies. You didn't get that far up the city food chain without pissing off a lot of people. Had Lansing angered someone to the point that they'd fuck up his building? Finally, there were real estate type ads. While the Lansing Tower was mostly commercial, there were some residences on the upper floors. Barbara had to fend off pop-up inquiries. Next, she did a search on the Sycamore's residences. What came up first, of course, was the tragedy from the previous day. She ignored the recent news items, refining her search so it excluded this week. Once she had done that, up came more real estate ads. There were several available units in the Sycamores. Some of them offered a view of the East River, and all touted the building's amenities, including a playground for kids, a gym, and large party rooms that could be rented for special occasions. Did Barbara want to buy or rent? Boxes kept popping up on her screen, inviting her in to chat with an agent. She kept clicking on X's to get rid of the boxes, which couldn't have been more annoying if they were a swarm of mosquitoes buzzing around her head. Once she got through the real estate ads, she found a couple of other news stories. A kitchen fire on the 6th floor that was quickly extinguished. An entertainment feature about a visiting stage director who happened to be staying there. Half an hour and 2/3 of a bottle of Chardonnay later, nothing in particular had jumped out at Barbara. Maybe the answer to her question was there in what she had read. But if it was, she had failed to spot it. Barbara sighed. She rubbed her weary eyes and flopped herself onto the couch for several minutes, staring at the ceiling, trying to think of her next step. The only thing she could come up with was to finish off that bottle. She got back up, emptied the rest of the Chardonnay into her glass, and sat back down in front of her laptop. The screen had gone dark. She ran her finger over the mouse pad and brought the computer back to life. One more building, the Gormley. Here was another developer who believed you couldn't go wrong naming a building after yourself. The structure had been started in 1967 and finished in 1969 under the able direction of Wilfred Gormley, who had passed away in 1984. Again, there were real estate listings advertising residences and office space. Barbara scanned through the names of businesses that occupied the building. An insurance company, a talent agency, accounting services. On the first floor, a barber and a florist. I am wasting my time. Barbara put the glass to her lips, tipped it back, and emptied it. She folded the screen down and slowly leaned forward until her forehead was touching it. She had to find another angle, another strategy, think of someone new to talk to, check in with her various contacts, make a call to... I'm an idiot. She raised her head and reopened the laptop. If you wanted to find out what was common about the 3 buildings, she thought, you did a search on all of them at once. So she typed in the names of the 3 buildings and hit enter. The results loaded in a millisecond. Barbara blinked when she saw what popped up first. She wasn't quite sure whether to believe it. It was an itinerary for mayoral candidate Richard Headley. It covered 1 week during his election campaign a couple of years earlier. Barbara scrolled through the listing of events, looking for the highlighting of the words she had entered into the search engine. The Sycamores reference came up first. Headley attended a fundraising party hosted by Margaret Cambridge, who lived in the York Avenue building's penthouse. Margaret was one of the city's major and aging philanthropists. She'd never be able to go through all her husband's money, so she liked to give it away, and Headley was someone she wanted to give it to. Of course, there were rules governing large donations, but Margaret had strong-armed enough of her friends to come and give the max. Barbara went back to the itinerary, looking for the word Lansing. The reference turned out not to be about the Lansing Tower, but about Morris Lansing, another major financial backer of Headley's who'd hosted a campaign rally for Headley. Searching his name and the mayor's together, Barbara learned that they were longtime friends. On to Gormley. The day after the Lansing rally, Headley had paid a visit to the Gormley building because the person who lived in the penthouse was holding yet another fundraiser for him. That person turned out to be Arnett Steele, president and CEO of Steelways, which was the firm the mayor had been pressing the city to hire for major, multi-million-dollar improvements to the city's subway switching system. "Fuck me," said Barbara. She looked to see what other stories came up that linked Lansing, the Sycamores, and Gormley. Nothing else of consequence came up in her search results. Okay, she told herself. Take a breath. Just because Richard Headley had something in common with these 3 buildings, or at least with people who had a connection to them, did not mean this was what linked the 3 elevator incidents. But damn, it was pretty fucking hard to ignore. Barbara's pulse was racing. Suppose this is it, she thought. Suppose Headley is what connects these events. That would suggest that if someone was sending a message through these horrific acts, the message was for him. Barbara closed her laptop, stood, grabbed her jacket, and headed out of her apartment. She wanted to talk to Richard Headley. She wanted to talk to Richard Headley face to face, and she wanted to talk to him right now. She'd make some calls along the way to find out where he was. City Hall? Gracie Mansion? One Police Plaza? Wherever the son of a bitch was, she would find him. Barbara went to the elevator, pressed the down button, and stood there, glanced impatiently at her phone. When the elevator did not immediately show up, she hit the button again. And then it hit her. Jesus Christ, I'm losing my mind, she said to herself, and headed for the stairs. 49. It was only day 2 at the new job for Arla Silbert, but wow, the shit that had happened. Her first morning, she was off to a grisly disaster scene and ended up having dinner with the mayor's son. On top of that, he disclosed to her something Arla just knew her mom would be dying to know, which, if she hadn't turned into such a bitch on the phone, Arla might have told her. Anyway, it didn't much matter that Arla didn't pass on Glover's tip that there was something fishy about those elevator accidents. The whole world knew that now. Just as well Arla hadn't said anything. If she had, and Barbara had posted something on the Manhattan Today site 12 or more hours before Richard Headley held his disastrous news conference, the leak might have been traced back to her. You don't exactly want to be found out giving away your employer's secrets your first day on the job. That's definitely not going to help you get a good reference at your next place of employment. So here she was, buried down in the data analysis department on her second day, and what with that Headley presser and the shutdown of the city's elevators, there hadn't been a dull moment. Sure, she wasn't ducking under police tape today, attending accident scenes with the mayor's son, but there was plenty to do. There was a hastily called meeting in one of the conference rooms mid-afternoon. Arla and her co-workers were tasked with monitoring media coverage of the crisis. Was the city's messaging getting out there? Were property managers going to the city website to learn everything they could about how an elevator might be tampered with, how to recognize it, and how to stop it from happening? At one point, Arla raised her hand. "I saw something yesterday that really made an impression," she said. The others looked at her blankly, a kind of collective, "Who are you again?" Arla told them about being at the Sycamore's residences, observing as the mayor comforted the boy who'd been in the elevator when the Russian scientist had been killed. Even with no cameras present, Headley took his time with the child, praised him, even invited him to Gracie Mansion for a hot dog. "That was a side of him I hadn't seen, that most New Yorkers haven't seen," Arla said. "A really human Richard Headley. For anyone who thinks that news conference today didn't go well, maybe a way to offset that is to get him out on the street and into those stairwells that everyone's having to go up and down. Have him deliver some groceries to some elderly person on the 15th floor, only, have someone cover it." "Yes, well, thank you for that," Arla's new boss said, and then moved on to the next item. In her head, Arla could hear the whine of a bullet-riddled fighter plane plunging earthward, the explosion as it hit the side of the mountain. There'd been no time for the pilot to eject to safety. Humiliated, she went back to her computer after the meeting. Okay, maybe for a newbie she had overstepped. No one liked a smart-ass know-it-all, and maybe that was how she had come across. But that didn't mean her idea wasn't a good one. Maybe the problem was that she'd delivered it in the wrong venue. This department was not a campaign office. Yes, they gathered and analyzed data, but they were not strategists. These people technically worked for the city, not the mayor. It wasn't their job to advise Headley on his image. He had political advisors for that, people like Valerie Langdon and Glover. As the afternoon dragged on, Arla kept thinking about him. He was the one who needed to hear her idea. She should text him. Or maybe not. He might react the way her supervisor had. Who did she think she was? Did she think those closest to the mayor had no clue how to present him during a crisis? Or might Glover think she had an ulterior motive? Was she just looking for an excuse to talk to him again? Yeah, well, maybe. Just as she'd come to question her motives for taking this job in the first place, had she done it, at least in part, to piss off her mother? She was now asking herself why, exactly, her thumb was poised over her phone, ready to send a text to Glover. Wasn't it possible she wanted to share her idea and to see him again? She wrote, "Hey, don't want to make suggestions above my pay grade, but think RH could win N wires over by doing a couple of things differently." Arla reread the words several times. To send or not to send? She made her decision. She tapped the tiny, blue, upward-pointing arrow, heard the soft whoosh of the departing message. Arla left her phone, screen up, next to her keyboard and tried not to look at it any more often than every 4 seconds. After a full minute had gone by, she believed she'd made a grave miscalculation. Glover had not responded. She'd made a fool of herself. She was some lowly new hire thinking she knew how to run the place. As the minutes ticked by, Arla realized the only thing worse than Glover not replying would be if he did reply. How would that play once the rest of her department found out? Arla Silbert, doing an end run around her boss on her second day. Stupid, stupid, stupid. The phone rang. Arla jumped. Not enough for anyone else in the room to notice, but she'd felt her entire body jolt. It was not her cell phone that had rung. It was her desk phone. She picked up.
"Hello? Arla Silbert."
"Hey," said a voice that she recognized instantly.
"So, what's this great idea of yours?"
Arla felt a hammering in her chest.
"Listen, I'm sorry,"
she said, keeping her voice low so none of her co-workers would hear her.
"I never should have—" No, said Glover. "Look, we're in the middle of a crisis. We need to consider everything, even—"
And at this point, Arla thought she heard a light chuckle from the new kid on the block.
"If you really think I do, why are you whispering? I don't think the others here appreciate my suggestions. Like you say, I'm the newbie."
"Okay, look, your day's just about over, right?"
"Yeah, the whistle blows in 20 minutes. But the way things are going, I wouldn't be surprised if we're asked to hang in."
"If you aren't, come by my office when you're done."
"Yeah, okay, sure."
Arla hung up, looked around to assess whether anyone had been listening in. Everyone else appeared transfixed by whatever was on their screens.
"I don't know what the hell I'm doing,"
Arla thought. Some of the more experienced staff were, in fact, asked to stay late. A few who lived on the upper floors of tall residential towers volunteered to work overtime, hoping that if they hung in long enough, the elevators would be working again by the time they did go home. Arla was not asked to stay, nor did she volunteer to. She found a place in the hallway a couple of doors down the hall from Glover's office. Thank God for cell phones. In the olden days, when dinosaurs ruled the earth, if you were just hanging around, someone might approach and ask if they could help you or demand to know what you were doing there, even if you did have a City Hall ID hanging around your neck. But today, all you had to do was lean up against the wall and look at your phone. Your phone gave you cover in almost any circumstance, especially if it appeared you were dealing with an email or a text. That said, you were working. You were dealing with something. You might not even have any business with anyone on this floor, let alone in this hallway. You were en route to someplace else, but had only stopped here because you'd received or had to send an urgent message. So that was what Arla was doing, leaning up against the wall, engrossed in her phone. For real. She was reading the latest updates about the elevator crisis when she sensed someone approaching. She looked up. Glover smiled. "Hey," he said. "You made it."
"Hi,"
she said, tucking the phone into her purse.
"Okay, so you remember last night I was telling you about when your dad... when the mayor was talking to that kid and..."
He put a hand on her arm. "We don't have to do this in the hall." His hand felt warm through the sleeve of her blouse.
"Yeah, sure, okay, that sounds great."
"I need to get out of here for a few minutes anyway," he said. He tapped his chest by the handkerchief pocket of his jacket. "They can get me if they need me." Glover had been looking Arla in the eye, but something, or someone farther down the hall had distracted him.
"Hang on," he said.
Arla turned, following his gaze. A tall, broad-shouldered, and entirely bald man was walking toward them. "Chris," Glover said. The man stopped, nodded. "Glover," he said, his tone flat. "You coming back from top of the park? Coughlin cooled down some?" There was an air of authority in Glover's voice, but it sounded somehow hollow to Arla, puffed up. Chris looked at Glover through narrowed eyes. It reminded Arla of someone doing a Robert De Niro impression, the way you'd stare someone down as you said, "You talking to me?" Finally, Chris said, "It's handled." Glover nodded. "Great, just what I was hoping to hear." Arla sensed what was happening, and it made her sad for Glover. He was hoping to impress her. Suggest that this Chris guy, whoever he was, reported to him, but it was clear this man felt no such obligation. In a bid to break the tension, she extended a hand and said, "Hi,
I'm Arla.
Chris's eyes widened, and he smiled graciously as he took her hand. Chris Valens. Arla, you said.
Yes, Arla Silbert.
Valens's eyes seemed to flicker. Pleasure, he said.
Ms. Silbert has just joined us, Glover said. She's a whiz at data analysis.
Valens smiled. Well.
Listen, we're just on our way, Glover said.
Of course, Chris said. Nice to meet you, Ms. Silbert. Glover lightly touched Arla's arm to propel her down the hall. Once they were walking, she asked,
What's he do?
Whatever my father asks, Glover said.
That all seemed, I don't know, a little awkward.
Glover shot her a look that seemed to confirm her assessment.
I feel like he doesn't trust me or respect me. It's like he's watching me half the time.
Arla gave him a sympathetic look.
It's not like you've got anything to hide, she said. I mean, you're the mayor's son.
Chris Valens watched as Glover Headley and Arla Silbert walked away. Once they'd turned the corner at the end of the hall, he got out his phone and pulled up the pictures he'd taken when Barbara Matheson visited the Morningstar Cafe. Using 2 fingers, he zoomed in on the photos of the young woman who had joined her. He'd taken a few shots as she was leaving the restaurant. Without question, this was the woman he had just met. Hanging out with the mayor's son. His preliminary research had determined that while Barbara wrote under the name of Matheson, her legal last name was Silbert. There was, Valens believed, more than a passing resemblance between the two. He was willing to lay odds that the woman he had just met was Barbara's daughter. Valens shook his head with no small measure of admiration. You had to hand it to Barbara, he thought. She'd installed a mole in City Hall. A mole who was cozying up to the mayor's son. The only thing to do now was figure out what to do about it. Tell the mayor? Or warn Barbara that she was pushing her luck? Valens had to admit, he was warming to her. But for now, telling the boss was the way he was going to play it. 50. Bucky heard a knock at his second-floor hotel room door.
Hello?
He said.
Housekeeping?
A woman called out.
Look at the sign,
he shouted. He'd left the Do Not Disturb card hanging off the door handle since checking in days earlier.
I know, but...
Bucky got up from the bed where he had spread out everything he needed, went to the door, and opened it a foot. Any further, and someone would be able to see what he had spread out all over the bedspread. A woman was standing in the hallway with a large cart stocked with sheets and cleaning supplies and tiny bottles of soap and shampoo.
I haven't serviced your room since you got here, the woman said. Are you sure you don't need...
I don't need anything, Bucky said.
Fresh sheets?
No. She held up a tiny bottle of shampoo.
This?
I'm good. The room is fine. I don't need a thing. Bucky started to worry when the maid eyed him suspiciously. Maybe she thought he had a dead body in there, or that he'd kidnapped a girl or something, or was on some kind of porn-watching binge. He needed to give her a story.
I've got the flu,
he said, and placed a palm over his stomach.
I come to New York to see my girlfriend, and as soon as I get here, I come down with something. Must have caught it on the plane. Right after I check in, I start throwing up, and then I got the runs.
Then he made a waving motion in front of his nose, clearing the air.
Oh, my,
the maid said, taking a step back from the door.
I'm taking it easy till it blows over,
he said.
What about food? I don't see any tray from room service outside your door. Been too sick to eat, Bucky said.
Maybe tomorrow.
Okay, you get better,
the woman said, pushing her cart on to the next room. Bucky closed the door and sighed with relief. He wouldn't have wanted to be asked to explain the items strewn across the bed and desk. Certainly not the empty pizza boxes, which would have put a lie to the story he'd just told. But especially not the various containers of chemicals. The wires, the timers, the 2 open laptops, the 2 burner phones, and other electronic devices. The gun. Bucky had driven all the way across the country to New York. It wasn't like he could get on a plane with all this stuff, especially the silencer-equipped Glock 17. He'd brought everything up to the room in 2 trips, which wasn't all that difficult given that he had booked himself into a 2-story motor court. No high-rise hotel for him. Wouldn't want to be trekking up all those flights of stairs these days. Once he had everything in the room, he set it all up the way he liked. It was here that he put the finishing touches to the bomb he'd left in the Prius. It was here that he was preparing 2 more. And it was from the laptops he did any necessary research and watched reports about what he'd accomplished. Bucky was going to have another talk with Mr. Clement tomorrow. He had some ideas about what to do next, maybe up their game, but he wanted to clear them with the boss. It was a conversation they would have in person. Mr. Clement didn't like communicating through landlines or cell phones. The old man avoided texting. He didn't like when things were written down. The guy wouldn't even take an Uber. Only cabs he could pay for in cash. So they'd set up meetings at the zoo or on the street or in the hotel men's room. They'd have another meeting there in the morning. He'd just have to be careful not to be seen by Mrs. Clement. She'd spotted him, Mr. Clement said. She was getting a little suspicious. Bucky didn't like that. He knew Mr. Clement kept her in the dark about the worst of his activities. But women often had ways of figuring things out. They were sneaky. They couldn't be trusted. Bucky wondered what Mrs. Clement would do if she knew the things her husband had set in motion. Maybe nothing. Maybe something. Anyway, he couldn't worry about that now. He had work to do. 51. Jerry Burke and Lois Delgado had already put in a 12-hour day and were both starting to get a bit punchy. Delgado had phoned her mother-in-law to babysit, again, because her husband had pulled a late shift at the firehouse. She'd talked to him a couple of times, the 2 of them wondering what the night might bring in a city without elevators. On Delgado's computer screen was the picture Jerry had emailed to himself from Otto Petrenko's co-worker's phone. It showed, in the distance, Otto talking to the tall man leaning up against the dark sedan. Delgado had placed on the same screen, off to the side, a photo of Eugene Clement. She and Burke did not necessarily have a reason to believe it was Clement who'd come to see Otto at his place of work, but it was a starting point. "I just don't know," said Burke, who had wheeled his office chair around to the other side so he could sit shoulder to shoulder with his partner and stare at the screen. "It could be him, but then again it could be just about anybody. Clement and this guy are about 6 feet, but so are half the men in the world, so that's no help. And they both have gray hair, but... What do you see?" "I'm just looking at our mystery man's hair. It seems... off." Burke leaned in closer. "Off as in... kilter. It doesn't look natural. I think it's a rug." Burke nodded. "Maybe. So it's part of a disguise? He doesn't want people to recognize him?" "Or he's just vain," Delgado said. "Let's go back to the tag." She zoomed in on the back of the sedan. That part of the car was in shadow, and the color of the license plate was difficult to determine. Plus, it was nearly 50% obscured by the used Mustang in the foreground of the picture that the elevator technician had been thinking about buying. Immediately to the right of the plate was a scratch in the paint where the bumper had been dented. All they could make out were the last two numbers of the plate. 13. Even those numbers were somewhat blurry. The plate could be a New York State one. Below the numbers were what appeared to be the letters Tate. Most New York plates had the words Empire State across the bottom. But then again, most New Jersey plates said Garden State in the same place. And Connecticut plates featured the words Constitution State along the bottom edge. Rhode Island had Ocean State. Most New York plates were an orangey yellow, but some were white with blue numbers and others were blue with orange numbers. New Jersey plates came in yellow or blue or white. What proved more helpful were the words across the top of the plate. Jerry pointed to the screen. Looks like an R and K there. The last two letters in New York. Yeah, so it's a New York plate. That narrows it down to only a few million, Delgado said. Burke pointed. What is that? What is what? He put his finger directly on the screen. Do you mind? Delgado said, brushing his hand away. You're gonna leave a smudge. You're as bad as my kid. Just look, he said, pulling his finger back half an inch. Delgado leaned in, her nose only 4 inches from the screen. Burke was pointing to a small sticker of some kind on the bumper just below the plate. I can't tell what it is, she said. It was not the size of a traditional rectangular bumper sticker people put on their cars to advertise where they'd gone on vacation or who they were supporting politically. The sticker was round and about the size of a paper coaster, if not slightly smaller. It looks like it's got letters on it, he said. Yeah, maybe 3. Reminds me a little of a New York Yankees logo, you know, with the N and the Y on top of each other, except here they look separated. So it's an N and a Y, and what's the third letter? Burke asked. Maybe a C? She shook her head. It's just going to get fuzzier if I blow it up anymore. Hang on, Burke said slowly. I think I've seen this before, but I'm not sure where. I just have to think. He got up out of his chair and rounded the desks until he was back in front of his own computer. Want your chair? Delgado asked, watching as her partner leaned over to tap away on the keys. No, it's okay, he said. He squinted at his screen and muttered to himself. Okay, yes, okay. What is it? Delgado asked. Give me a sec, I'm printing it out. Printing what out? A few steps away, a printer started to hum, and seconds later a piece of paper dropped into the tray. Burke walked over, retrieved it, then sat back down in the chair next to Delgado. He held the sheet of paper in front of her. What do you think? He had printed out a picture of a logo with the letters NYG grouped artistically together. Pretty, she said. What is it? Remember how Headley's been going on about making this a more livable city? Yeah, well, that's going really well, she said, so long as you like stairs. It was all part of his campaign, reducing greenhouse gases, that kind of shit. He's been doing a big push about making all city cars environmentally friendly, either making them all electric or at least hybrid, part gas engine, part electric. Okay, Delgado said. He kicked it off with his so-called New York Green Initiative. They made up these stickers. So, this is a city car, Delgado said slowly. Burke nodded. Yeah. Well then, maybe this is a dead end, she said. I mean, it makes sense that someone from the city, like the building department, the one that looks after elevators, might come by and see the folks at the good old elevator repair shop. Yeah. But then why wouldn't they talk to the boss? To what's his name? Gunther Willem. And supposedly Otto never mentioned this guy he went out to talk to. According to Willem, Otto didn't say a word about what his visitor wanted. Why wouldn't he want to reveal a conversation he had with someone from the city? Delgado took her face away from the screen and leaned back into her chair. That's a good question, she said. So all we have to do, Burke said, is find an environmentally friendly sedan that belongs to the city, with a plate ending in 13 and a scratch in the bumper right there, and find out who signed it out on this day. Well, Delgado said, how hard could that be? 52. Once she'd managed to hail a cab and was safely ensconced in the back seat, Barbara started making calls on her cell. Her first was to the mayor's office, but she couldn't get through. When the line wasn't busy, it rang endlessly. Not surprising. Given the kind of day it had been, Headley and his team might well have adopted a bunker mentality. Hole up, wait for things to blow over. So far, the fallout from the mass elevator shutdown was not good. At least 8 dead. 6 of those were possible heart attacks, 2 were stairway falls. There were probably 100 media inquiries per minute coming into City Hall. The city's ability to deal with incoming requests for information and interviews had probably already collapsed. But heading south in a cab, Barbara was struck by how calm, almost convivial, things were. Manhattan sidewalks were always thronged with people moving hurriedly from place to place, and, not surprisingly, given that going upstairs was suddenly a pain in the ass, they were more packed than usual. But people were hardly running about, panicked. Not many of them were even putting one foot ahead of the other. They were standing around, leaning up against buildings and lampposts, chatting with each other, laughing. Every cafe, bar, and restaurant with outdoor seating was overflowing with people making the best of an emergency. Can't get up to your apartment? Might as well have a drink till they give the all clear. Fucking New Yorkers, Barbara thought. It doesn't matter what you throw at us, we just carry on. She threw a 20 at the driver and leapt out of the cab 2 blocks from City Hall. She ran the rest of the way. She had always loved this part of Manhattan. The park and fountain south of the city's seat of government. People playing chess, kids on school tours, the nearby stands selling New York souvenirs and trinkets and hot dogs and pretzels, tourists heading off to cross the Brooklyn Bridge on foot. But Barbara didn't really see any of this now. She had her mind on one thing and one thing only: telling Richard Headley that he and his supporters were what linked the elevator incidents. As she reached the gate to get onto the City Hall grounds, her way was blocked by a uniformed officer. She'd been through this security checkpoint so many times that often she was waved through without flashing her media credentials. This time, the cop on duty wouldn't let her through. He said, "Hold it right there." "I need to talk to the mayor," Barbara said. The cop smirked. "Oh, well, sure, head right up, I'm sure he's free." But he did not let her pass. "No, seriously," she said. She dug into her purse and handed him her credentials. "I go in there all the time. Come on, you know me, right? You haven't seen me go through here 100 times. I still have to check your ID and confirm that you're legit. Threat level's been raised in case you hadn't noticed." Barbara sighed, turned around in a gesture of frustration. Something caught her eye. 2 people heading down the sidewalk. A man and a woman. The woman, at least from here, looked a lot like Arla. And the man had more than a passing resemblance to the mayor's son. "Shit," she said. "Huh?" the cop said. Barbara spun back around. "Nothing." He handed back her credentials. "Go on in." Barbara ran into the building, cleared further checkpoints, and headed to the mayor's office, where she encountered even more security. "Please," she said to the female guard, "I need to see him. You're going to have to deal with the media liaison department if you—" The door to the mayor's office opened. Valerie Langdon emerged. "Valerie!" Barbara shouted. She quickly followed that with, "Ms. Langdon!" She and the mayor's assistant had never been on a first-name basis. Valerie turned, saw who it was, and hesitated. "It's important,"
Barbara said. Valerie approached. What do you want? I need to talk to him. You and every other reporter between here and California, she said. Barbara took 2 seconds to compose herself. I think I know why, she said. Valerie's head tilted to one side. Why what? Why it's happening? Tell me. I think it's about him, she said. Say again? I think the elevator incidents are about the mayor. That's insane. Maybe, Barbara said, but I want to bounce something off him. Valerie took 10 seconds to make up her mind. Come with me, she said. Valerie made Barbara wait outside the door to the mayor's office. She reappeared less than a minute later. He'll see you, she said, a hint of surprise in her voice. Valerie did not follow Barbara into the office. The mayor was leaning up against his desk, watching the TV on mute. Close the door, he said. Barbara closed the door. Have a seat, he said. Barbara took a spot on the couch, and Headley sat in a chair opposite her. He slapped his palms on top of his thighs and leaned forward. So, what's this important thing you want to tell me? There's a common thread to the elevator events, Barbara said. I know, the mayor said, shrugging. Similarities in technique. I'm not talking about the cameras. Headley's eyebrows went up. So you know about that? She nodded. I'm not talking about how it was done. I think I know why it might have been done. Headley leaned back in his chair, crossed his arms, as if daring her to impress him. Shoot. I think it's about you. A long pause. Then, go on. All 3 buildings are either owned or occupied by major supporters of your campaign, especially the one this morning, the Gormley building. I don't know anyone named Gormley. Maybe not, but you do know Arnett Steele. He lives in the penthouse. Headley said nothing. And the Sycamores, that was where... I know, he said. Margaret Cambridge. I think someone is sending a message to you. And those who've enabled you, Barbara said. I think this is about revenge. Headley slowly shook his head. Your theory seems thin. Do you have a better one? Barbara asked. Several leads are being followed. An alt-right domestic terror group could be behind this. That theory is already out there. It strikes me as the most credible one. My guess is you just love for these events to have something to do with me. It'd fit the narrative you set forth. That's not true, Barbara said. I'm not here as a reporter. Okay, that's bullshit. I am here as a reporter. But I want to see whoever's doing this caught just as much as you do. I want this to end. She paused. I watched Paula Chatsworth die. This isn't just another story for me. It's personal, the mayor said. Barbara nodded. Personal in more ways than one, Headley said with a sly smile. I don't know what you mean. I think you do, he smiled. Were you surprised when I so readily agreed to see you? Maybe a little. I had Valerie show you in because I wanted to congratulate you. For your audacity. The genius of it. Planting someone right here at City Hall. Getting someone on the inside, I have to hand it to you. He suddenly got up, went back to his desk, shuffled some papers, trying to find something. It's here somewhere, he said. I asked for the file on new hires. Arla. Doesn't matter, Headley said, abandoning the search and heading for the door, getting ready to show her out. I'll find it later. But I've been informed that you have a member of your family working for us. Am I right about that? Barbara nodded slowly. Yes. Your daughter? Yes, but it's not what you think. She did it entirely on her own. If you want to know the truth,
That'd be a twist.
if you want to know the truth, I think she took the job in part just to get under my skin. She knew that working for your administration would not go over well with me. Our relationship is complicated. But she got the job because she's good at what she does. She deserves it.
So you say, Headley said.
Forgive me for being skeptical. Anyway, whatever game you and your daughter may or may not be playing here, it's over.
As is her employment with the city of New York. He opened the door, inviting her to leave. But instead of walking out, Barbara went to his desk and grabbed the sheaf of papers he'd been going through.
Hey,
the mayor said, don't touch my... She quickly found what she was looking for. She waved one sheet in the air and scattered the rest onto his desk.
You were hunting for this, my daughter's job application.
I hadn't had a chance to read it yet, but I know what I need to know.
Do you? Do you know her name?
The mayor shrugged. A no.
Arla,
Barbara said, heading for the door. She slapped the sheet of paper against Headley's chest as she passed him.
Arla Silbert.
She met Headley's eyes for a fraction of a second as she walked out. 53. Barbara had her head down as she walked briskly away from the mayor's office. But not, as was most often the case, because she was looking at her phone. Her head was down because she did not want anyone to see her cry. If it had not been for the tears blurring her vision, she might have seen Chris Valens instead of running right into him.
Sorry,
she blurted and looked up. Oh, shit. Jesus, he said, seeing the tears. What's happened?
Nothing,
she said, trying to steer around him. But this time it was his turn to hold her by the arm and steer her toward the closest door. It wasn't a ladies' room this time or a men's. He ushered her into a conference room that was outfitted with one rectangular table and about a dozen wheeled office chairs. Talk to me, he said, putting her into one of them. He took another one and wheeled it around so he was facing her, knees touching.
I don't want to talk about it,
Barbara said.
I'm fine.
She dug into her purse for a tissue and dabbed her eyes. You were in talking to Headley? She nodded. About? Barbara swallowed, sniffed.
He's the link. Wherever an elevator's gone down, it's been a building with a major political donor to his campaign. I think that's what this is about.
Valens said. Whoa. Another sniff. She went into her bag for another tissue and blew her nose. What did the mayor say?
He dismissed it, she said.
Valens leaned in close, his head nearly touching hers. He saw a tear running down her cheek and caught it with his finger. That's why you're crying? She shook her head.
No, I think everything's about to unravel.
What do you mean? Barbara raised her chin, looked into Valens's eyes.
I don't know what to make of you. You work for that asshole, but there are times when you seem like maybe you've got an actual conscience.
He smiled. I don't know about that. He paused. Sometimes I have to play both sides.
That sounds like the shortest definition ever of politics, Barbara said.
Maybe.
My daughter got a job with the city. She did it totally on her own. Headley found out somehow. He thinks I engineered it. That I got her in here as a spy, for fuck's sake.
She shook her head.
It's not true.
Valens inched back slightly. I can see why he might have thought that, though.
He's going to have her fired, Chris, Barbara said. It's not fair.
I'm sorry, he said.
Barbara shrugged. It's not like it's your fault.
Valens said nothing.
I have to go, Barbara said. I have to find her. I have to talk to her.
As she started to rise from her chair, Valens gently gripped her shoulders and held her in place. "Wait," he said, "just..."
"What?"
Valens swallowed, took a breath. "I like you. I mean, I've always liked what you stood for. I've been reading you for a long time. And, well, yeah, I like you." Barbara sniffed again. "Okay. I'm guessing the mayor doesn't know you're a fan." He managed a smile as he struggled with what to say next. "Maybe sometime I'll be able to explain. But for now, I'm sorry." And then he did something she was not expecting. He leaned forward, kissed her lightly on the forehead, then released his grip on her shoulders and wheeled back in his chair. Barbara stood and studied him for a moment. "Thank you," she said, and left the room. 54.
"I'm an idiot,"
Arla said.
"It should have occurred to me that you'd already thought of this."
She and Glover had settled into a booth at Maxwell's on Reed Street. He smiled and took a sip from the copper mug that held his Moscow Mule. Tito's vodka, ginger beer, and lime. Arla had gone for a glass of Sancerre. Glover had offered a taste of what he was drinking, and the face she'd made when she got a little of it on her tongue had made him laugh. Arla had told Glover she thought the mayor had to get out there, be seen by and with all those New Yorkers struggling through the elevator crisis. Climb a few flights to take dinner to a shut-in, she'd said. Deliver a prescription from Dwayne Reed to an apartment dweller too ill to make the trip down and back up again. "Yeah, those are good ideas," he said to her, sitting across the table from her.
"You're already doing this, aren't you?" she said.
"I'm setting up something," he said. "But great minds do think alike."
"I brought this up at our department meeting," Arla said, "and everyone looked at me like, 'Who do you think you are?' Sorry if I've wasted your time."
"Not at all," Glover said, leaning forward so he wouldn't have to speak loudly.
"The truth is, I was happy to get out of the building. It's pretty tense in there."
Arla had her fingers over the base of her glass, holding it securely between sips. Inches away, Glover lay his hands flat on the table, his fingers splayed as if reaching out to Arla, waiting to make a move.
"I'll just bet it is," Arla said.
"Yeah. Dad's kind of freaking out.
The news conference didn't go well. All the TV pundits are ripping him to shreds. When can people start using the elevators again?"
"Once landlords and property managers have done inspections, they should be able to start up the elevators in their buildings, so maybe tomorrow. And you can be sure that nothing, absolutely nothing, will stop the Top of the Park grand opening tomorrow night."
"That skyscraper at the north end of Central Park?"
"Right, Rodney Coughlin's massive steel and glass erection." Arla smirked.
"After the Freedom Tower, it's the tallest building in the city.
He's one of my dad's biggest backers. We're going to the opening tomorrow night."
"Yikes. I'm not sure I'd want to be in one of those elevators."
"No kidding," he said. "But I'm sure everything will be safe."
"Who knows? They might even catch whoever's doing it by then." "I wonder who it is," she said.
"Whoever it is, you gotta admit he's pretty brilliant. I mean, yeah, you have to condemn the act, but it's hard not to be impressed by the ingenuity of it all. Being able to take over control of a building's elevators, it's amazing." Arla shook her head.
"I don't know. I don't see much to admire."
She turned over her phone, which had been resting face down on the table, to check the time.
"Look, if you have to go, I'll understand."
"I'm in no rush," Glover said. He inched his fingers forward until the tips of several were touching Arla's. She did not pull back.
"I wondered how you'd feel about, getting together outside of work." "You mean, like Right there? Arla asked. Glover laughed nervously. This sort of started out as a drink about work, but maybe sometime we could... Sure, Arla said. I'd like that. He smiled. Great. Do you have a favorite Hey, said a voice. They both turned to see Barbara standing at the end of the table. While Arla struggled to hold her jaw in place, Glover appeared unfazed to see her there. Barbara, he said, taking his hand away from Arla's. Nice to see you. Barbara attempted to offer Glover a smile, but her face was glass on the verge of shattering as she focused on Arla. Glover said. Still not sure why Barbara was standing there, since she had not yet said why. Let me introduce you, Arla. This is Barbara Matheson, who you may know from her Manhattan Today column. He managed a smirk. Maybe not my father's favorite writer, but believe me, he always reads her. And Barbara, this is Arla Silbert. We've met, Arla said. Oh, Glover said, surprised. Where do you know each other from? To her daughter, Barbara said. I need to talk to you. How did you find me? Arla asked. I saw you coming out of City Hall. This is about the 100th place I've gone into looking. Arla said, I have a phone. Barbara shook her head. I had to talk to you face to face. Glover, watching this conversation, had the look of a bewildered puppy. I feel a bit out of the loop here, he said. Barbara said to him, I went to see your father. She paused. It's all about him. Glover shrugged. It's always all about him. That's not what I mean. All this shit with the elevators. It's a message meant specifically to get his attention. Glover was instantly alarmed. What are you talking about? Ask him. I'm done. I gave it my best shot. Anyway, you're not why I'm here. I'm here to talk to my daughter. It was Glover's turn to keep his jaw from dropping. Speechless, he looked at Arla, who had briefly closed her eyes, as if trying to make her mother disappear. Arla, Barbara said. She opened her eyes. Please go. Barbara's face began to crumble. I'm so sorry. Somehow, he figured out who you are, to me. A long pause. Then, maybe even to him. Glover found his voice. That's your mother? And you just happened to land a job helping the mayor? Are you some sort of spy? No, Arla said. She didn't even know I was applying for the job. She looked at Barbara. I'm fired, right? Did Headley tell you that? Barbara nodded. Pretty much. Terrific, Arla said, tearing up herself now. Fan-fucking-tastic. Glover was still struggling to put it all together. I had no idea. You don't have the same name. He reached back across the table for Arla's hand before she could pull it away. I'll talk to my father. He can't fire you like that. I oversee your department. I'll handle this. Barbara couldn't stop looking at Glover's hand on Arla's. Don't, Barbara said quietly. Glover, startled, slowly withdrew his hand as Arla's cheeks flushed. Glover took a moment to compose himself and said, I should go. He tossed some bills onto the table to cover their drinks and slid out of the booth. Before walking away, he looked at Arla and said, I'm going to sort this out. But Arla couldn't look at him. Her head was bowed. She had one hand over her eyes. Barbara sat where Glover had been. Without looking at her mother, Arla said, I hate you. Barbara said, I don't blame you. And I think maybe you're about to hate me even more. Arla took her hand away from her eyes and looked at her mother through tears. That seems unlikely. You've lost me my job. She tilted her head toward the door.
in the direction Glover Headley had gone, and said,
"Maybe more than that."
"It wouldn't have worked out with Glover," Barbara said.
"Oh, and why's that?"
Arla asked.
"Because you hate his father? If you'd been there for me more, you'd know I've got a mind of my own and don't care whether you approve of people I see or who their parents might happen to be."
"It's not like that," Barbara said.
"What then?" Arla said. "Tell me. I'd really like to know."
"It could never have worked out with Glover," Barbara said slowly. "Because he's your brother." 55. When she comes through the doorway, she is panting, desperate for air. "I think I need a drink of water," she gasps, and then she begins to stagger. The boy is sitting cross-legged on the floor, watching an episode of Star Trek. He jumps to his feet. "Mom?" he says. She puts a hand to her chest. "It hurts so." And then she goes down, first to her knees, then the rest of her pitches forward. She doesn't even manage to get an arm in front of her to help break her fall. Her face has turned slightly, so she lands on her right cheek. "Mom!" the boy screams, running to her. She moves her lips, whispers something to her son. "I need. Call your father." Her eyelids close. "Mom. Mom? Say something. Mom. Please don't die. Mom? Mom. Open your eyes. Look at me. Mom. Mom. I love you, Mom. I love you. Oh, Mom. No, 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 no." Thursday, 56. No elevators plummeted Thursday morning. No bombs exploded. But the day was young. 57. Eugene Clement, seated one table over from where they were in the hotel dining room the day before, asked, "Are you all packed?" Estelle didn't look up from her menu. "Yes, I'm good to go." "I'll get us a car to the airport around 10, he said. "I'll have someone bring our bags down." "That sounds fine," she said. Things were less frosty than they'd been 24 hours earlier. They were speaking. Current events had brought about a thaw in relations. After Estelle had toured the Guggenheim the day before, she'd crossed Fifth Avenue and strolled through Central Park for a couple of hours. It was while wandering the park's paths that she heard people talking about something to do with elevators. She went onto her phone and read about the crisis engulfing the city. It was then that she suppressed the animosity she was feeling toward her husband and called to ask if he knew what was happening, to warn him not to use the hotel's elevators, or any other elevators in the city for that matter. "Good thing we're on one of the lower floors," he said. So that evening they walked over to Para, both ordering the lamb chops, their last New York dinner before heading home. And that evening, Clement even made love to her. The things you had to do sometimes. Clement still had another matter to take care of before they departed. One more meeting. "I think I'll have the eggs Benny," Estelle said. "Sounds good. If the waiter comes while I'm away, make it 2. And would you ask him to bring more cream for the coffee?" As he started to push back his chair, she asked, "Where are you going?" "Where do you think I'm going?"
You haven't even had a second cup yet, she said. You already have to go?
I'd love to discuss my urinary tract with you, dear, but could it wait till I get back?
He strode off. Clement exited the dining room, crossed the lobby, then entered a hallway around the corner from the elevators. He pushed open the door to the men's room. Standing at the last in a row of sinks was Bucky, leaning in close to the mirror, trying to pluck a hair from his nostril. Bucky turned and offered the hand he'd just been working with to his boss, who declined to take it. Bucky grinned as he withdrew his hand. Sorry.
We leave at 11,
Clement said.
Sure, that's fine,
Bucky said. So you won't be here for the next ones?
No, but I've been thinking maybe the timing's not right. We've been overshadowed. I think we should hold off for a while. Or try a new location. There's too much else going on here. Everyone's on high alert.
Bucky frowned.
I'm ready to go. I wanted to talk locations. What do you think about a subway station in rush hour? Or maybe a department store?
Clement motioned Bucky over to the far wall. They each leaned a shoulder into it as they continued to confer.
Listen, Clement said. You've done good work, and there's more to be done. But it's time to take this show someplace else. Cities we haven't hit before.
Bucky couldn't hide his disappointment. Clement offered a regretful smile. While he didn't want to shake the man's hand, a pat on the shoulder seemed appropriate. As he lay his hand there, he said,
We'll find a way to talk when I get home.
Okay, that's a good... I knew it, someone said. They both turned. Estelle Clement was standing just inside the door of the men's room.
Jesus Christ,
Eugene said, taking his hand off Bucky's shoulder.
You can't be in here.
She took 5 slow steps into the room. She glanced briefly at her reflection in the massive mirror that ran along the wall.
It all makes sense now, she said. I think I've known all along. At least for a while, the lack of interest. How distant you've been. I didn't want to see the signs.
Shit,
said Bucky.
How long?
Estelle asked, looking at her husband.
How long has it been going on? Is he the first, or just the latest?
Clement was on the verge of a smile.
Wait, what is it you think?
I hid down the hall, she said. Yesterday. This man came out seconds after you did, the same man I'd seen before. Too many times for it to be a coincidence.
She shook her head sadly, then eyed her husband pityingly.
It's all so pathetic. An entire hotel at your disposal, and still you meet in here. Is there some thrill attached to that? Tell me, I really want to know. God, it's such a stereotype, such a cliché.
Dear, you've misunderstood,
Clement said.
Bucky here.
At the mention of his name, Bucky cleared his throat and gave Clement a disapproving look. Clement, realizing his mistake, paused to start again. But he didn't get a chance.
I kept wondering, why New York?
Estelle said, her voice shaking.
At first I thought maybe you were trying to make a point, that it was some bizarre flyover statement, walking into the enemy camp looking, I don't know, for some kind of dialogue or confrontation or whatever. Then,
and she suddenly laughed, a short, almost hysterical hoot.
I even wondered, was it you? Did you make those elevators crash? Hire some genius to do it?
That's absurd, Estelle,
Clement said. Well, I know that now, she said. I almost wish that was what you'd been up to.
She touched the corner of her eye to catch a tear.
It would certainly be less humiliating than this.
Her lip quivered.
God, I feel like such a fool. How long, Eugene? How many other men?
Behind her, a man came striding into the room, already tugging at the top of his zipper, but he hit the brakes when he saw Estelle, then spun around and left. Clement began to laugh.
"Oh, this is too much,"
he said, and the laughs turned into guffaws.
"Really? Really, this is beyond outrageous."
He looked at Bucky, clapped his hand on the man's shoulder again, and continued laughing. Bucky, however, did not see the humor in the situation. He pushed Eugene's hand away and started heading for the door. Estelle sidestepped to block his path. When he attempted to dodge around her, she moved again.
"Bucky, is it?" she asked. "Are you married too? Does your wife know she's married to a queer?"
"For fuck's sake,"
he said, glancing back at Clement.
"Mr. Clement, with all respect, you need to straighten out your lady here."
Clement nodded.
"Estelle, I can tell you in all honesty that I am not having an affair with Bucky."
A short laugh.
"If I was thinking of switching teams, it'd be with someone a little better looking."
He grinned at Bucky.
"No offense intended."
Bucky looked increasingly distressed.
"Then what the hell is going on?"
Estelle demanded.
"Bucky here is a business associate."
"Oh, please, Eugene. Don't treat me like a moron. What the hell business would anyone conduct in here?"
Bucky said.
"Mr. Clement, I don't think you should get into... Bucky here is my number one man in the field. An operative, you might say.
Is he one of your followers?" Estelle asked. "Goes around blowing things up?"
Clement blinked. Bucky said.
"Shit. You think I don't know?"
Estelle said, looking at her husband. Her voice rose.
"The thing is, I don't know which is worse. If he's your boyfriend or one of your bombers." "Lady, Mrs. Clement, you need to shut the fuck up," Bucky said.
Clement shot him a look.
"Don't speak to my wife that way, Bucky."
Bucky looked at Clement as though he'd never set eyes on him before. He was seeing him in a new light. No longer the mentor. Now a threat.
"Or maybe he's both,"
Estelle said, not shutting up and definitely not getting any quieter. She glared at her husband and shrieked,
"Maybe makes your bombs, and then he gets down on his knees and—"
That was when Bucky shot her. He'd quickly taken the silencer-equipped Glock from where he'd tucked it into the back of his jeans, hidden under his jacket, pointed it at Estelle, and pulled the trigger. The bullet caught her in the throat, passed through her neck and struck the closest urinal, shattering porcelain and spilling the deodorizing urinal puck to the floor. Estelle went down. Clement screamed,
"No!"
and, momentarily paralyzed by what he'd seen, looked at Bucky, eyes wide, mouth open.
"What in God's—"
Bucky shot Clement in the chest. He staggered back a step, looked down disbelievingly at the blossom of red on his shirt. He dropped to one knee. Bucky put another bullet into him, this one into the forehead. Clement went down.
"I'm real sorry, Mr. Clement,"
Bucky said.
"Especially this being your anniversary and all."
He tucked the gun back into his pants, straightened his jacket, and walked out of the men's room. 58. Barbara threw back the covers and padded quietly on her bare feet to the kitchen. There was a pounding in her head demanding coffee, but it was calling out for painkillers even more insistently. Barbara opened the cupboard, tapped out 2 pills from a container, popped them into her mouth, and washed them down with a handful of tap water. She put a paper cone into the coffee maker and spooned in twice as much ground dark roast as she usually put in each morning. Once the water had been added, she pushed the button and waited for the first drops of coffee to appear. The pot could not fill quickly enough. She glanced at the 4 empty wine bottles on the counter. She was, to put it mildly, very hungover. When the coffee was ready, She filled a mug and stirred in some sweetener. Then she stepped quietly back into the bedroom and sat down gingerly on one side of the bed.
"Hey,"
Barbara whispered.
"I made some coffee."
Arla, sleeping on her stomach, had her face buried in the pillow. She made a low, barely audible grunting noise, then slowly rolled over, her hair dragging across her face. Blinking several times as she adjusted to the light coming in through the window, Arla said,
"I feel like a piece of shit that's been stuffed inside another piece of shit."
"Join the club," Barbara said. "You want some Tylenol or aspirin or anything? You want it, I've got it."
Arla started to pull herself up, her back resting against the headboard. As she reached for the mug, she said,
"Let me see if this does the trick first."
She glanced at the cell phone on the bedside table, picked it up.
"It's dead. What time is it?"
"Nearly 10, Barbara said.
Arla snorted.
"Looks like I'm going to be late for work."
Barbara said nothing. With her free hand, Arla patted her mother's knee.
"Joke. I'm sorry. You've said that enough."
Arla took a sip of coffee, closed her eyes briefly.
"Bliss, you did it just right." "What time did we finally fall asleep?"
"Around 5, I think," Barbara said.
"God. Let me get a cup. I'll be right back."
Barbara slipped out to the kitchen, filled a mug for herself, and returned. Arla hadn't moved. Barbara went around to the opposite side of the bed and got in it, back to the headboard next to her daughter.
"I haven't got much in the way of breakfast," she said apologetically. "Does Uber Eats deliver this early?"
"I need a hangover breakfast bad,"
Arla said. She glanced down at herself, took in the blue t-shirt and white pajama bottoms she was wearing.
"Thanks for the PJs," she said.
"No problem," Barbara said,
her shoulder touching Arla's. It was, she thought, the greatest feeling in the world.
"It's all really fucked up, isn't it?" Arla said.
"That's an understatement."
"The mayor of New York is my father."
"Yeah."
"And he's never known anything about me."
"That's right." "And Glover is my half-brother."
"Yup."
"And he's never known about me either." "That's right." Barbara paused. "And that's all on me."
Arla ran her finger around the rim of her coffee cup.
"I wonder if that's why I was feeling this, I don't know, kind of attraction to Glover. Maybe I saw something of myself in him. We were connecting on some genetic, sibling-like level."
"I guess that's possible."
Arla put her coffee on the table and half-turned to face her mother.
"These days, like right now, does Headley have any idea?"
"About what?"
"That this Barbara Matheson who's writing about him, that you're that person, the one he slept with years ago?"
Barbara slowly shook her head.
"No. I'm sure of it. I don't look much like I did at that age. My hair's a different color, and, well, I'm a little chunkier. I wrote under a different name. It was a long time ago, and we only met a couple of times. The night it happened, and then when I told him."
"And he denied it, said he had no memory of you or the party or anything?"
Barbara nodded. This was not the first time Arla had asked the question. Barbara had told her story, the unexpurgated truth, several times since they'd arrived at her apartment the night before. After Barbara had dropped the bombshell in Maxwell's about Glover, she'd persuaded Arla to leave with her, promising to tell her all the things she had wanted to know since she was born. They had gone back to Barbara's apartment, after climbing several flights of stairs, They were pretty weary by the time they got there, and opened the first of 4 bottles of wine. Barbara told Arla her story, stopping and answering as honestly as she could every question that Arla had along the way. Arla had thought the reason there was no father listed on her birth certificate was because her mother really wasn't sure.
You kind of, as I got older, let me think you were... God, this is going to sound so judgy. A bit of a slut,
she had said at one point.
You said my father had gone to the other side of the country, found a life there.
Yeah, Barbara said. I guess I thought that would discourage you from trying to find him, to make a connection. Telling you, when you were little, that he was out west, it was like saying he was on another planet. It was the same lie I told my parents so they wouldn't go looking for him, trying to get him to do the right thing. Thing is, he might as well have been 1,000 miles away instead of right here in the city. I've always felt you can't force someone to care. I wasn't going to go after Richard, make him submit to a blood test to prove what I already knew. If he didn't want to be a father, I wasn't going to coerce him into being one.
But you could have at least gotten support, made him help financially.
I probably should have. I guess I was too proud, too headstrong. Independent to a fault. I thought, fuck you, I don't need your help.
But you took your parents' help, Arla said. You made me a burden to them when you could have lightened the load for them by making Richard assume some responsibility.
You were never a burden to them, Barbara said.
They loved you more than you can ever know. Just a burden to you, then, Arla said.
Barbara looked away.
I'm sorry, Arla said.
That's okay. I deserve that. I can't change what I did. All I can do is try to make better decisions moving forward. Arla was quiet for several seconds before she said,
Do you think you'd want to know now?
Barbara said,
I don't know.
She thought for a moment. I think he might have recognized the name.
What do you mean?
When I was in his office. All he knew was that a child of mine was working in his administration. He didn't know your name. When I walked out, I told him, I said, Silbert.
Which was the name he'd have known you by, if he remembered.
Yeah? Barbara shrugged.
I just don't know.
Arla sipped some coffee.
I'd like to talk to him.
I get that, Barbara said, but I'm not sure it's a good idea.
It's not really your decision.
Barbara looked at Arla.
I know.
She looked into her cup.
I need more coffee. You?
Arla handed over her mug. As Barbara was heading into the kitchen, Arla called out a question.
Is it revenge?
Is what revenge?
Writing about the mayor, going after him? Is it all about getting even?
There was silence while Barbara filled the cups. When she came back into the bedroom, she said, No. I mean, for years I never wrote about him at all. I was already covering the New York political scene. And then he came onto it and attracted a following and ran for mayor and won. I'd have written about anyone who did that. She handed Arla her coffee.
Yeah, but didn't you see that as a chance to finally go after him?
No, Barbara said defensively.
I don't believe so.
Have you told your editors? You sure haven't told your readers. Barbara took a moment to answer.
No. What do you think they'd say if they found out, if they knew?
Another pause. They would probably say I have a conflict, that I can't be objective.
Would they be right?
They'd have a point, Barbara said, but they'd be wrong.
So if I confronted the mayor, and this all got out, you could lose your job, Arla said. Payback.
Barbara got back onto the bed, careful not to spill her coffee.
You know, Arla said,
If you did lose your job, you should write a book. I have written books. Ghost written. You should write your own story. You become a reporter when you're a kid, you get knocked up, but that doesn't stop you. Your parents raised the baby. Okay, some people may judge, but you get a rep as a tough journalist in the craziest city in the world, and then you have to confess to your daughter that the mayor is her fucking father? It writes itself. Stop, Barbara said. I would read that, like if I were somebody else.
Her eyes lit up as she remembered something.
You know, there's a woman in my building who's some hotshot editor at one of the big publishing houses. You should talk to her. I bet you could get a book deal easy.
Arla's stomach growled.
I have got to find something to eat.
She swung her legs down to the floor and went into the kitchen. Barbara could hear the fridge door opening.
You weren't kidding, Arla said. How do you feel about frozen pizza for breakfast? Or, hello, what's this?
Barbara came into the kitchen and saw Arla holding up 2 tickets the size of postcards, words in fancy script printed on the high-stock paper.
These were by the Toaster, Arla said. They're media invites to tonight's Top of the Park opening, the ribbon cutting for that zillion-story condo tower that overlooks Central Park. Probably won't even happen if the elevators are down.
She thought about that.
Although, knowing Rodney Coughlin, he'll find a way. Will the mayor be there? Arla asked.
Everybody will be there, her mother said.
I see 2 passes here, Arla said. Have you got a +1 yet?
59. Given that the FBI were keeping tabs on Eugene Clement, there was an agency presence in the hotel. An agent by the name of Renata Geller had observed Clement leave the dining area where he and his wife were having breakfast and head down the hallway where the men's room was located. She could not exactly follow him in there, and at the moment she was on her own. Had she been partnered with a male agent at the time, they might have discussed whether he should wander in there too. Only moments after Clement got up, his wife Estelle did the same. Within seconds, Agent Geller realized she was also heading down the hall to the washrooms. She thought that was odd. Dining couples tended to go in shifts unless they were done with their meal. The Clements hadn't even ordered yet. When Agent Geller and her husband went out to dinner, that was how they did it. One at a time. You didn't want the waiter to think you'd walked out. You didn't want to lose your table. Oh well, Agent Geller thought. When you have to go, you have to go. 2 minutes went by. Then 3. Neither Clement nor his wife returned. Shit, Agent Geller thought. The Clements knew they were being watched and had given them the slip. They weren't coming back to their table. They'd found a back way out of the hotel. How was she going to explain this to her? And then she heard the scream. A man's scream. No! She started running down the hallway toward the washrooms. A man came charging out of the men's, mid-30s, scraggly hair. He was tucking something into the back of his jeans. Agent Geller was pretty sure what it was. She looked at him, raised her weapon, and barked, "Stop! FBI!" The man looked at her, wide-eyed, then reached for the gun he'd slipped under his belt. Before he could raise it, Agent Geller fired. The man's body spun so quickly that the gun flew out of his hand. He hit the hallway floor. Writhing, he looked for the gun, which was some 10 feet away. He started crawling toward it, leaving a red, bloody streak on the hotel floor. But within a second, Agent Geller was standing between him and the weapon. Do not move. Oh, shit, he said. Shit. Blood continued to drain out of him. The bullet had gone into his right shoulder. The Clements, she said. It was a question. She shouldn't have come into the men's, the man said, struggling to get the words out. You're not supposed to do that. 60. Mayor Richard Headley was about to come out of the stairwell on the 12th floor of an East 90th Street apartment building, clutching a takeout bag from Brew Hoo, a coffee shop on Lexington. Inside the bag were a granola parfait, a butter brioche, and an Americano. Waiting in the hallway for him was a camera crew from New York One. They were posted outside the apartment door of Dorothy Stinson, 82. Dorothy was standing in the open doorway, waiting for the mayor's arrival. She looked as excited as a young girl waiting for Santa to come down the chimney. Valerie Langdon and Chris Valens were huddled behind the news crews. At the sound of an incoming text, Valerie glanced down at her phone. It was Glover, who was coming up the stairs with the mayor, one floor away. "They're almost here," Valerie whispered to the cameraman. The news reporter holding the mic had already done her setup. She'd interviewed Dorothy, who told the story of how every normal morning she took the elevator down to the lobby, then walked to Brew Hoo for her treat. She'd been doing this daily for 5 years, ever since her husband had died. He used to make her breakfast every morning, and after his passing, she'd decided she wasn't going to start doing it for herself. She might have dared to walk down the 12 flights to the lobby, although this gave her pause given that she'd had a couple of tripping incidents in the past year. But even if she could get to street level without incident, there was no way she could climb the 12 flights back up to her place. One of Dorothy's neighbors had written about her situation on the City Hall website, and it was Glover who'd spotted it. Despite Headley's renewed reluctance to embrace Glover's suggestions, he thought this one was worth a shot. "Let's do it." As Valerie and Chris huddled, waiting for the mayor to appear, Valerie whispered, "Has he seemed a bit off lately?" Chris leaned in close to her so as not to be heard by the camera crew. "A little, maybe." "I noticed it after Matheson left yesterday," she said. "He seemed, I don't know, preoccupied." "There is kind of a lot going on," Valens said. "Could be." He stopped talking when he saw the stairway door open at the end of the hall. Headley emerged, all smiles. He walked briskly to Dorothy, giving her a hug, and then handing her the bag with a Brew Hoo logo on the side. A few seconds later, Glover entered the hall. Dorothy giggled. "It's not every day the mayor pays a visit. Won't you come in?" "Love to," Headley said, following her into the small apartment. The TV crew slipped in after him. Dorothy didn't have so much a kitchen as a nook. The apartment, except for a bathroom off to one side, was a studio. A bed on the far wall, a couple of chairs and a television, and just inside the main door, a short counter, hot plate, and cupboards. Dorothy directed the mayor to a small, badly chipped formica-topped table and 2 padded chairs with aluminum framing. They both sat. "This is so kind of you," she said. Valerie and Chris and Glover huddled in the doorway behind the cameras, watching. "I wish I could do this for everyone in the city like yourself, Dorothy," he said. "And I want you to know that we're going to have everything back to normal very, very soon." She reached into the bag and took out the granola parfait, then 2 cups. A slender string and a tiny label was hanging from under the lid on one. "Mine's the tea," the mayor said. "This looks delightful," she said. "How much do I owe you?" Headley chuckled. "It's on me." She peered down into the bag at the one remaining item. It was the butter brioche wrapped in wax paper. "My favorite," she said, "but I usually start with the parfait while the yogurt is still cold." "Makes sense to me," Headley said. A plastic spoon had been tossed into the bag. He handed it to her. "So, Dorothy, how have you been managing through the crisis?" he asked. He already knew the answer. Dorothy had been interviewed ahead of time by the staff, and her answers passed along to the mayor. "My landlord, Janos, is checking out the elevators right now. If he gets them up and running soon, I think I'm going to go out for lunch." "Sounds like a good man," Headley said. as Dorothy dug into her parfait. She slid a spoonful of yogurt, strawberry, and granola into her mouth. The mayor took the lid off his tea, lifted out the bag, and let it drain against the top edge of the cup before setting it on the lid. We think just about every elevator in the city will be back in service by the afternoon. Everyone's really pulled together to... "Oh, my God," Dorothy said. She had her spoon back in the yogurt and had unearthed something small and dark that appeared to have tiny legs and a tail attached to it. It was a dead mouse. Dorothy started to make gagging sounds, turned away from the table, and vomited onto the floor. "You can be sure we're going to be taking this up with Brewhoo," Glover said, trailing after his father as they came out of the apartment building headed for his limo. "This is outrageous. I'll call the health department, get the inspectors in there, shut them down." Valerie was already in the back of the car, phone in hand. The 2 TV stations covering the event had posted the video within minutes. By the time the mayor had raced down 12 flights of stairs, it was already trending. "How bad is it?" Headley asked as he got in the car. "It'll blow over," Valerie said. "You can make a joke about it later. I don't see that you have any choice." "It'll be on every late-night show," Headley said. Glover came around the other side of the car and opened the door. "No," his father said, raising a hand. "What?" Glover said. "Find your own way back," he said. "This stunt was all your idea." "I never learn." "Dad," he said, "it should have worked. How could I know there was a mouse in her yogurt? You think I put it there?" "Close the door." "Richard," Valerie said softly, "you can't." "Now!" Headley shouted. Glover closed the door. Through the window, Valerie gave him a sympathetic tip of the head as the car pulled away. Then she shifted in her seat to look at her boss. "Don't start with me," he said. "He's your son," she said. "He walked me right into that. God damn it. If he excels at anything, it's making me look like a fool." "Look, if you..." Valerie's phone shouted out news of an incoming text. She quickly dug it out of her purse and looked. "Something's happened," she said. "What?" "It's Chris. Details just coming in." "Of what? Christ, not another elevator thing." "No, it's a shooting. In a hotel." She waited as more words appeared on her phone's screen. "2 dead. The FBI took down the shooter. He's still alive." "Who's dead?" "Hang on, there's a link." She tapped on the screen. "That flyovers guy. And a woman, it's not clear. Wait. Chris is writing something else. The man the FBI shot, he could be the one who shot the flyovers person." "This isn't clear at all," Headley said. "Let me make some calls." "But from what Chris is saying, this guy the FBI got, they like him for the taxi bombing and maybe the elevator stuff too. You're going to want to make a statement. That mouse in the parfait just got kicked off the 6 o'clock news." 61. Jerry Burke and Lois Delgado had spent the morning working the phones, tracking where city-owned cars were garaged and working up a list of vehicles that were not only part of the green pool but had plates ending in 13. Once they'd tracked down the car, they wanted to know who'd taken it to Simpson Elevator for a chat with Otto Petrenko. But then the captain showed up and told them to get their asses over to the Westerly Hotel in Fort Lee on the other side of the George Washington Bridge in New Jersey. There was a chance, the captain said, that what was going on there might have something to do with what he and Delgado were working on. Burke made the case that just one of them should go. The other should stay back and try to make headway on finding that car. "Flip for it," the captain said. They didn't have to. Delgado said she was happy staying on the car, so Jerry headed off to New Jersey. On the way, he found out what made the Westerly a place of interest, beyond its usual charm. A week ago, A 44-year-old man from Tulsa, Oklahoma, by the name of Garnet Wooler, had rented a room on the second floor. This same Garnet Wooler had, 2 hours earlier, been shot in the shoulder by an FBI agent in the lobby of the Intermajestic Hotel in Midtown Manhattan as he was drawing a weapon. It was believed this same gun had been used to kill Eugene Clement and his wife Estelle just moments earlier in the men's bathroom just off the hotel lobby. Wooler had been rushed to the hospital where he was listed in serious but stable condition, and while he was able to talk, he had so far chosen not to. But police had found, in his pocket, a key card for the Westerly in Fort Lee. A quick check found that Mr. Wooler was not unknown to police, at least out in Tulsa, who knew him better as Bucky. There were 2 minor assault charges. One, on an ex-wife, was 5 years ago, and the second, 8 years back, stemmed from a disagreement in a bar with someone who had opened his door into the side of Wooler's pickup truck. 4 years ago, Wooler had also been treated and released for burns to his upper body after goofing around with explosives on a buddy's farm. He had, off and on, worked for a company that removed tree stumps by using dynamite. Given his history, it wasn't a stretch to think he had the wherewithal to blow up a New York cab. Burke's captain had dispatched him to the scene because Clement had been, up until the moment he was fatally shot, the head of the Flyovers activist group, which might or might not have had something to do with taxi explosions and elevator plunges, and maybe even the murder of Otto Petrenko. While police had arrived on the scene nearly 90 minutes earlier, it was only moments before Burke's arrival that they gained access to Wooler's room. Given that this man might be their bomber, they were proceeding with great caution. First, they didn't know whether Garnet Wooler had been acting alone, or if he might have associates holed up at the hotel. Second, they needed to determine that the room had in no way been booby-trapped. No one wanted to trigger an explosion when they entered it. So a crane was used to lift police up to the second-floor hotel room's window so that they could scope the place out. In addition, a high-tech camera on the end of a wire was inserted under the door to give a full view of the room's interior. Confident, at last, that the room was safe to enter, police did so. Similar precautions were taken with the 2004 Dodge minivan registered to Wooler that was sitting in the hotel parking lot. As Burke arrived, the van was being loaded onto the back of a flatbed truck and being taken to a forensics lab for examination. Judging by the number of official vehicles in the hotel lot and the surrounding streets, one could be forgiven for thinking a Newark-bound jet must have come down here. There were countless New York and New Jersey state police cruisers, cars bearing the NYPD logo, fire emergency vehicles, and enough black Tahoe and suburban SUVs, most likely Homeland and FBI, to start a GM dealership. Burke found a spot for his unmarked car and killed the engine. Flashing his badge, he got into the hotel and up to the second floor. The hallway outside Wooler's room had been turned into a law enforcement convention. He made his way to the door, flashing his badge again. A rosy-cheeked FBI agent named Ben Baskin invited him in once Burke had explained his interest. "Oh, yeah," said Baskin. "I saw you at the meeting." "What have you found?" "Shitload of stuff. The guy did not travel light. We've found rifles, a couple more handguns, in addition to the one found on him, ammunition. We think we're going to find more weapons in the van. Also, some ammonium nitrate, tannerite, some wire, and bomb-making materials," Burke said. "Yeah." "Same materials used in the taxi?" Baskin shrugged. "To be determined." "How about any kind of electronics?" "Plenty. Couple of laptops, burner phones, other stuff." "Anything that might be used, say, to hack into an elevator's control system?" "Still searching. And like I say,
We've still got the van to get through. We're also trying to find out if our friend here was working with anyone else." "What happened at the Inner Majestic?" Baskin shook his head. "Our guy shot and killed Clement and his wife, but we don't know why, because it looks like Wooler was on the same team as Clement. Maybe Clement was telling him what to do, or came to New York to be closer to the action when it went down." "But if they were somehow working together, why'd he shoot Clement and the wife?" Burke asked. "Good question. Wooler said next to nothing, but he made one comment, something along the line that Clement's wife thought they were gay. Wanted us to know that was not the case, at least where he was concerned." "Guy's facing terrorism charges, but that's what he's worried about?" Burke shook his head. "You come across anything yet that connects Wooler to a guy named Otto Petrenko?" "No. If we do, you'll be the first to hear about it. Anything else?" Baskin asked. Burke thought a moment. "I don't think so." "You don't want to know if I have a partner named Robbins?" Burke grinned. "No." "You're the first." Before crossing back over the George Washington, Burke pulled into a McDonald's lot on Lemoyne Avenue. He was starving and didn't have the time or inclination to find anything of higher nutritional value. He was wolfing a Big Mac and slurping down a Diet Coke when his cell phone, which he had placed on the table, rang. "Burke," he said, although with his mouth full it came out more like "Burf." "Get the marbles out of your mouth," Lois Delgado said. "I'm grabbing a bite," he said. "Where?" "McDonald's." "Yeah, thought I could smell it," she said. "What'd you find?" He filled her in. When he was done, she said, "So guess where I am?" Burke took a sip of Coke. "In a room at the Plaza with Ryan Gosling." "I mean right now, not where I was last night," she said. "Tell me." "I'm in the City Hall garage, looking at a boring sedan with a license plate that ends in 13. And it's got a dent in the bumper identical to the one in our picture." "Whoa," Burke said, feeling his pulse quicken. "Now we just have to find out who signed it out that day." "Already have," she said. "Are you going to make me beg?" Burke asked. "That's exactly what Ryan said." "Tell me." "Here's a question. Why do you think the mayor's son would be wanting to meet with Otto Petrenko?" Burke set down his drink. "The mayor's son?" Glover Headley. He's one of his dad's aides or advisors or whatever." "Huh," Burke said. "I guess we should ask him." 62. "Thanks for coming." Richard Headley gazed out over the assembled media. He couldn't recall the press room ever being this crowded. There were even more representatives from TV and radio and print here today than there had been the day before. He hadn't had very good news for them then. Today was looking a little better. "I just want to say a few words before Chief Washington arrives. She'll be able to answer a lot of your questions in more detail, but there has been an arrest. Most of you already know about the shooting at the Inner Majestic." He quickly told them that the man who'd been arrested was a suspect in the taxi bombing. "At this time," he said, "we can't say this person is connected to the elevator tragedies, but I can confirm he is a person of interest. There is a strong link with the Flyovers group, which has, in recent months, established a pattern of fomenting chaos in coastal cities, of which we are definitely one. So, with that possibly hopeful news, and reports coming in from across the city about the progress that is being made in restoring elevator service, I think it's fair to say that things are looking up." Several questions were shouted out, and Headley did his best to answer them, but in most cases said they would have to wait for the chief. To his relief, there was not one question about the granola parfait rodent. On the pretext of having to leave for another meeting, Headley offered his apologies and excused himself from the press room. When he returned to his office, Glover was there, sitting on the couch, a remote in hand, watching CNN on the new TV that had been installed after the mayor had shattered the other one the day before.
Glover stood. "I see you got back okay," Headley said. Glover nodded. "I walked." Headley's eyes went wide. "From 90th Street? Took me about 2.5 hours. But it gave me lots of time to think." He reached into his pocket and withdrew a white envelope, which he handed to his father. "About this. What's this?" he asked. Written, in hand, on the front of the envelope, was the word Dad. "I wasn't sure who to make it out to," Glover said. "I didn't know whether to write Dad or Father or Mayor Headley." The envelope was not sealed. Headley withdrew the single sheet of paper tucked inside, unfolded it, tossed the envelope onto the coffee table. He scanned the words. It didn't take him more than 10 seconds to read it. "What the hell is this?" Headley asked. "You'll notice, on the actual letter, I made it out to the position, to Mayor Richard Headley. I guess between that and the envelope, I covered all bases." "You're resigning?" Glover nodded. "Yes. As it says in the letter, effective tomorrow, or, I guess, midnight tonight." "Why? You don't give a reason in your letter." "Because I'm tired of disappointing you. And I simply can't take it anymore." "Can't take what?" "The constant belittling. The put-downs, the eye rolls. Anyone else with an ounce of self-respect would have quit long ago. Wouldn't have put up with it for so long. Maybe that's what took me so long. I'm all out of self-respect." Headley was shaking his head. "This is ridiculous." "More likely a relief for you. Now you don't have to actually fire me." He took a breath. "Mom's been dead a long time, Dad. If you've kept me on out of guilt, thinking maybe you owed it to her, you don't have to feel that way any longer. I want to leave. Maybe my quitting will be my one chance to make you happy." "Christ, Glover!" "The resignation, as it says in the letter, is effective at midnight. I'd still like to attend the Top of the Park event tonight, however, if it's still on." "It is," Headley said. "Coughlin messaged me a while ago. He's got the elevators working. Of course you can come." He paused, then said, "That woman you hired, Arla Silbert, the one you fired," Glover said, "because she's Barbara Matheson's daughter." Headley nodded quickly as though wanting to brush over that part. "What else do you know about her?" "Nothing. Why?" "No reason. I just wondered." Glover turned and started heading for the door. He was almost out of the office when his father called out his name. "Yes?" Glover said, stopping and looking at the mayor. "I'm sorry about kicking you out of the limo." He swallowed. Hard. "That was wrong. It wasn't your fault there was a goddamn mouse in that old lady's breakfast." "Actually, it was," Glover said. "I put it there." The mayor was standing by his desk, numb, when Valerie came into the room 3 minutes later. "What did Glover want?" she asked. "I saw him leaving and he looked kind of shook up." He handed her the resignation letter. She scanned it quickly, then said, "Oh. Did you accept it?" Headley nodded. "He told me something that he did. I should be angry. I should be livid. But I'm not. I feel like I had it coming." "What did he tell you?" The mayor shook his head. "Maybe you're right. What you've been telling me, that I've been too hard on him. I'm seeing now how that can end up biting you in the ass.
Richard, I wish you'd tell me what you're talking about.
Glover may think I'll have changed my mind about letting him come to Coughlin's thing tonight, but I haven't. He smiled grimly. I want him there. Valerie was about to press harder about what had gone on between him and his son, but she was interrupted by a text.
What's this?
She said, reading it. The mayor raised his head, waiting.
It's reception, Valerie said. The police are here.
Probably Chief Washington, Headley said. Maybe she knows more about this Wooler guy they've arrested. Valerie slowly shook her head.
No. It's 2 detectives.
She looked up.
They're looking for Glover.
The mayor went ashen-faced.
They have detectives in the health department.
What? Valerie said.
What are you talking about?
Never mind, Headley said. Valerie entered a number, then put the phone to her ear.
Hey, it's Valerie. Are those detectives still there? Okay, yeah. Put one of them on.
She waited a few seconds, then said,
Yes, hello? Who's this? Delgado? What can I do for you, Detective Delgado?
She listened, then said,
Well, I'm sorry, but Glover is not here right now. Perhaps this is something I can help you with?
She listened some more.
I see.
What is it? Headley asked. Valerie put her hand over the phone and said,
They specifically want to talk to Glover.
You better call him, Headley said, his voice weak, tipping his head at the landline on his desk. Valerie told Delgado to hold on, picked up the receiver for the mayor's phone, and entered the number for Glover's cell. She waited several seconds before finally saying,
Glover, it's Valerie. Can you call me the minute you get this?
She went back onto her cell and said,
I tried his cell, but he's not answering. I'm sorry. His home address? I don't...
Headley reached across the desk and snatched the phone out of Valerie's hand.
This is Mayor Headley,
he said with more courtesy than usual.
Who's this I'm talking to?
He listened for a second.
Can you tell me what this is about?
He held the phone to his ear for another 5 seconds, said, Okay. Then, without saying anything further, handed it back to Valerie. She put it to her own ear, said,
Hello?
She hung up, the mayor said. Valerie lowered the phone.
What did she say?
They're coming here to talk to me. 63. Burke and Delgado had never before been in the office of the mayor of New York City. If they were impressed, they were trying very hard not to show it. Valerie had met them just outside the door, and when she took them in, Headley was pacing the room. He had taken off his jacket and loosened his tie.
Detectives Burke and Delgado,
Valerie announced. The 2 detectives each introduced themselves so the mayor would know who was Burke and who was Delgado. What's this about? The mayor asked.
It's really his son we want to talk to,
Delgado said. About? Burke said, It's tied to an investigation we're working on.
So this has nothing to do with the mouse?
Burke glanced at his partner as if to ask, Did I hear that right? But instead he said, We're investigating a homicide, sir. Headley almost looked relieved.
By my count, there's what? 10 of them? 7 deaths by elevator, 3 in the explosion? We're looking into the death of Otto Petrenko, Delgado said. His body was found on the High Line Monday morning.
Petrenko? An elevator technician, Burke said. Now they had Headley's attention.
Elevator technician? Is there a connection between his death and what's been going on? Possibly, Delgado said. Before he died, Petrenko became very worried about the safety of his relatives in other parts of the country. It's possible he was being coerced to provide details on how elevators function.
that he feared these relatives would be harmed if he didn't go along. At the moment, it's just a theory. Not long before he was killed, Petrenko met with a man who visited him at his place of work. No one else knew who this man was, and Petrenko didn't talk about him to anyone. We've been trying to find out who that man might be." "Why do you think Glover might be able to help you with that?" the mayor asked. Burke said, "We managed to track down the car this man was driving. It came from the City Hall carpool."
Valerie, who'd been standing off to one side through the discussion, said,
"It did? It had one of those stickers on the back," Delgado said. "Part of your green campaign, sir. We had a partial plate and a distinguishing mark on the bumper. With all that, we were able to find the exact car." "Hang on," the mayor said. "When did you say this was? Because it's very possible, given the events of this week, that someone from the city would be talking to an expert in how elevators work." Delgado said, "As I mentioned a moment ago, Mr. Petrenko died sometime between Sunday night and Monday morning, before that first elevator event in the Lansing Tower. This meeting predates that." "Well, I guess the simplest thing to do," Headley said, "is find out who signed the car out that day. You don't need Glover to do that for you. We should be able to get that information. Can we do that for the detectives, Valerie?" "Absolutely." "We've already done that," Burke said. The room went quiet. When the mayor didn't say anything, it was Valerie who decided to ask the question. "Who signed it out?" "Glover Headley," Delgado said. The mayor and Valerie exchanged glances. "That's why," Burke said, "we would like to talk to Glover. We just want to clear this up. That's the way it is in an investigation. Tying up one loose end, then moving on to the next thing." "That's right," Delgado said. "So if you could just tell us where we might find him so we could cross this angle of inquiry off our list." Headley turned, walked toward his desk. He ran his right hand up to the back of his neck, kneaded it like it was bread dough. "He just resigned," Headley said. "Why?" Burke asked. "Because I'm a son of a bitch," he said. "Look, I'm sure there's a very simple explanation for this. I'll be talking to Glover tonight. He's coming to the top of the park opening, and I'll ask him what this is about and get back to you tomorrow." "We would prefer to talk to him ourselves, sir," Delgado said. "And we need to talk to him sooner than that." "Look, we just tried to raise him and he's not answering, so I don't know what to tell you." Burke said, "We need his cell number and home address." Valerie looked at her boss as though waiting for permission. He gave a weary nod, and she said, "I'll write those down for you." She slipped out of the office. Delgado and Burke both took out their business cards and placed them on the mayor's desk. "Give us a call," she said, "if he should happen to show up sooner." Headley looked down at the cards, but did not touch them. Valerie returned with a slip of paper and handed it to Delgado. "I gave you his email address, too," she said. "If he's not in the building or at home, you know any favorite places he might hang out?" Burke asked. "Coffee shop, bar, park?" The mayor looked at him blankly. "I can't think of any. Valerie?" "No," she said. "What did Glover do before handing in his resignation?" Delgado asked. Data analysis, polling, techie stuff," Valerie said. "You'd call him a techie?" Burke asked. "Oh, yes," Valerie said. "There's not a program or gadget in the world Glover can't figure out." 64. Anyone would have been forgiven for thinking the Academy Awards had been moved from Hollywood to New York. The official opening of the top of the park had all the earmarks of Oscar night. Huge spotlights set up across the street in Central Park cast dancing, crisscrossing beams of light into the night sky.
Central Park North was closed off between Fifth Avenue and Central Park West. Being allowed through were dozens of limousines bearing celebrities and politicians and the city's major power brokers. Judging by the presence of TV crews from CNN, as well as Access Hollywood and Extra, this was an entertainment event as much as it was a news story. As each vehicle rolled to a stop at the end of the red carpet that led into the cavernous atrium of Top of the Park, tuxedoed attendants rushed forward to open doors. Photographers and TV crews waited to see who might emerge. If it turned out to be a prominent actor or actress, glammed-up TV hosts would stop them as they passed for a few words of architectural insight. "It sure is tall," one actress said. "I'd have gotten pretty dizzy working on that," quipped an Oscar-nominated actor. When New Yorkers, far more powerful or influential, but whose faces did not appear on a 20-foot-high screen at one of the city's multiplexes, stepped out of a limo, the head of the New York Stock Exchange, the presidents of the Whitney Museum of American Art and Columbia University, to name just three, the TV types lowered their cameras and microphones until the next beautiful person came along. Regular New Yorkers not important enough to get an invitation still came out in droves to catch a glimpse of those who'd made the cut. Smartphones flashed incessantly. Fans begged for selfies. The occasional celeb even obliged. Barbara and Arla were not among those who arrived by limo. The closest they could get, by car, was 5th and Central Park North. "Shit," Barbara said upon seeing the barricades that kept them from getting dropped off out front of Top of the Park. "If I'd have known we've got to walk this far, I'd have worn flats." If the 110th Street station, which was only a few steps from the brand-new skyscraper, hadn't been closed for security reasons, they could have taken the train and saved themselves a few steps. But Barbara had to agree with Arla. When you're all dressed up, did you really want to trek down into the subway? That morning they'd opted not to order in and instead went out for a proper hangover breakfast. Scrambled eggs, extra crispy bacon, home fries, and more coffee. Then they'd gone back to Barbara's place to go through her closet and see if she had anything glitzy enough for the Top of the Park affair. Going through her mother's closet, Arla asked, "Just how many pairs of jeans do you have?" She found one black, off-the-shoulder dress tucked in the far corner and pulled it out. Holding out the dress at arm's length, she said, "What do you think?" Barbara said, "How many other dresses did you find in there?" "None. It's got sleeves, so no one will see my black and blue elbow. I like it. With the right accessories, it'll work." "Accessories?" Barbara said. Arla returned to her own apartment at that point, but invited her mother to come by 2 hours before the event, by which time she would have picked out a few necklaces and bracelets and sets of earrings for her mother to choose from. "Maybe this is a mistake," Arla said as they made their way from the cab to the entrance to Top of the Park. "I mean, an event like this is not exactly the best place to tell someone you're his daughter." Barbara nodded. "Let's hold back, see if he makes the first move. If he recognized your name when I said it, he might do something. If he does nothing, then we know he doesn't remember anything about that night, including my surname. And who knows? The moment Richard sees me walking into that party, he may have my ass kicked to the curb." "It'll be a long way down," Arla said. "And besides, it's not his party." Barbara smiled as they reached the red carpet. "No, it isn't." The two of them stopped before approaching the front doors and looked up. They had to crane their necks back as far as they could, and even then weren't sure they could see the top of the building. At the entrance, Barbara reached into her evening clutch and produced her invitation, which was closely scrutinized by a blonde woman in a dazzling red floor-length gown, accessorized rather incongruously by an earpiece and wires. "Have a wonderful time," she said. And then they were inside. "Fuck me," said Arla. The lobby was a breathtaking amalgam of swooping steel and glittering glass and lights that seemed to float, untethered, in the air above them. There were a couple of hundred people milling about, taking glasses of champagne from the trays of wandering servers. "Oh my God," Arla whispered, nudging her mother and getting her to look to one side. "Isn't that what's-his-name from that movie?" Barbara nodded. "Yeah, but don't get excited. He's gay." "No," Arla said. "That's the word." "Oh, and at 11 o'clock, yeah. They say she's going to run for president. She keeps saying she isn't, which tells me she probably is. Oh, look." Coming through the crowd was the mayor, dressed in black tie. He had a broad smile pasted on his face that looked, at least to Barbara, more artificial than usual. Politicians were masters at appearing delighted to see you when they really didn't give a shit, and Headley was one of the best. But Barbara thought his bon ami seemed particularly strained. Something about the creases coming out of the front corners of his mouth. Fault lines ready to give way. Trailing him were Chris Valens, also in a tux and running shoes, a backpack hanging discreetly from his hand at his side, Valerie Langdon, in a powder blue floor-length dress, and Glover, also in a tux, the bow tie awkwardly askew. He was engaged in what seemed to be an agitated conversation with Valerie. "They're going to walk right past us," Arla said. "Don't worry," Barbara said. Arla moved so that her body was mostly shielded by her mother. "I don't want Glover to see me. I'm not ready to talk to him about anything." As Valerie and Glover walked past, the procession slowed, and Barbara heard snippets of their discussion. "I told him," Glover said. "I didn't sign out that car. Don't care what the cops say. I don't anything about it." "I don't know what believe," Valerie said. "He told me about Mouse. What you thinking?" "Mouse?" "Amazed he let you tonight," Valerie said. "Feels guilty, I guess. A first. Gone soon." The crowd opened up, allowing them to move on and out of range for Barbara to hear anything else. As Valens passed by, Barbara reached out and touched his arm. He glanced her way, startled. "Love the shoes," she said, looking down at his runners. He gave the backpack a slight swing. "Got the Florsheims in here," he said, grinning. "Hey, I sent you an email." "Okay," Barbara said as Valens moved on. "You know that guy?" Arla asked. "A little," Barbara said. "He's kind of hot." "A little." She took out her phone and checked her email inbox. There was nothing there from Valens. She looked in junk, but there was no message there either. Everyone was being herded toward two banks of elevators which were just off the main atrium. There were 5 elevators on one side, 5 on the other. The numbers above the doors, etched in granite, indicated where they went. The 5 on the left were for the floors below the 50th, the ones on the right for floors 51 to 98, also known as the observation level. It was before the doors on the right, where everyone lined up. All 5 doors opened simultaneously. Barbara and Arla were close enough to be among the first wave of riders. Headley and his team stepped into the first one, accompanied by, Barbara noticed, Rodney Coughlin himself. The doors closed, and the elevator departed. Barbara and Arla boarded their car and were followed by another 8 people in tuxes and gowns. As the doors closed, there was a palpable sense of unease inside the car. Someone chuckled nervously.
They did get the guy, right? A woman said. That's what I saw on the news, a man said. I think they're pretty sure. The elevator began its ascent. 65. Burke and Delgado had spent the rest of the afternoon trying to track down Glover Headley. They'd had no luck raising him with repeated calls to his cell phone. They did not find him at his apartment, and a search of bars and restaurants in the blocks near City Hall also proved fruitless. Burke had given his card to the doorman of the building where Glover lived and asked him to get in touch should Glover return. Just before 7, Burke's cell rang. He just returned, the doorman said. He and Delgado had been checking restaurants at the time. They ran back to the car and started the drive back uptown to Glover's Upper West Side residence. But as was more often the case than not, the drive north was a traffic nightmare. By the time Delgado brought the car to a screeching halt out front of the building and Burke ran in, Glover had already left. He wasn't here long, the doorman said. He was in and out in about 15 minutes. Looked like he just came back to get changed, left in a tux. When Burke got back in the car, he turned and looked at Delgado and said, How do we look? What are you talking about? Looks like we're going to have to crash the party. He wasn't there? He's on his way to the top of the park opening. Left in his penguin suit. Delgado glanced down at herself. Black jeans, plain white blouse, jacket. Oh yeah, I'm good to go. Along the way, she glanced over a couple of times at her partner, who had a big smile on his face. You look like a kid on Christmas morning, she said. He grinned. Okay, I'm excited. I've been following the progress of this building since before they broke ground, but have never had an excuse to get inside. I bought a book about it on Monday. Studied every page. Can't wait to see it. Ask me anything about it. Go ahead, ask me. You want to know the architects? Not particularly. Svengali and Associates. I know, Svengali, but it's the guy's real name. Delgado said, wasn't Svengali a kind of evil dude, a real manipulative fucker? Yeah, but it's a great-sounding name. The building was first conceived 15 years ago, and it was going to be 90 stories, but then 432 Park Avenue came in at 97, so Coughlin... Coughlin? Rodney Coughlin, the developer? Burke said. And then this other project got announced last year at the bottom of Central Park isn't finished yet, and it's going to surpass 432. So Coughlin said, at 8 more floors, bringing it in at 98 and a height of 1,560 feet, which tops anything out there, built or not yet built. All of which makes it the tallest residential tower in the Western Hemisphere, and the second tallest building in New York, after One World Trade. They're just architectural penises, Delgado said. Whose concrete and glass dick is bigger? Delgado took Central Park West all the way up to Central Park North. At that point, they encountered the police barricade that was keeping everything but VIP limos from proceeding. Delgado flashed her badge and was waved through. She pulled the car up onto the south sidewalk about 100 yards west of the building. Burke was out first, and he stood there for several seconds admiring the structure. I'm going to make it, he said. Delgado, out of the car, slammed the door and said, What? Out of artboard, he said, for my collection. Delgado had seen pictures on her partner's phone of his creations. You're going to need a bigger apartment. Burke shrugged. A taller apartment. Ready to party? Burke nodded. They headed toward the building. 66. The elevator softly chimed as its destination, the 98th floor, was reached and the doors parted. A collective gasp erupted from inside the car. The doors opened onto a vast expanse of openness, across which could be seen a wall of floor-to-ceiling windows, and beyond that lay an even more vast expanse of sky.
Looking westward, there was a distant orange sliver on the horizon as the last glimmer of the setting sun bled away. Barbara and Arla and their fellow passengers stepped from the car and into what amounted to a ballroom in the sky. They moved hesitantly, almost fearfully, testing the solidity of the marble floor beneath them as if to be sure they weren't walking on a cloud. A reverent hush had fallen over the guests who, only moments before, had been chatting amiably in the confines of their elevator car. It was as if each had been struck dumb, overwhelmed by the magnificent view from atop this tower in the sky. "There are no words," someone whispered. It was true. There were not enough superlatives in the English language to convey how dramatic, how wondrous, how absolutely miraculous the experience was. Arla circumnavigated the room, weaving her way around buffet tables laden with elegant displays of food and drink, and another table with a stunning 10-foot-tall architectural model of Top of the Park, until she was at the southern exposure that overlooked Central Park, and beyond that, the skyscrapers of Midtown, including the building's closest rival, 432 Park. Beyond that could be seen Rockefeller Center, the Chrysler Building, the Empire State Building, and, even farther in the distance, One World Trade Center. "It's like we're in a plane that's holding its position in the air," Arla said, touching her fingertips to the glass as her mother came up behind her. "Don't stand so close," Barbara said nervously. She'd never considered herself to be afraid of heights, but up here, at this moment, she felt a touch of vertigo. "Come back," she said, pulling gently on her daughter's arm. "It's okay," Arla said, resisting. She looked down. "There's nothing around here that even comes close. We're up here all alone." She giggled and turned her head so her mother could better hear her. "You wouldn't have to worry about walking around naked with the curtains open. Except for maybe a jet full of passengers heading into LaGuardia." That prompted Arla to look east. "You can see them," she said. "The planes coming in and taking off." She shook her head in wonder. "What do you think it costs to get an apartment in this building?" "We might not be the target demographic," Barbara said. "But if you could, if you had millions of dollars, would you want to live here?" Barbara thought a moment before saying, "No. It almost feels wrong. The building feels like it's thumbing its nose at the laws of nature. It's too incredible, too death-defying. I wouldn't mind a huge loft in Soho, though." "Yeah, well, I think I could get used to..." "Good evening!" The voice was emanating from speakers built into the walls and ceiling. "Welcome to the Top of the Park!" Arla was looking too. "Over there," she said, pointing. Standing on an elevated platform, with a night sky for a backdrop, was Rodney Coughlin. 6 feet tall, broad-shouldered, chiseled jaw, eyebrows like mutant caterpillars, he was a commanding presence. He held a champagne glass at shoulder height as he smiled broadly at his guests, his teeth big and bright enough that light was bouncing off them. The mayor stood to his right, looking somewhat distracted. Barbara and Arla threaded their way through the crowd so they could get a ringside view. Once in position, Barbara glanced around. She spotted Glover over by one of the elevators. Valerie was standing not far off. Barbara had lost sight of Valens. "Oh, what a glorious night this is!" Coughlin exclaimed, and the room erupted with applause. He grinned. "How do you folks like the view?" Scattered laughter, more applause. "Now, I know you've all just got here and you can't stop yourselves from looking out the window and..." He chuckled. looking down on the rest of New York. I need to warn you, there are going to be a few speeches, and I have a number of people to thank, including Mario! Where are you? Standing next to Barbara, a short, bushy-headed man with dark sunglasses the size of 2 coasters and wearing a bright, orange sport jacket waved his hand in the air. Mario Svengali! Coughlin shouted, raising his glass even higher. The most brilliant architect in the whole fucking universe! I'm going to be having a few words to say about him and others, and my good friend the mayor right here. He gestured to Headley beside him. Thank you very much, Richard, for letting me use the elevators tonight. Headley blushed as nervous chuckles swept the room. Don't worry, Coughlin continued. Tonight, the people who deserve our gratitude most of all are the good men and women of law enforcement, the NYPD, the FBI, you name it, who made an arrest today in connection with the horrible events of this week. Headley tried to interject, saying, actually, so far, he's only Coughlin quickly cut him off. I've got plenty to say tonight, and a lot of other people to thank, but we've also got some other people who want to say a few words. He rolled his eyes. Politicians, right? Well, so long as they're saying wonderful things about me, I say give them all the time they want. A few more laughs. Most of those speeches are coming later. First, we want to have some fun. But before I command you all to eat, drink, and be merry, the mayor would like to say a few words. But you're going to be brief, right, Richard? Coughlin quickly whispered something in the mayor's ear. Barbara, who had always been pretty good at reading lips, was pretty sure he'd said, Don't fuck this up. The mayor, a strained grin on his face, stepped forward. I also just wanted to extend a welcome to everyone here on what is truly a historic night in the history of New York City, as this astonishing building becomes part of the Manhattan skyline. My congratulations to everyone who played a role in making Top of the Park a reality. Arla leaned in close to her mother and said, I think maybe I look a little bit like him. Around the eyes? As the mayor kept talking, Barbara replied quietly, I don't know. Possibly. The truth was, Barbara had always seen something of Headley in her daughter. Not just the eyes. The way her nose turned up slightly at the end. How she cocked her head when she was puzzling something out. The sharp turn in her jawbone just below the ear. As you all know, Headley continued, this has been a slightly stressful week for New Yorkers, so I would urge you to take full advantage of the open bar. A forced chuckle. I'll be first in line. A few laughs, and at least one, hear, hear! Okay, the mayor said. More speeches later. Let's party. Let's make this a night we'll remember for the rest of our lives. Headley stepped off the platform, where he was met by Valerie, who was chatting to him about something. As they spoke, they both glanced, at different moments, at Glover, standing over by the elevators. What do you think? Arlo whispered. Should I go up and talk to him? Just introduce myself and see what kind of reaction I get? Barbara was hesitant. I'm not sure this is the right moment. This entire evening might not be the right moment. I thought this was the plan. I talked to him tonight. I might not ever get this close to him again. I lost my job, remember? I know. Barbara was second-guessing her decision to give Arla that extra media pass. The last 24 hours had been so overwhelming, she thought. Perhaps her judgment was clouded by what had amounted to an emotional breakthrough with Arla, a breakthrough of honesty. Hours earlier, so grateful for this watershed moment in their relationship, Barbara would have been inclined to give Arla anything she asked for. A media pass to the biggest party in town? Sure, why not? Now she wondered if it had been such a good idea. Did Arla have a right to know who her father was? Of course. Was Arla perfectly justified in wanting to make a connection with him? No doubt about it. But here, now, the mayor had broken away from Valerie and was heading their way.
I'm going to do it,
Arla said. But before Headley had gotten very far, an elderly woman wearing a floor-length gown and enough jewelry to open a Cartier store interceded. "Richard!" she cried. "Margaret!" he said, embracing her. Barbara recognized her. Margaret Cambridge. Her name had come up when Barbara was doing her internet research. "How do you like that view?" he asked her. "It's worth $1 million, she said. "Actually, more like $1 billion. They both laughed. The mayor gave her another hug, then moved on. Barbara could sense that Arla was ready to make a move. She placed a hand on her arm.
Wait, just wait a second. Maybe we should... Mayor Headley?
Arla said. Too late. The mayor stopped, turned. "Yes," he said, looking at her. Arla moved forward until there was barely a foot of space between the two of them. Seeing them that close together made Barbara lightheaded.
No, not here, not now, later, somewhere private.
Arla extended a hand. The mayor took it, smiled, and said, "Nice to meet you." Then he noticed Barbara standing right behind her. She caught his eye, and he said, "Ms. Matheson?" Barbara smiled nervously.
"Mayor?"
Arla said,
"I wonder, would there be somewhere we could talk privately for a couple of minutes?"
"Maybe if you talk to Valerie Langdon. She's just over there, in the blue dress. You could tell her what this is about, and she could see about setting something up." Arla's face fell.
It's not a political thing. It's more a personal thing. You see, my name is Arla.
She did not have a chance to finish her sentence. And even if she had, Headley would not have been able to hear it. The explosion was far too deafening. And not just the first one. The one that came after. And the one after that. And the one after that. 67. Burke and Delgado flashed their IDs to get past security and into top of the park. Once inside, Burke stopped, mouth agape, and took in the view.
Unbelievable,
he said. "Yeah, pretty," Delgado said. "Let's find our boy." Burke approached a security guard, showed his badge again, and told him they were looking for Glover Headley, the mayor's son. The guard said that pretty much everyone was now on the top floor for the festivities. The guard had seen the mayor come through the lobby, but had no idea what the son looked like. "Let's head up," Burke said to his partner. He and Delgado found themselves standing alone in front of the bank of elevators. There were 3 touch screens positioned atop small granite pillars between the elevator doors with a notice that read, "Enter your floor." "How's it work?" Burke asked. Delgado studied it.
For the 53rd floor, you tap in 5-3.
But for the top?
Looks like OB for observation deck.
She tapped the OB symbol. A message appeared on the screen. Elevator 2. There were numbers atop the elevators, and the second from the left was marked 2. "That one," Delgado said, pointing. They positioned themselves in front of those doors. "What's your take on all this?" Burke asked his partner while they waited for their car to arrive.
"I don't know. Glover's made himself very hard to find today. He signed out the car used by the man who met with Petrenko. Petrenko ends up dead."
"What do you think? If you wanted to know everything there was to know about fucking around with a building's elevator system, someone like Petrenko would be the guy to talk to."
"Yeah,"
Delgado said. And if you led him to believe you could hurt his extended family, he'd probably help. A soft chiming noise indicated the arrival of their car. The doors opened and, with half a second's hesitation, they stepped in. Burke looked for the panel of buttons to enter their floor and was momentarily alarmed when he didn't see one. I already did it, remember? Delgado said. No buttons. It's like getting into a car without a steering wheel. At least there's no chance of some smart-ass kid jumping on, running his hand down all the buttons, and jumping out again. Yeah, Burke said. That's what I'm worried about. The car began to move, slowly accelerating. Its increasing speed seemed barely perceptible. Then, Burke put his finger to his ear. I can feel the pressure changing, he said, trying to gather some spit in his mouth to swallow. I feel it, Delgado said, touching her own ear. Should have brought some gum. She eyed him with concern. You okay? Yeah, I'm fine. 'Cause, your breathing is okay. I'm fine, he said again, this time with an edge to his voice. A few seconds went by before Burke said, You actually think it could be him? Glover? Yeah. The mayor's assistant said he was a techie. Why would the mayor's own kid decide to kill people by sabotaging elevators? Delgado asked. Maybe we'll get a chance to ask him, he said. They could feel the elevator decelerating. Wow, that was fast, Delgado said. We're here already? Burke looked at the digital readout that told them what floors they were passing. No. We're just passing the 50th. 52, 53. But we're slowing down. I can feel it. We've still got more than 40 floors to go. They both went quiet for a moment, focusing their collective attention on the sense of movement. Burke looked at the readout. 65, he said. We're holding at 65. Delgado looked at the narrow strips of brushed aluminum wall on either side of the doors. Now I want some fucking buttons. How do I re-enter the observation deck? No idea, Burke said. Maybe it's voice-activated. She looked up toward the ceiling, as if there were a god of elevators waiting to hear from her, and said loudly, Observation deck! Nothing happened. Maybe you were supposed to say please, Burke said. Come on, she shouted. Let's go! The elevator did not move. I want out, Delgado said. Same here. He pressed the button bearing two triangles with their bases touching, the open door button. The doors did not open. Try it again, Delgado said. Burke jabbed repeatedly at the button before giving his partner a what now look. She pointed to the emergency button. Give that one a try. Delgado stuck out a finger and was about to touch it when suddenly the elevator doors parted, giving them a view of a deserted hallway. Well, Burke said, looking at Delgado, the elevator seems to be inviting us to leave. She hesitated. We might have to walk up the rest of the way. Or walk down the rest of the way, he said. If the elevators are down for the count, I'd rather head down before I start going further up. I vote we get off, Delgado said, stepping through the opening and into the hallway. Burke followed. The second he'd cleared the doors, he heard the elevator move. He and Delgado spun around in time to see the car, with the doors still open, slowly descend. Jesus Christ, Delgado said. Once the car had disappeared from view, they found themselves looking directly into the shaft. They both took half a step back. What the hell is happening? Burke said. Within seconds, the elevator doors on the far left opened, exposing the shaft. Then the 1/3 from the left, then the 4th, and finally the 5th. All 5 doors were in the open position, but there wasn't a car at any of them. They were looking into 5 open shafts. For several seconds, they were speechless. Delgado crept forward to one of the open doorways and peeked over the edge.
"That is one fucking long drop down," she said.
Drop.
"So, what now?"
she asked. Burke said nothing.
"Jerry?"
Drops. "I'm fine," he said.
"Let's think for a second."
And for several seconds, neither of them spoke.
"Wait," Delgado said. "What's that sound?"
"What?" Burke said.
"Shut up and listen."
They both listened. Slowly, Delgado turned and looked at Burke.
"It's you,"
she said. Burke had started wheezing. He rested a palm on his chest.
"Oh, shit," he said. Shit. Talk to me." "It's been triggered." "Can you breathe?"
"For now,"
he said. "Have you got your thing?"
Burke's chin went up and down. He patted the pocket of his suit jacket. He reached in and brought out the inhaler, uncapped it.
"1 shot should do it," he said. "2 at the most."
Delgado nodded sympathetically.
"Sure, go ahead."
He was just about to insert the device into his mouth when the first explosion went off. That first blast, which sounded well above them, was quickly followed by 3 others, all strong enough that they could feel the building shake ever so slightly. Burke was startled enough by the first explosion that he didn't need the other 3 to lose his grip on the inhaler. It slipped from his fingers, bounced off the toe of his shoe, skittered across the marble hallway floor, and through the middle set of open elevator doors. Instinctively, he darted forward to try and catch it. "Jerry!" Delgado screamed. She went to grab for him, but he was already moving, just not quickly enough. By the time he reached the opening, had braced himself with one hand on the wall, and was peering down into the shaft, his inhaler was already plunging past the 30th floor. 68. Barbara grabbed Arla instinctively, sheltering her in an enveloping embrace. She wanted to run, but had no idea where to run to as people around her screamed. The 4 blasts, boom, 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 seemed to have come from all directions. Many of the elegantly dressed guests were crying. Others were staring around wildly, panicked expressions on their faces. Once the screams died down, Headley moved toward the temporary stage, leaping onto it and grabbing the microphone. "Everyone remain calm!" he shouted. "Please stay calm!" That was a tall order, given that there was now a strong smell of smoke and sulfur clogging the air. Several guests were crowding around the 5 elevator doors, tapping away at the digital screen, entering L for the lobby. "We have to get out of here," a man cried out frantically. "The stairs!" a woman yelled. That prompted a mini-stampede. Guests were following exit signs that directed people to 4 sets of stairs that would ultimately deliver them to street level. "What's going on?" Arla asked her mother. "I don't know," Barbara said, a protective arm still around her daughter's shoulders. She scanned the room. There were plenty of others holding on to one another for comfort. Many had phones out and could be heard talking in frantic tones to multiple 911 operators about what had just happened. "I'm thinking," Barbara said softly, "that we should get out of here." Arla nodded.
"Okay, they're already waiting for the elevators."
"Yeah," she said cautiously.
"I'm not so sure I want to be first in that line."
"Jesus!" The high-pitched cry had come from one of the stairwell doors.
"Stay here," Barbara said, releasing Arla and darting between other guests as she headed for the stairs.
Arla did not do as she was told and followed her mother as she squeezed past a group huddled around the door, which had been pulled wide open. A section of the first set of stairs was missing. Between every floor were about 40 steel and concrete steps, each with a landing at the halfway point where the stairs reversed direction. What everyone had been looking at, through the smoke and dust that was still wafting throughout the stairwell, was the gap that began 7 steps down from the stairwell door. 4 steps were missing, their crumbled remains having fallen to the steps another flight down. 4 separate stairwells, Barbara thought. 4 explosions. When she turned around, Arla was there.
"How bad is it?"
Arla whispered. "Bad," Barbara said, coming back into the main room. "We better hope the elevators are working." Not for a moment did she believe they would be. But Barbara and Arla headed for them anyway. They heard other guests confirming in loud, panicked shrieks that the other stairwells had been similarly sabotaged. Headley was still calling for calm, but could barely be heard above the mayhem. The sound of the chiming elevators brought an almost instant chill throughout the room. The lights flashed over all 5 elevator doors. "Thank God!" a woman shouted. Another woman could be heard consoling her husband, whose entire body was shaking. "It's going to be okay, Edmund," she said within earshot of Barbara. "It's going to be okay. The elevators are here." The 5 elevator doors opened simultaneously, but there wasn't a car in a single one of them. The guests were greeted with 5 98-story elevator shafts. All the hopefuls who'd been waiting for a ride down backed suddenly away. One brave woman in a glittery silver gown crept forward and peered over the edge and down.
"My God," she whispered. "You can't even see the bottom."
A man shouted,
"Who's doing this? What do they want? How are we going to get out of here?"
"Everyone!" It was Coughlin at the mic again, his face a mask of anguish. "Everyone, please!" The crowd slowly went quiet and turned to look at the developer. "Okay, I understand everyone is very upset, but I've already been in touch with building maintenance, and I'm assured this is just a glitch that can be—" He couldn't finish the sentence as various terrified guests drowned him out. "Those were explosions! How do we get down? Who's doing this? Why didn't you call this off? What were you thinking?" That question prompted Coughlin to raise his hand in the air, a bid to get everyone to quiet down again, and turn and look at Headley. "Perhaps the mayor would like to field that one." An anxious-looking Headley approached the mic. People, please listen." A few people, anxious to hear the mayor over all the nervous chatter, went, "Shh." "Thank you," Headley said. "What I want you to know is, I personally assigned one of my own people to oversee a thorough inspection by qualified technicians of all the elevators in this building. All 5 were deemed to be in excellent working order. Based on the results of that inspection, I authorized resumption of services. I was told we were good to go. Where's Chris? Chris Valens?" Barbara's eyes darted around the room, searching him out. Finally, she spotted him, standing a few steps ahead of the middle elevator's open doors. Next to him stood Glover Headley. Valens raised a hand. "Here," he said. Glover, as well as everyone else in the room, turned and looked at him venomously. "So," they all appeared to be thinking, "this is your fault." "What did you find?" Headley asked. "Find?" Valens said. "Nothing. You were here yesterday?" Valens nodded. "That's correct, Mr. Mayor. Today, too." Glover was shaking his head. He looked from Chris to his father and said, "Dad always uses the best people." The room fell silent. Thank you, Glover," Headley said. "But as I was saying, the building had been checked as recently, and yet
here we are, trapped at the top of this fucking monstrosity, Glover said. Look at all that's happened on your watch.
Valerie was moving through the room toward the mayor's son. She said softly, so as only to be heard by a few,
This is not the place.
Glover was not dissuaded, even when Valens also started moving closer to him. To the crowd, he said,
By the way, is anyone here hiring? In case you haven't heard, I'm no longer working for the mayor of New York City.
There were murmurs throughout the room. Barbara felt a growing unease that Glover's performance was not unrelated to what was happening to all of them. Headley spoke.
Son, just tell me, why did you meet with that man? What man? Glover said. That elevator expert. Weeks ago.
A collective gasp swept the room.
How many times do I have to tell you? The mayor's son said. I don't know anything about that.
Headley searched the room, spotted Barbara, and said,
You tried to tell me that it was personal. I had no idea how personal.
Barbara didn't know what to say. This hardly seemed the time for an I told you so. Even if she could have thought of some response, someone else had something to say first. It is personal. Chris Valens was speaking. He was standing only a step away from Glover and looked at him as he spoke. Someone in this room blames the mayor for how he treated his mother, how he neglected her, how he didn't give a shit about her. Valens turned his head to stare squarely at the mayor. I'm that person, Valens said. Mr. Mayor, you killed my mother. More gasps. More whispers. Everyone was wondering what the hell was happening, including Glover. He looked at Valens and said, You signed out that car. You used my name. Valens nodded. Sins of the father and all that, he said. Sorry. At which point he swiftly placed his palm flat on Glover Headley's chest, knocking him off his feet and through the open elevator doors.
69. Mom? Mom? Say something, Mom. Please don't die. Mom? Mom! Open your eyes. Look at me. Mom! Mom! I love you, Mom. I love you. Oh, Mom. No, 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 no.
Chris thinks she is dead. But then she opens her eyes again as she lies there on the floor of their tiny apartment.
I need your father.
This hardly seems like the time to remind her that his father, her husband, is dead and has been for a long time.
I'm calling for help, he says, on his knees beside her, rubbing his hand across her forehead.
He jumps up and goes for the phone, dialing 911. He quickly tells the operator their Bronx address, that he thinks his mother has had a heart attack, that she's been complaining about pains in her chest for weeks, that she's just come up 7 flights of stairs carrying bags of groceries, that they need to get here quickly.
They're coming, he tells his mother, tears streaming down his cheeks. You're going to be okay. Just hold on until the ambulance gets here. Okay? Mom? Mom? Say something. Mom, please say something.
She makes a low moaning noise.
I'm going to be gone for just a minute. I'm going to run down and wait for the ambulance. Show them how to get up here.
Chris bolts from the room, runs down the hallway past the elevator, with the "Not in Service" sign held to it with tape that has gone yellow with age. He nearly flies down the 6 flights of steps and is running out the front of the building as the ambulance comes screaming up the street. Chris runs out between 2 parked cars and waves his arms in the air. The ambulance screeches to a halt out front, and 2 paramedics, a man and a woman, leap out.
This way, Chris says.
They want to take half a second to confirm. Maud Valens?
Yes! Room 703, hurry, she's still breathing.
They grab their equipment and run in after the boy. As he heads for the stairwell door, the woman says,
Where are you going?
She points to the 2 elevators in the lobby. She has yet noticed the "Not in Service" signs taped to them.
They don't work, he shouts.
Ah, Christ, says the male paramedic. Chris takes the steps 2 at a time, reaching the 7th floor more than a minute ahead of the other 2. The paramedics enter the hall winded, sweat dripping down their temples. Chris is at the door to his apartment, waving them in. While the 2 emergency workers kneel over his mother, Chris cannot stop babbling.
The doctor's always saying she has a bad heart and it's really hard for her going up and down the stairs, and I told her I'd do the shopping. You don't have to do it, or even if she goes out, I can carry all the bags up, because it's way too hard for her, but she's always saying she can do it, that it's not my job, that my job is to go to school, but I could do it after school, but she says no, and I talked to the man who comes for the rent, and I've asked him to please fix the elevators, that my mom can't handle the stairs, that one day she's going to have a really, really, really bad heart attack, but he's this total asshole, and I told my mom not to pay the rent until he fixed them, but she said she couldn't do that because...
The woman stands, turns, and asks, What's your name, kid?
Christopher.
She tips her head toward the hallway.
I can't leave my mom,
he says.
We need to talk, Christopher.
Once in the hall, she walks him a few steps away from the open apartment door.
What family you got? Brothers, sisters? Where's your father? It's just me and my mom. My dad's dead. I don't have any brothers or sisters.
The woman's eyes sadden.
Uncles? An aunt?
He nods.
Fran? She's my mom's sister. She lives in Albany.
You got a number for her?
Does my mom have to go to the hospital?
The woman swallows.
How old are you, Chris? 12?
We're not taking your mom to the hospital, Christopher. Maybe if we'd gotten here a little sooner, Chris says.
Like if the elevator had been working.
The woman says, I guess we'll never know. We need to get in touch with his aunt, tell her. She glances down the hallway at the sound of the stairwell door opening and closing. A young man, early 20s, dressed in a suit and tie, strides toward the paramedic. What's going on? He asks, in a voice that suggests he's entitled to know.
That's him,
Chris whispers. Him? The woman says.
The asshole,
he whispered. The man is now face to face with the paramedic. What's happening here?
Emergency call.
Heart attack. Who are you?
Richard Headley, he says.
My father owns this building, among others. I'm the property manager.
Do you live here? The woman asks. Headley looks as though he's been slapped in the face.
Hardly. I come by twice a month, check on things, collect rent. My mom's dead, Chris says.
Headley looks down at the boy, noticing him for the first time.
Sorry to hear that, sport. If they'd got up here sooner, Chris says, holding back his tears. They could have saved her. If you'd fixed the elevators. Going up and down the stairs killed her. It's your fault.
Headley bends down so he can look the kid in the eye. One thing you'll learn when you get older is you can't go blaming others for your troubles. If your mom didn't like the way things were here, she could have moved. He pats the boy's shoulder as he stands back up. But he isn't done doling out advice for the grief-stricken young man. We all have setbacks in life, but we move on. If there's something you want in life, you go after it, no matter how hard it is or how long it takes. These are the words Chris will always remember. 70. The mayor screamed, a ragged cry of pain and grief and disbelief.
Glover!
The name resounded through the glass-enclosed space. The crowd, transfixed in horror, suffered a brief, collective bout of heart failure, not quite accepting what they had just seen. It was all too impossible to believe. One moment Glover was there, and a moment later he wasn't. The mayor's son had barely had a chance to utter a scream of his own, and his plunge down the shaft took so long that no one heard a thing when he hit bottom. Headley started pushing his way through the crowd toward Chris Valens, a wild, murderous look in his eyes. But from somewhere, Valens had produced a gun, and he was pointing it straight at the mayor. "Stop, Richard," he said, utterly calm, utterly cold. Headley halted, a few feet away from Barbara. A second earlier, he'd looked ready to kill Valens, but now the enormity, the sheer horror of what had just happened was overtaking him. The mayor was on the verge of weeping, but was too stunned, too overwhelmed to actually cry. "Go ahead. Let it out," Valens said, keeping his gun trained on Headley while he crouched down and reached back with his free hand for an open backpack that was propped against the short stretch of wall between two open elevator doors. He stood slowly, hefting the backpack over one shoulder while holding the gun in his opposite hand. A tear escaped Headley's right eye and ran down his cheek as he stared incredulously at Valens. "It hurts, doesn't it?" Chris said. "It hurts a lot." Why did you... You really don't remember, do you? You have no idea. I don't know what... Let me give you a hint. A 12-year-old boy, mother dead of a heart attack, couldn't handle going up all those flights of stairs anymore. You wouldn't spend a dime on that building. We had no heat half the time, rusty water coming out of the taps, mice and rats and cockroaches, holes in the ceiling where water dripped down from shitty plumbing on the upper floors. But most of all, We had no fucking elevators. The only things you ever replaced were the not in service signs. You killed her, Richard. There was a dawning realization in Headley's eyes.
Valance, he whispered. Your mother was Maud.
I wondered if you'd recognize the name when you hired me. Chris smiled. But it had been so long, and you never asked.
I'm sorry, the mayor said. But, Glover, you didn't have to.
I didn't have to do anything, Chris said, shifting the backpack around to the front so he could see into it. I didn't have to mess with the elevators at your good friend Morris Lansing's building. I didn't have to have some fun with the elevators at the Sycamores, where one of your biggest fundraisers was held. Pretty sure I saw Margaret earlier. And I didn't have to fuck with the elevator at the Gormley building, where your good friend Mr. Steele lives. But I wanted to. I wanted to send a message to all those who gave you a helping hand. The kind you never gave anyone. I wanted to send a message to the people who helped put you where you are, when you so don't deserve to be there. But not the taxi bombing, Barbara thought. It didn't fit. It never had. Valance looked down again into the backpack and smiled. Ah, here we go. What he pulled out looked like an oversized TV remote. Barbara thought back to that news conference when that city official said there were devices out there that same size that could allow someone to commandeer a building's elevators. He let the backpack drop to the floor. So, Chris said, holding the remote at eye level so everyone could see it. This is my little friend that's your ticket out of here. With this, I can return the elevators back to their normal functions. You'll all be able to go home. Just don't anyone think of rushing me, or trying to jump me, or I'm going to toss it down the shaft. Are we clear on that? There were a few nods among the guests. Awesome, he said. But there is an if. One big if.
Please, Headley said. Don't hurt anyone here. You want to toss me down there, let me be with my son? Fine. I'll jump right in if you'll let these people go.
Here's what we're going to do, Valance said. I'm going to let you go.
What?
Headley said, his voice cracking. That's right. I'm going to bring one elevator up, and you can get on it. And I'm going to send it, very safely, back to the lobby.
I don't understand. Why would you let me?
Valance raised a finger on the hand holding the gun. Let me finish. The mayor went silent. You'll get off in the lobby, and I'll bring the elevator back up without you. Then you'll take the stairs and rejoin us.
What?
Valance smiled and nodded. You're going to walk your way back up here. Well, almost. He paused. See how you like it. Now you're in pretty good shape for a man your age, although I don't know how often you run to the tops of skyscrapers. We're going to make it interesting. We're going to put a time limit on it. I'm going to give you 20 minutes.
20?
That seems more than enough time. When they had a race to get to the top of the Freedom Tower, there were people who did it in under 15. So I think I'm being generous. The only thing is, the clock starts ticking as soon as you get on the elevator to go down.
This is... And what if I'm late?
You heard the 4 explosions that took out the stairwells. There's a fifth bomb just waiting to go off that will pretty much take off the top of this building. Everyone here, including myself, will die. So if you decide to run away, to not come back, that's what's going to happen." The mayor stood there, speechless. Barbara leaned forward, close enough to the mayor to whisper to him and be heard. She said, "You should get going." Richard Headley's eyes met hers.
"I'm sorry," he said, "for everything."
Barbara felt as though the room was spinning. Then the mayor looked at Arla, took both her hands in his, and squeezed. "What a wonderful young woman you've turned out to be. I've only had an instant to be proud of you." Arla appeared to be on the verge of fainting.
"Thank you,"
she whispered. "Time's a-wastin'," Valens said. Headley let go of Arla's hands. Valens looked at Barbara and said, "Do me a solid and set the timer on your phone to 20 minutes.
"Okay,"
Barbara said with feigned calm. She reached into her clutch and brought out her phone. At that moment, it dinged. An incoming email. "That'll be from me," Valens told her. "Sent on a delay. You can read it later, if you get the chance. Got the timer ready?" She fiddled with some settings, then said,
"Ready."
"Hold it up and show me," Valens asked, and she did. Valens looked at the mayor. "How about you? Set to go?" Headley swallowed and said, "I'm ready." "We're on 98. But call me when you get to the 97th floor." Valens smiled. "You have my number. I'll send an elevator to bring you up the last story." Headley nodded that he understood. He reached into his jacket to make sure he had his phone. He looked at it, brought up Valens's number, then returned it to his pocket. Valens, keeping the gun trained on him, entered some instructions into the remote control elevator device with his other hand. Seconds later, an elevator car arrived. Valens swept his arm gracefully toward it, inviting the mayor to board. Headley walked forward, got into the car, turned and looked at the crowd, his chin quivering. Valens pressed another button, and the door closed. He then looked at Barbara and said, "Go." She tapped Start on the timer app and held the phone up to show him. Valens smiled. "Don't you go pausing it on me now, or I'm going to be mad."
"Okay."
"We've got some time to kill while we wait for Richard to return," he said to everyone. "Go ahead and enjoy yourselves. Have a good time. Enjoy the food." He pursed his lips. "I'll tell you this. If anyone's offering, I wouldn't say no to a shrimp." 71. Jerry Burke was hunched over, hands on his knees, looking down into the shaft where he'd lost his inhaler. "Oh, fuck," he said. But then he craned his neck around to get a peek up the shaft instead of down.
"What the hell was that?"
"I heard 4 blasts," Delgado said, standing beside him and briefly placing a comforting hand on his back. She felt it rise and fall in rhythm with the wheezes emanating from his throat. She glanced back down the hallway, at the 4 apartment doors. "I can't believe no one came out to see what's going on," she said. Burke, slowly standing back up, said, "I read that people weren't moving in until after the opening bash, and anyone who's moved in already is probably at the party. Except for the top floor, the building's probably deserted." Delgado slowly shook her head. "Some folks are going to want their deposit back." She took a phone from the purse slung over her shoulder, tapped it. This is Detective Lois Delgado. I'm with Detective Jerry Burke, and we are on the 65th floor of the top of the park. The elevators have been disabled, and we heard explosions that sound like they're coming from the top. Send everything!" She listened to the person on the other end, said, "Got it," and then ended the call. "What?" Burke asked. "They know. Tons of 911 calls coming in. Look, how are you doing? You sound like a tea kettle." Burke took several breaths, listened to the air struggling to get through his windpipe. "I'll be okay. Come on, we have to get up there." Delgado shook her head adamantly. "No way. It's like 40 more stories. You take the stairs down, I'll head up." "You're not going up there alone. God knows what's happened." "You'll fucking kill yourself if you go up there." "No," he said and wheezed. "I can do it." "There's backup coming. You don't..." "Yeah, well, we're about 60 flights of stairs ahead of whoever's coming next to help out." He reached out and put a hand on his partner's shoulder. "It's in my head. There's..." And he stopped for another breath. "Nothing actually wrong with me. I just have to focus, and maybe I can get my wind back." "No, you have..." "Quiz me," he said. "What?" "Give me a category." "I don't know what the hell you're talking about." "It's a trick my doctor gave me. I think about something else other than my breathing, concentrate on a subject, like the city's tallest buildings, although right now that's probably a bad choice. 5 Spielberg movies. Name all the different Star Trek series, or what years the Yankees have won the World Series, or..." "I've got one," Delgado said. Burke blinked. "Okay, good. Hit me." "Name 5 Ryan Gosling movies." The corner of his mouth curled up. "Good one." Wheeze. "Okay, the Blade Runner sequel, whatever they called that." "That's one." Delgado held up one finger. "And La La Land," he said. Wheeze. "That's 2. 3 to go." The one where he was driving the car." "I need a title," Delgado said. "I'm cutting you some slack missing the title of the Blade Runner sequel, but for this, I want the title." Burke closed his eyes for a second. "Oh, fuck. Of course. Drive." "That's 3. "Okay," he said. Wheeze. "There was that funny detective one he did with Russell Crowe. Good Guys. No, The Nice Guys." "Well done," Delgado said. "Just one more." "God, this is tough. Maybe if I dreamt about him every night like you do, I'd..." "No excuses," Delgado said. "Oh," he said, snapping his fingers. "That funny superhero, Deadpool." Wheeze. "Oh, I'm sorry," she said. "That was Ryan Reynolds." "They're not the same actor?" Delgado's eyes softened. "You're still short of breath. I can hear it. It sounds like you're getting worse. Jerry, how bad can this get without your puffer?" "Bad," he said. He had moved to a sitting position, his back to a short stretch of wall behind open elevator doors. "We need to get you help. We need to get paramedics up here." "Too long," he wheezed. "Too far up." "Well, shit, what do we do?" "Christ, you need mouth-to-mouth." He had just enough air to chuckle. "That sounds lovely, but I don't think it'll do anything." "There's got to be something. Look, I don't want to leave you here, but I gotta head up. If you don't move, if you don't exert yourself, can you get enough air into your lungs that you're not gonna fucking die on..." They heard a scream. It had come from one of the elevator shafts. Burke managed to shift his position in time to see, a heartbeat later, a tuxedoed man pass the open door immediately to their right, going down in a hurry. Burke and Delgado gasped, staring for several seconds into the space where the man had appeared for only a millisecond. If they had blinked, they would have missed him. Together, they moved tentatively to the opening and peered over the edge, Delgado standing and Burke on his knees. Then Delgado looked up as if checking to see whether more were headed their way. They both moved back from the opening and looked at each other, each taking several breaths as they each waited for their pulses to stop racing. "Hey," said Delgado. "What?" Burke said.
Listen. Burke thought, didn't we just do this a minute ago? He tilted his head, raised his chin as if putting his ear to the wind.
I don't hear anything,
he said.
Me neither,
Delgado said. He looked at her, confused. Then it hit him.
The wheezing,
he said. He took several deep breaths without making a sound.
Son of a bitch.
What had the doctor told him? About how a sudden shock might reverse the psychosomatic condition? Just to be sure, he breathed in and out half a dozen more times and felt no restrictions in his air passages.
I know where the stairs are,
he said.
I've got the book.
72.
When the elevator doors opened onto the lobby of Top of the Park, Richard Headley was met with a crowd. Police officers, firefighters, and paramedics blocked his path. "Out of my way!" he said. "Out of my way!" As a few emergency workers stepped back to allow him to get off the elevator, others were getting on. "No!" he said. "He's controlling it. If you get on it, you'll die." Once he was out of the car and the others had exited, it began to go up. Headley wasn't waiting around to watch. He was already looking for the closest stairwell door. "Mr. Mayor," a woman's voice. Headley ignored as he spotted a sign pointing to the stairs. "Mr. Mayor!" Sharper this time, but he still did not respond as he looked for a way back to the top. "Richard!" He stopped, turned, and standing there was Chief Annette Washington. She reached out, touched his arm, and asked softly, "Do you know?" It took him a beat to understand what she was asking him. Everyone in the lobby, he realized, would have seen his son plummet past one of the open elevator doors. Glover would have had only a few below-ground level floors left to fall after they'd seen him. Headley nodded solemnly and said,
Glover.
She nodded back.
Can you see him? There's 4 levels below street level, she said. He's down there. We're going to get him out, Richard. She paused. I don't think you should look. I will, he said. But not now. I have to go back up. There's not much time. What's going on? What were those explosions? He spotted a door to the stairs. I'll have to run and talk, he said, breaking away from her. She ran after him. In the stairwell, taking the steps 2 at a time, he told her, in bullet form, what had transpired. That his aide, Chris Valens, was behind the elevator events. That he'd given the mayor only a few minutes to climb his way back to the 98th floor. That if he didn't make it, another bomb would go off, killing everyone at the party. Why? Asked Washington, 1 step behind him. Why is he doing all this? Headley stopped, briefly, on the landing of the 3rd floor and looked at her. I've done terrible things, he said. You can't do this, she said. We'll send up a team. We'll find a way. He gripped both her arms above the wrists and forced her to look into his eyes. Annette, there is no time. Goodbye. He turned and kept running up the stairs. Washington called after him. Look for Detectives Burke and Delgado. They're up there somewhere. If Headley heard, he gave no indication. He just kept running and climbing. As he passed a door marked floor 5, he started doing the math in his head. First, he needed to know how long it would take him to get from the 5th floor to the 6th. He counted. 15 seconds. Okay, he thought. Roughly 90 floors to go. 90 times 15 was 1,350. So, what was that in minutes? Headley had always been good at doing math without a calculator. He could look at city budget projections and do calculations in his head as quickly as any of the bean counters from the financial department. So, take 1,350 seconds and divide by the number of seconds per minute, which was, of course, 60 and 22 and a half minutes.
God, no, he said aloud, rounding the landing between the 8th and 9th floors. Valens had given him 20 minutes, but the clock had started ticking the moment he got onto the elevator. He couldn't have more than 14 or 15 minutes left. There was no way he was going to make it. He increased his speed. 10 floors up now, his calves and thighs were already screaming in pain. He was still taking the steps 2 at a time, grabbing the railing each time and using it to pull himself upward. Like so much of the rest of his body, his shoulder was hurting like a son of a bitch. His chest felt as though it would explode. This is what he wants. He wants me to have a heart attack. I'm going to die the same way his mother did. What was the last thing the chief had shouted at him? Burke and Delgado? Weren't those the 2 detectives who'd come to City Hall looking for Glover? They were already in the building somewhere? Glover. Headley thought his heartache was more likely than a heart attack to do him in. He thought about those last accusatory words he'd said to his son before Valens had pushed him into the shaft. Believing that his son could have had anything to do with this. How he would have to live with that forever. However long forever was. As he passed the door marked floor 14, he thought about what a curse he'd been to so many around him. All those tenants in his father's buildings. His wife. His son. All the bad luck he'd brought them. Maybe it was fitting he'd think of that at this moment, passing the 14th floor. Given people's superstitious nature, it was actually the 13th. 73. Valens nibbled on one of the shrimps Barbara had taken from the buffet table, put on a plate, and slid across the floor to him. "These are excellent," he said, biting on one, then tossing the tail into the elevator shaft. He raised his voice. "Everyone, please! Eat up, enjoy!" While we can, Barbara thought. While none of the guests had much of an appetite. She'd seen more than a few head over to the bar. But most were huddled in pairs, standing quietly, eyes trained on Valens, wondering what he might do next, terrified by what he might do next. Valens shrugged when he didn't see anyone taking his advice, then looked over at Barbara and Arla, who were standing closer to him than anyone else. "Sorry," Valens said to Barbara. She could not take her eyes off the device in his left hand and the gun in the other. "You were right, of course. I was following you when you stepped out in front of that van. I saw you two at breakfast earlier. Then when I saw Arla at City Hall, I put it together and ratted her out to the boss." He gave Arla a regretful look. "I don't understand either," said Barbara. "You want to bring the mayor down, but you were still doing his dirty work." Valens nodded. "I've been doing his dirty work for some time. That's how I got close. Anyway, it's all in the email." Barbara said, "Why didn't you just let the van run me down?" He shrugged. "I told you. I like you." "Enough to let me, my daughter, go?" "How would that look, playing favorites?" he said. "If anyone survives, I hope it's you. Otherwise, the email's pointless. I've always thought you were a good writer. You're the best one to tell the story." "Chris, please, let everyone go." He shook his head. "Sometimes innocents are lost in the pursuit of a greater goal. If anyone here is really, truly innocent." Barbara's head twitched. "That was you? The comments on my article? You're the one calling himself going down." Valens smiled.
That was a bit cute, I know.
Help me out here, Chris. Haven't you sacrificed enough innocence already? Like my friend, Paula? Wasn't your mom an innocent? What's happening to these people? Is it any more unfair than what happened to her? Does anything you've done make sense? Does hurting all these people here tonight serve any purpose? You've taken his son from him, Chris.
What more do you want?
He was stone-faced. How's our time? Barbara looked at the phone in her hand.
7 minutes, 20 seconds.
Valens nodded. Do you think he'll make it?
I don't know.
Do you think he's even trying? Maybe he got off in the lobby and buggered off home.
I doubt that,
Barbara said, although she was not 100% sure. It hadn't even occurred to her until Chris had posed the question that Headley might not even try to make the climb.
He'll try, she thought. He's a bastard, but no one could be that big a bastard. Is this how it ends for you? Barbara asked. I mean, you can't be thinking you're going to walk away from this.
Valens looked thoughtful.
You know,
I always used to think those suicide bombers, those Islamic terrorists crazy screaming Allahu Akbar as they fire their machine guns into a crowded theater with no chance of getting out alive, what the hell is wrong with them? But I also sort of get it, you know? Because when you've been angry for so long, when the only thing you care about is justice, your own life stops having much meaning. What are we down to? Barbara looked.
6 minutes, 25 seconds.
My mother was a wonderful woman. Strong and proud and good. Not confrontational. She didn't like to make waves.
Would your mother be proud of you now?
Barbara asked.
Would she want you to get even this way?
He just smiled. Save your breath. Barbara sighed.
I'm guessing you were something of a techie, she said.
Yup. Always messed about with computers. Taught myself mostly. Same was true with elevators. Studied every manual I could find, memorized them. But I still needed some help with that. Found someone to fine-tune my skills. Helped me figure out all the security stuff. But he and we had a bit of a falling out Sunday night. I had a feeling he was going to talk to the police. He'd stopped believing I had people watching members of his family. He was right about that. It was only ever just me. He paused, surveyed the room full of his hostages. Someone over by the window was softly crying. Where are we on the clock? He asked Barbara. She looked at the phone in her hand. The tenths of seconds flying past on the counter.
4 minutes, 55 seconds, she said.
Valens nodded. Doesn't look good. He glanced toward the bar. Last call, folks. 74. They were making good time. They were winded, their hearts were pounding, and their legs were killing them, but Burke and Delgado were nearing the top. Delgado had slowed briefly as she took a call from someone on the ground who wanted her to know that at some point they might run into the mayor, who was also in one of the 4 stairwells heading back up. She was quickly briefed. When she got off the phone, she called out to Burke 3 steps ahead of her. There's some bad shit up ahead. She told him the body they'd seen flying by in the shaft was the man they'd come to talk to, and that he had been pushed by one of the mayor's aides who evidently was the guy behind all the elevator mayhem. And that aide, Chris Valens, was holding court on the 98th floor, ready to blow the whole thing up if Headley didn't make it back up in time. Why? Burke asked, between pants. Beats me, said Delgado. From what I gather, if we can't get to this guy in the next 10 minutes or so, it's not going to matter. As they reached the landing between the 95th and 96th floors, Burke stopped. Some painting equipment had been left there, tucked into the corner, a not unfamiliar sight on their trip skyward. Paint touch-ups being done throughout the building, but for the opening, workers' supplies had been tucked out of sight. To steady himself, Burke placed a hand on one of the steps of a 5-foot ladder and took a few breaths. Delgado stopped. "Are you okay?"
"I just need 1 second,"
he said. "Wheezing?" she asked. He shook his head.
"No, just exhausted."
"You're a fucking medical miracle, you are," Delgado said. "Or a psychological one, not sure which."
"Okay," Burke said. "I'm good."
They continued on with the climb. Burke still couldn't believe he was okay. His doctor, Bert, had been right on the money about how he might come out of the shortness of breath that had been plaguing him for so long. Or maybe there was another explanation. Maybe it had something to do with duty. Duty to the job. Duty to his partner. Duty to Lois. He was not going to abandon her. He was not going to let her continue to the top of this building and face whatever was up there without him. And maybe that determination, that sense of conviction, was stronger than the mental dysfunction that had been converting his stress into a constriction of his windpipe. And what the fuck did it matter anyway? He could breathe, and he was doing this. One thing he knew with absolute certainty. If he got out of this alive, he was not going to make a cardboard replica of this goddamn building. Delgado, behind him at this point, said, "What's this?" The steps were starting to be littered with tiny pebbles of concrete.
"Must have something to do with the explosions we heard," Burke said. "We're almost there."
A pause, then,
"Hello."
They had just passed the door marked floor 97. Just one floor to go. But there was a small problem. There was a 4-step gap in front of them. "Holy shit," Delgado said.
"There are 3 other stairwells,"
Burke said, reaching for the handle of the door to the 96th floor. "How do you know that?" she asked.
"I told you. The plans are in the book I got."
Delgado nodded, briefly impressed, but she was still visibly worried.
"If the other stairways were passable, wouldn't people already be scrambling down them?"
"Stay here," he said. "I'll check. And if they're blown up too, I saw something that might be able to help us."
"No, we shouldn't split."
2 minutes,
he said, and started running back down the stairs. Not much more than a minute later, he reappeared with the painter's aluminum ladder, the one they had passed moments earlier, slung over his shoulder.
"Oh, God," Delgado said. "You gotta be kidding me."
"The other stairwells are no good. This is our best shot."
He rounded the top of the stairs, nearly clocking Delgado with the ladder as he went by.
"Is it long enough?" she asked.
"It'll have to be."
He went to the last step before the gap and placed the ladder across it. It was long enough, but there was nothing to brace it against. Once anyone actually got on the ladder, it would slide and drop into the opening.
"I'll hold it," Delgado said.
"What?"
"I'll hold the bottom of it in place while you climb across. Then you hold it, and I'll follow."
Burke was skeptical.
"Are you sure?"
"I'm not the svelte athlete I once was."
"Yeah, like you were ever an athlete. Get a move on."
Delgado planted her feet firmly on a lower step, knelt down, and placed both hands on the bottom rung of the ladder, which lay on a 45-degree angle across the opening. Burke, delicately, grabbed hold of a higher rung, then, careful not to hit his partner in the head, put his feet on a lower one that was just above her head. Now, all his weight was on the ladder.
"You okay?"
he asked. She grunted.
"Move it, fatso."
Carefully, he made the crossing, looking ahead and not at the stairs a flight below or the sliver of space between sets of steps that appeared to go down to the depths of hell. Gingerly, he got himself onto the step on the other side of the divide, taking his weight off the ladder. Delgado let out a long breath as Burke planted his butt on the second step after the gap, leaned over, and gripped the top of the ladder. "Okay," he said. Delgado got onto the ladder as tentatively as her partner had. She made the crossing slowly. As she reached the other side, Burke leaned over slightly to give her room to get a grip on the closest concrete step. As her legs were coming off the last step of the ladder, her foot slipped and pushed hard on the upper rung. Burke lost his grip, and the ladder fell, hitting the lower stairwell with a loud, metallic crash. Delgado clung to the step, her legs dangling in space. Burke got his hands under her arms and pulled. She scrambled to get hold of the next step, and once she had it, and her waist was over the threshold of the step below, she pulled herself up the rest of the way. "I guess we better hope there's another ladder at the top so we can get back down," she said. They both got to their feet, and, after taking a second to pull themselves together, walked up the rest of the way to the door marked Floor 98. They each took a moment to take out their weapons. Once they both had a gun in hand, Burke grasped the handle of the fire door. "Kinda wish I'd worn a vest," Delgado said. Burke slowly opened the door. 75. Richard Headley knew there was no way he'd make it. He wasn't using anything as accurate as a stopwatch app on his phone, but he'd been glancing regularly at the Rolex strapped to his wrist, and his 20 minutes were nearly up. And he had some 30 floors to go. Not gonna happen. Those people are all going to die. Because of me. But even though he knew it was hopeless, he kept going. He'd taken off his bow tie around the 20th floor so he could open up the collar of his shirt. He was soaked with perspiration. Once he'd hit the 30th floor, he slipped off the jacket of his tux and dropped it on the steps, making sure before he did it that he had his phone. His white dress shirt was translucent with sweat. It was running down his neck and forehead, getting into his eyes and stinging. Keep going. Keep going. He glanced again at his watch. The 20 minutes had to be up. What the hell am I going to... And then it hit him. Stall. He had the messaging app open, the name Valens at the top of the screen. He stopped long enough to text one word. Here. He kept going, looking every few seconds to see if there would be a reply. It came within 10 seconds. Wow. And with 3 seconds to spare. Headley kept climbing. Very impressive. Sending your ride to 97. So the elevator was on the way. But it would be there, waiting for him, long before Headley could get to it. How long would it take for the elevator to come from the lobby, or wherever else Valens might have sent it in the interim, to the 97th floor? A minute? Headley kept going, 1 foot ahead of the other. His phone chimed. Are you aboard? Headley stopped, typed his reply with a sweaty thumb. No. Several seconds passed. Headley managed to ascend another story. Get on. Headley stopped. Elevator not here. Headley knew it was a lie that would not buy him much time. All Valens had to do was look down the shaft to know the elevator was where it was supposed to be. The elevator car would be 1 floor below. He'd be able to see its roof. And then, just as he feared, it's there. Think. What couldn't Valens see? Headley put his thumb to the screen. Doors closed. Open the door. Let him think on that for a moment. Headley ran past floor 72. Still so far to go. 3 dancing dots appeared on the mayor's phone. "It should be open." The mayor wrote back, "It's not." And then the phone in the mayor's hand rang. Valens. Headley stopped, took the call. "What do you mean the doors aren't open?" Valens shouted. "I'm right here," Headley said. "The other 4 doors are wide open, but the doors in front of the elevator aren't." "That's not fucking possible," the man said angrily. "Look, you're the guy hogging the remote, not me," Headley said. "Send me one of the other elevators, and this time, if you're such a fucking genius, make sure the door's open." He paused. "Remember, we had a deal. I get back in time, you let everyone go. Well, I made it. Only reason I'm not up there now is you fucked up. That's on you, not me." Valens was silent for a moment. "I don't believe you." "Then why don't you bring up another elevator for yourself and come down 1 floor and see it with your own eyes?" Headley, waiting for Valens to reply, passed floor 76. "Okay," Valens said finally. "I'll send another elevator. Because I really, really want you to get back here." 76. As quietly as possible, Detective Jerry Burke opened the door to the 98th floor and slipped in. He was expecting to hear screams and other sounds of panic, but instead what he heard were soft whimpers and crying, and just one man talking very loudly. Burke already had a finger to his lips in case any of the hostages spotted him, which a few did almost instantly. While there were some barely audible gasps, no one did anything stupid like shout, "Police are here!" Everyone instinctively understood that the arrival of Burke and Delgado might be their only hope of getting out of the top of the park alive. The stairwell door was tucked around the corner from the elevators, but they could hear the man continuing to shout. "That's not fucking possible," he said. Burke poked his head around the corner far enough for one eye to take in the scene. Valens was by the elevator, gun in one hand, the phone in the other. Amazingly, the first thing Burke thought was, this guy is bald. The man who'd been talking to Otto Petrenko by the car had hair, but then again it had looked like a rug. On the floor, right by Valens's foot, was a black box, some kind of device. Burke wondered whether it could be a bomb. It did not look like one, but then again, how many bombs had Burke seen in his career? But it looked more like a piece of electronic equipment. The good news, if there was any, was that it was not in Valens's hands at this moment. Burke, like his partner, had his gun pointing toward the floor, but once they rounded that corner, they would have to be in a firing position. Could he take the shot? Was anyone standing close to Valens? Anyone directly behind him? There were some people to his right, a few steps farther away from the open elevator door he was standing beside. But there appeared to be no one behind him. At one point, as Valens continued to argue with someone on his phone, he glanced down into the shaft. No one else is coming, Burke thought. Lois and I are on our own. Backup is 98 floors away. We might as well be on the moon. He tightened his grip on his weapon. Now or never. It all happened in under 10 seconds. Burke stepped out from behind the corner, gun raised. "Drop your weapon!" he shouted. He knew Delgado had moved out too and was at his back. Valens snapped his head in Burke's direction, dropped the phone, brought up the arm holding the gun, and Jerry Burke thought, Lois is right behind me. Do not duck, do not dive out of the way, do not make the same mistake again. Holding his ground, Burke fired at the exact same moment as Valens. Valens stumbled backward, the bullet ripping into his right shoulder. As he stumbled, his foot knocked the device closer to the open shaft. Burke, hit in the stomach, went down. Screams. Her partner having dropped to the floor, Delgado had a clear shot at Valens, who was still standing despite being hit. She fired 4 times. Bang, 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 bang. Valens jerked spasmodically as the bullets slammed into his thigh, chest, and neck. One missed and spiderwebbed one of the observation deck windows. He dropped to the floor, once again knocking the black box. It skittered several inches closer to the open elevator doors. A woman holding a cell phone, who'd been standing closest to Valens, dived forward, actually sailing through the air and landing across his bloodied body, her elbows hitting the marble floor as she scrambled to grab hold of the device before it had a chance to tumble out of sight. The device was halfway over the sill of the open doorway when she snatched it with her right hand. She brought it close to her chest, smothering it with both hands as if it were a football. "Touchdown," she whispered to herself. Friday, 77. Horror at the Top of the Park by Barbara Matheson. It's a cliché, but sometimes clichés are on the money. Our nightmare is over. The city's, anyway. The nightmares are unlikely to ever end for those directly touched by the horrors of this week. The ripples from these events will be felt for years to come. Tell me about it. Anyone who was on the 98th floor of Top of the Park will never forget what happened last night, and you can count this writer among them. We all had little expectation that we would survive. Had it not been for the heroic actions of NYPD detectives Jerry Burke and Lois Delgado, who knows what might have happened. We all wish Detective Burke in the hospital and listed in serious but improving condition a speedy recovery. And while it's becoming increasingly clear that the origins of this tragic week can be traced back to decisions made by a young Richard Headley, his own actions last night were probably what bought those 2 detectives enough time to bring down the terrorist behind the elevator disasters. Even though Headley had no time to grieve the death minutes earlier of his son Glover, he played the game that terrorist wanted him to play in a bid to save the hostages. As everyone knows by now, Mayor Headley was found dead of an apparent heart attack in the stairwell, just shy of the 95th floor. I had, as regular readers of this column know, been a harsh critic of the mayor, but must admit I am reassessing some of my feelings about him. There are things that I, and at least one other person I know, would have liked to have told him if we'd had the chance. Another big thank you is owed to one of the city's elevator inspectors, who managed to reach the top floor and, using the device the terrorist had used to commandeer the elevators, bring the cars back online and safely get everyone out of the building. There was obviously a sense of urgency, given that there was believed to be a 5th bomb in the Top of the Park. But as I write this, no further explosive devices have been found, although the search is ongoing, and the streets around Top of the Park remain closed as a precaution. Now, about that terrorist. I hesitate to use his name here, because people who perpetrate these kinds of acts revel in a kind of perverse notoriety. But I need to tell you about Chris Valens. I got to know him a little this week before I knew he was, as the tabloids are now calling him, the elevator executioner. I liked him. He seemed like a decent guy. I watched him give his gloves to a homeless man. But we know now that he blackmailed an elevator technician into teaching him everything he knew, making him believe members of his extended family would be killed if he failed to go along. We know he killed that man, beat his face to a pulp and cut off his fingertips to hinder identification when he feared the man was going to expose him. We know he plotted for years to gain the confidence of the mayor to exact his revenge, and had spent months getting into a number of buildings to prepare the elevators for failure. We know he killed many innocent people when he took over the control of 3 of them. The question is why? He explained it all to me in an email I was able to read only today. He did it out of love. Love for his mother, who had been deeply wronged years ago by a young Richard Headley. You've probably already read or heard all about that by now, so no sense repeating it all here. Are there any lessons in all this? I wouldn't presume to be wise enough to know. But I can say this much. Actions have consequences. Maybe not overnight. Maybe not in a week, or a month, or even a decade. But the things we do, the decisions we make, the way we treat other people, it all becomes part of the equation. Eventually, things have a way of balancing out. Or maybe this is all just a load of bullshit. Honestly, I don't know anymore. That's why this is my last column, at least for the foreseeable future, for Manhattan Today. Barbara took one last look at the piece on her screen and hit send. The entire time she'd been typing, she'd been resting her right elbow on an ice pack. Hitting the floor when she dived to grab the elevator control device had made that earlier injury worse. Now that she was done writing her piece, the pack was warming. She flexed her arms, then leaned back in her kitchen chair, reached for her coffee, and took a sip. She hadn't yet slept. There'd been police to talk to, statements to make. It was 4 a.m. before she and Arla got back to her apartment. Arla was too shaken up to head back to her own place. The good news was she'd managed to fall asleep in Barbara's bed shortly after they'd come through the door. Barbara had stripped off her blood-soaked gown and put on some sweats. It wasn't long before she opened up the laptop and started to write. Around 11 a.m, Barbara heard rustling in the bedroom. She looked toward the door and saw Arla emerge, her hair a tousled mess. "Hey," Barbara said. "Have you even been to bed?" Arla asked. Barbara shook her head. "There's always time to sleep." "How are you doing?" "Okay, I guess. A bit numb. I can't believe all those things happened." She brushed some hair from her eyes. "I can't believe we're alive." "Yeah, there's that." "Is there more coffee?" Barbara pointed. Arla found a mug, poured herself some, and as she sat down at the table said, "I just find out I have a brother, and find out who my father is, and then lose them both." Barbara reached out a hand. Arla gripped it. "You're going to want to talk to someone, maybe," her mother said. "I know you've seen someone before." Arla looked into her mother's face. "I can talk to you." Barbara gave the hand another squeeze. Arla said, "I should get back to my place." "You sure? You can stay here as long as you like." "No, I should get back." She smiled sadly. "Need to update my resume." "Sure." Barbara paused. "I'll see you home. Can you stay awake that long?" Barbara knew eventually she would crash, and crash hard. But not just yet. While Arla showered, Barbara got into something slightly more presentable than her sweats, jeans and a pullover sweater. When Arla was done in the bathroom, Barbara handed her some of her own clothes she believed would fit her. They took a cab to Arla's. On the way, Arla leaned over and rested her head on her mother's shoulder. They didn't speak. Barbara paid the driver, and the two of them went into Arla's building. When they got to the elevator, another woman was standing there, nicely dressed, silvery hair, pearl earrings. She was carrying a Whole Foods bag. Arla nodded at her. "Hey." The woman smiled, politely. Arla turned to her mother.
"This is the woman I was telling you about."
Barbara blinked, not understanding. The woman looked at Arla, who said,
"You're the book editor, right?"
She nodded.
"That's right."
The elevator doors parted, and the three of them stepped on. The woman pressed the button for the 10th floor, while Arla hit 12.
"My mom's got an idea for a book,"
Arla said, smiling.
"Maybe a couple."
"Oh," said the woman, doing a very good job of concealing her excitement. Arla prodded her mother.
"Tell her."
"You'll have to be quick," the editor said.
"I'm getting off at 10.
Barbara smiled tiredly.
"I don't think we'll need that much time."
Hi, this is Linwood Barclay. I hope you enjoyed listening to Elevator Pitch. A lot goes on behind the scenes of writing a novel, so now I'm going to answer some of your questions about my process. The first question comes from Maria Pace, who asks, which book or author had the greatest influence on you as a young person? It has to be Ross MacDonald. Ross MacDonald, whose real name was Kenneth Miller, was a crime writer, often considered by many to be kind of the heir to the throne that went from Dashiell Hammett to Raymond Chandler, and then to MacDonald, who wrote about a private detective named Lou Archer, and he wrote primarily through the 50s, 60s, and into the 70s. And I discovered him through a novel called The Goodbye Look, which I found on a paperback rack when I was 15 years old. And this book just made such an impression on me because here was a guy who was taking the conventions of the mystery novel, which I was addicted to mystery novels, and he was doing more with it. He was using it to explore social issues and troubled families and so forth. And I just became obsessed with his books, to the point that I actually wanted to do a thesis on his work when I was in university, and I wrote to him, care of his publisher. He wrote back, and we had a long correspondence, all of which culminated in when he was on a trip to Canada. He called up and asked if I wanted to have dinner. So I was able to have dinner with my favorite writer on the planet, and he was very supportive. He was something of a mentor to me. So, he personally had a major impact on me. I think I really learned how much you could do in a crime novel by reading Ross MacDonald. Elaine Murray asks, do you ever write a scenario and have someone follow the path that you would choose, or do you make them do the exact opposite? I'm not quite sure what Elaine's getting at here, but it does lead me to make a comment about something. And I think that's when you are writing something and you expect it to go a certain way, or you expect your characters to do a certain thing. And when I'm writing a thriller, as I kind of get close to the end of a chapter, I think, well, what is the logical way for this chapter to end? And then I think, is there some way to not make that happen? So that every time you hit the end of a chapter, there's a twist, not necessarily a big one, but even a small, minor twist that's just enough to make you think, I have to read the next chapter now. And so that often does happen. I'm always looking for ways that I can get the characters maybe to surprise me or get them to surprise the reader, to always sort of throw something at you that you're not quite expecting. Matthew Bass asked, if you could select any of your books to be adapted into a film, which would you personally choose and why? Well, I'm lucky enough that one book has been made into a movie. A novel I wrote called Never Saw It Coming was adapted into a film in Canada last year with Eric Roberts and Emily Hampshire, and I was lucky enough to be able to write the screenplay for that. But of the rest of the books, I think certainly the most recent one, the one we're talking about today, Elevator Pitch, is the one that is probably the most cinematic, lends itself, I really think, to a film. But I've done other books that I would love to see become a movie, probably more than any other. I'd love to see, well, there's two. A Noise Downstairs, which is my most recent book before this one, which I think would make a great little thriller. And then I did a book a few years ago that was kind of an updated Rear Window called Trust Your Eyes, about a fellow who's absolutely obsessed with maps, and he spends every waking moment of the day on a Google Street View type site and thinks that he sees a murder that has happened in a window, in an image that has been captured among millions, and who knows when. And there's been a couple of attempts to make that into a film, one a movie and one a TV series. It hasn't come together yet, but I think that would make a terrific movie, and I'd love to see it happen. A novel I wrote called The Accident was turned into a 6-part series in France, and they did a beautiful job with it. Don Bedforth asks, if you could be a character in the books that you write, what character would you most likely be, a good guy or a bad guy? Well, first of all, so many bad things happen to the people in my books. I'm not sure I want to be any of them. But I think the one that I've actually come closest to, I wrote 4 comic thrillers before I had a hit with No Time for Goodbye 11 years ago. I was writing about a character named Zach Walker, kind of anal retentive, obsessive compulsive individual, and he ends up getting into a situation that puts him in contact with some very, very bad people, and he is in no way equipped to deal with them. He's a writer of science fiction novels. He's an ex-newspaper guy. He doesn't know the first thing about dealing with real evil people. And I really threw myself into Zach because I would have no idea how to handle dealing with, real bad types. And so I tend to identify with those kinds of characters, the ones who have no idea what to do. That sums me up perfectly. April Smart asks, what was your hardest book to write and why? That's a great question, because some books, you write them and that first draft, it's like capturing lightning in a bottle. It just worked. Everything just came together perfectly. And then there are the other books that don't. And you spend an awful lot of time reworking them. And I had 2 novels that I've spent over the years a lot of time doing edits on and rewriting. And one was The Accident. Another was A Tap on the Window. And I even did quite a bit of work on A Noise Downstairs. But A Tap on the Window was probably the hardest, because when you're writing a novel, you need a kind of a foundation, the underpinnings, like what is the event that drives all of the action? It's like the foundation for a house. If it's not strong, if it doesn't hold together, everything else that's on top of it is going to crumble. And the foundation of that novel, finally concluded, wasn't quite working. So I had to redo all of the underpinnings. So it was the biggest rewrite I ever did. And I think it turned out to be one of the best books that I've ever done. It's hard for me to kind of accept it that way. I look at that book and I think, wow, this one just about killed me. And everyone else reads it, people who know nothing about it, and they go, wow, this is one of your best books. And so it seems rude to argue with them and tell them maybe it isn't. But, every book's different. Some give you a lot of trouble. Some are relatively easy. And you always hope the next one will be have minimal aggravations to it. Finally, Kate Maloney asks, if you could be stuck in an elevator with 3 people, living or dead, who would they be and why? Well, if there were 3 people that was in this book, by the end of the conversation, they'd all be dead. But I guess I would say, first of all, I'd like the first person to be an elevator technician. That would be someone I'd like to have. But if I couldn't have him, I think that I'd like to be stuck in an elevator with my dad, who I lost when I was 16 years old. And it would be nice to get caught up with him, and the elevator could be stuck for as long as it wants to be. I also think it'd be great to get stuck in an elevator with Barack and Michelle Obama. I think they're the 2 of the coolest people on the planet. I think it'd be really a lot of fun to just hang out with them. And they're both so smart, they could probably figure out how to get the elevator going again, too. So those are my choices. But I think number 1 is definitely an elevator repairman.
This is Jonathan McLean. We hope you have enjoyed this unabridged production of Elevator Pitch by Linwood Barclay. This program was produced by Mosaic Audio. The director was Casey Sticker. Executive producer Suzanne Franco Mitchell. Text copyright 2019 by NJSB Entertainment. Production copyright 2019 by HarperCollins Publishers. All rights reserved. Thank you for listening.